apologise for the slightly late start. But hey, it's Monday morning. It's WTO. Can you please take your seats? But in the meantime, I'll get going. So good morning, everybody, and officially welcome to this, the now well-established ITIC Global Tourism event that has been going since 2020. How are you feeling? How's the vibes in the room? Are we feeling the vibes? Yeah, good on there, very good. I'm Rajan Datta, I'm a journalist and broadcaster for the BBC a lot, and I'm your MC for this segment. We are delighted today to be joined by a stellar cast of speakers, and indeed influential players in the tourism industry, from hoteliers to destination management teams to ministers, and of course people from the investment community. Can I just say first of all, I have to extend great sympathy to the people of Valencia. I think we should all do that, and many of us, I think, because of Valencia. It's a terrible, tragic situation, and also a horrible reminder that thanks to man-made climate change, extreme weather events are going to get more frequent, and they are going to affect children, but resilience is one of the things that we are very well aware of, and we have the Honourable Evan Barker from the man who's called on the positive side, after all that talk about revenge tourism, after COVID, we are now celebrating what is going to probably be a record-breaking year for tourism. And for me, the crucial shift is that we're now building solid foundations, generations ahead, by thinking about sustainability, and that is in every aspect of what we do. That theme will come up a lot during the day. But what is so gratifying is that this huge super tanker that we call the travel and hospitality industry is turning itself around and facing, I think anyway, in the right direction. So we have optimism today, I think, with some caveats, and we'll explore those caveats. And we are going to talk specifically, or rather a lot, about Africa, this diverse, resource-rich continent with a young population and still to have its full potential realised. But it is a region that I think has sustainability really ingrained in its culture and its history. And we're going to explore all that. Because the theme today is very much around the evolving landscape of the hospitality sector, embracing green and sustainable investments. We have, as I say, got a really interesting series of panels in which we will be talking a lot about sustainability, I think, and how actually it's an opportunity. It's not a barrier. It's not a stumbling block. And I really want to kick off today, perhaps by just saying, number one, this conference is formally open. And I'm looking to Taleb Rifai, who's about to speak, and Edmund, who are, in a sense, the two senior statespeople of the travel industry here. And we're very honoured to be humbled by their presence here. Thank you very much for coming. And Taleb, I want to perhaps bring you on, first of all, to give your welcoming remarks. Now, Taleb Rifai is somebody I've known for quite some time now. First, as the UN WTO Secretary General, who I've interviewed several times, and then more recently at conferences like this. He is a guru, he's a father figure, if you like, and he's an inspiration to the whole travel and tourism industry. So could you please welcome on stage Dr. Taleb Rifai, Chairman, ITIC Limited and Invest Tourism Limited, and former Secretary General of the UN WTO.
Thank you, Rajan. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here with us this lovely London morning. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, all protocol observed. As chairman of the International Tourism Investment Corporation Limited, ITIC, I'm genuinely delighted to extend my heartfelt welcome to all participants attending 7th Global ITIC Tourism Investment Conference, which is taking place at prestigious Queen Elizabeth II Centre, right in the heart of London. I would like to send my warm and distinguished welcome to Her Royal Majesty Honorary of this summit centers on the compelling theme of evolving landscape of the hospitality sector, embracing green and sustainable investment. This theme underscores the urgent necessity for tourism industry to adopt environmentally responsible practices in light of the pressing challenges posed by climate change, as we advocate for and implementing an increasingly fragile planet. We must strategize, set up strategies that are significantly diminish the sector caught up for footprint by 2050. Today's discussion, we'd like to present 5 sustainable tourism strategies that will enhance local economic development. One is invest in local communities through responsible management and practices in the hospitality sector. 2, encourage rural tourism initiatives that strengthens the colonial connection to nature. 3, advocate for a promotion of cultural and heritage tourism. 4, support local and sustainable gastronomy. 5, increasingly and sustainable construction and operation practices. These are strategies and practices that grow while we ensure to foster economic growth while ensuring the aim to foster economic growth, cultural preservation, aim to foster economic growth while ensuring environmental and cultural preservation. These 5 are the most important sectors that we have today. Advancing global tourism is really important for several reasons. It helps promote the education, encourages smart investment, support sustainable practices, and contribute to the world peace by paying attention to those areas. We can create tourism industry that is more responsible and inclusive, benefiting not just travelers but also the communities they visit around the world. The summit promises to be filled with vulnerable insights and numerous networking opportunities. I hope you will find the exposure, the experience enjoyable. And thank you all for being with us this morning. This is a very important summit because we, for the first time, as a tourism industry, stopped talking to each other. We talk to the investors and the promoters of investment tourism, because travel and tourism today has become one of the most important sectors when it comes to job creation and people traveling around the world. Last year there was 1.2 billion people that crossed international borders. 1 out of 10 jobs in the world created by travel and tourism. It is therefore very important to talk to the investors who fail to understand the importance of tourism nowadays. But we will encourage that. We will see that that becomes an important sector in our sector. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us this morning, and I apologize for my very weak appearance and slow way of talking. I am now in my 5th year of having Parkinson, and it's affecting me seriously. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Can this mic come on now?
Or I'll go back to, yes, good, thank you. Thank you so much, Taleb. Seriously, this gentleman is so responsible for how this industry has progressed over the last 30 years, really, if not longer. And I know he was so keen to come here and talk to you because ITIC for him is really important. And he's completely vested in the future of this industry. So actually, do you mind if we just give him another round of applause? Okay, time now to go to our first panel, which is about tourism perspectives in the evolving global economic context. I mentioned the fact that we're post-COVID, that we are talking about record-breaking figures this year, but we also know there are issues to resolve around climate change, around harmful emissions, around education, infrastructure and recruitment. We've got geopolitical instability. We've got the American elections coming up tomorrow, isn't it? Which could just change the whole game. But anyway, let's worry about that on Wednesday, or maybe longer. But let's find out now about what are the prospects for tourism and hospitality and investment in particular. And to discuss this, I am delighted to be joined by David Guja, who is Managing Director, Europe and Middle East Tourism Economics. Please come on. Thank you, David.
Hi.
Also, Olivier Chavy, CEO of the Lux Collective, a major sponsor today, and he's got some very interesting things to tell us as we go along. And from Kenyan Airways, the commercial manager for the UK, I believe, Chetan Bokatria. Would you please come up? Where are you? There you are. Whatever you want. Chetan, would you like to take a seat here? Up to you. Go to the fire. Go to the fire. Okay, so, Dave, I think it's beholden on you to set the scene for us.
Right, yes, thank you, Rajan. Yeah, well, I think you've already given my first stats already, and was also mentioned by Dr. Taleb there as well. So we are at recovery this year. We are back at that $1.5 billion international travellers this year is what it's looking like. We're not quite there in terms of the year-to-date data. We're still a few percent off that 2019 figure, and that's sort of the benchmark we've been looking for. But I think the thing to remember in that is 2019 was a record year for travel, and we're at least going to match it this year. Our forecast suggests we're going to surpass that, so it is a new record year of travel. And we're fully into a growth outlook, it seems. So the two words I've been overusing the past couple of years have been cautious optimism. I think we're now possibly moving into a area of where we can just say, drop the cautious, just talk about optimism, because we are talking about growth. I don't want to be a hostage to fortune. You've already reeled off a lot of the concerns that are out there. But yeah, we are still seeing, when we're looking at what people are spending their money on, they are prioritising travel like they haven't before. When you look at the advanced economies, how much they're spending on travel, it sort of fluctuates in a narrow band between sort of 7.5%, 8.5%. This year, it's above 8.5%. People are spending huge amounts on travel. They're prioritising travel, they're prioritising new experiences over everything. So now we are looking ahead to where next, and we think that prioritisation remains. When we carry out surveys, we're still seeing sort of 3/4 of the respondents coming back saying, yes, they prioritise travel every year. They want to have this travel. And when it's, what are they wanting to spend on, and what destinations they're wanting, we're hearing about value for money. Obviously, that's sort of a key concern right now for everyone, but they are wanting new experiences, visiting new destinations, getting out there, seeing that those new destinations, new experiences, new opportunities. And yeah, we are looking where next? 1.5 billion now. We are looking ahead to the 2 billion. When are we going to get 2 billion? And we think that will come before the end of the decade. And yeah, lots of growth opportunities around the world. I'll stop talking at that point.
Well, I want to just pursue this a little bit further. In terms of the different markets around the world, what's happening? Is it kind of uniformly great, or is it patchy?
It varies, shall we say. There are obviously some that are slower growing. We're looking at, I've mentioned advanced economies, that's fully recovered. Some of the emerging markets are slower. We've seen China being slower to open up, and China is definitely lagging. That is sort of the really big question we're being asked, and we're asking ourselves is, when is the Chinese traveller coming back? To short-haul Asian destinations, they're starting to come back now. Probably sort of next year we expect that regional recovery. Probably not until 2026 until we start seeing the Chinese long-haul traveller fully returning, which then does mean that you're seeing sort of some of these different growth rates. If you're looking at it in terms of growth perspective, Asia Pacific is doing fantastically well, but it's coming from that lower base. When we're looking at sort of where is performing, yes, we're seeing growth pretty much everywhere. We are seeing growth in Africa, we are seeing growth here in Europe, seeing growth in Americas. A lot of this does seem to be sort of the short-haul growth. It is a short-haul recovery first. We saw domestic travel come back first, then it's sort of the short-haul is where we're still at. We're not seeing that longer haul coming back fully. I think one of the standout regions, though, I have to mention, is Middle East.
Yep.
That has been the fastest to recover. Its levels of travel are well above 2019. It's still seeing some of the fastest growth in some of those destinations. And I think the reasons for that is some of the positive effects of geopolitics. There's obviously huge risks going on there, and we don't need to dwell on what's happening there, but you have seen improved relations certainly amongst some of the GCC members, and you've seen that travel coming back there. But you have also seen two things there: connectivity and destination development. They're the two things that have really sort of been driving a lot of that growth. So yeah, taking the lessons, I guess, for Africa, I know we want to focus on that. Yeah, it is, would say, the things that potentially challenges there would be getting that connectivity, whether it's in terms of visa openness, allowing people to travel in easily, as well as that physical connectivity, so the air connectivity. And then beyond that, destination development. I think we all know what's happening in Saudi Arabia, what has been happening in Dubai. That has attracted people, is people wanting those new experiences, the new destinations. And just one final thought on Africa as well. People are wanting sort of outdoor experiences, adventure experiences, authenticity. I think there's a huge amount of that to be offered in the region.
I think a lot of those themes will play out today, particularly when we refer to individual situations. Olivier, before we get to specifically your perspective from the Lux Collective's angle, In terms of investment and hotel development, how are you seeing the macro climate? How are you seeing the world at the moment?
I see it as very dynamic. It's an interesting dynamic, actually. We have different ways of growing estate. You have those so-called PEs, private equities, funds, which are very dynamic, deep pocket, lots of cash. Even though they still are a bit picky on where to spend it, but the cash is here for sure. We are seeing a great improvement in the financing, more particularly in Africa. We see a much more lean and better policies on the financing. And then we see a lot of more and more family offices, interestingly. Family office for smaller growth, smaller investment. And what I've seen in the last few years is a much more reasonable ratio debt versus equity. We are going back to a much more reasonable ratio, getting closer to 40% down the table versus 25, 20. I've seen 18 in my life, but it's healthier. It's much more healthier. And we see some countries opening really nicely to new investment. I just came back from Zanzibar, and I saw an amazing development, putting luxury on the map over there with the Four Seasons Grand Brook, an amazing project. We took over a property over there last year, Flag Lux, and is doing extremely well. What's interesting, I just take this as an example, this comes to my mind. You have 5 daily flights from Dubai to Zanzibar. Just think about it, 5 daily flights to Zanzibar.
Yeah.
It's just crazy somehow, 1.3 million passengers per year, which is about the same as Mauritius. So anyway, your question was about the growth and investment. It's a very interesting dynamic right now. You see, what was not true many years ago, once you put luxury on the map, you need more luxury. And it's kind of self-fueling each destination. So it's a very interesting process right now.
Could you actually, for the sake of the audience who perhaps don't know that much about Lux Collective, could you explain just what about
So Lux Collective is a luxury brand currently based in Mauritius Island. We have 2/3 of our portfolio owned assets. We have a more global footprint. When I say global, it's more what I call myself the Indian Ocean rainbow, with some properties from Zanzibar to Mauritius, Reunion Island, all the way to China and Southeast Asia and Middle East as well. It's ex-Nayad many years ago, and we have 6 properties in Mauritius on the west coast and the southwest coast and the east coast. Very high-end product, very well known on the market, and with 3 different distribution channels from tour operator, OTAs, and direct booking. My predecessor was an icon in the business, Paul Jones, who was one of the father of one and only, and working close with Sol Kastner at the time. So he left an amazing legacy with strong foundation in the luxury arena, not only in Mauritius, but in our different properties around the world.
Very good. Now, we have a last-minute addition to the panel, who I would like to introduce on stage. Please welcome Toke Benson Iwinka, who is the Commissioner of Tourism, Art and Culture for Lagos State. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you fresh off the plane?
Yes, I am.
You have literally come from the airport?
Yes.
My goodness, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I know that you are also replacing the
governor.
Executive Governor of Lagos State.
Yes, I am.
Thank you for that. Well, perhaps if I can throw you in right now, we had the general macro perspective. We had Olivier talking a little bit about Africa. How are you feeling it? What's the temperature at the moment when it comes to the tourism climate?
Well, if I'm going to speak particularly about Nigeria and about Lagos, Nigeria, I believe that we're ready for business right now. It's something we haven't really looked at in the past. We haven't looked at our country from the tourism perspective. But right now, with our growing global markets in music, art and fashion, and our pristine beaches. For instance, I'm from Lagos, and in Lagos, we have about 183 square kilometers of beachfront, pristine waters, clear sand, clean sand, waiting for investments and investors. So I think the perspectives right now that we're thinking about is how we're going to get an influx of investors into Lagos and Nigeria and make it that destination people never looked at before.
You might be in the right room.
I'm glad I'm here then, yes.
Because I do know that, obviously, as you mentioned it, Nigeria has never really particularly pushed the tourism. Obviously, I think it's something like 1 in 5 of the African continent is Nigerian. That's that high.
Well, we're about 200 million strong and growing, yes.
So it's a huge country, huge.
It's a
potential.
huge population.
And
yeah.
the culture and the music in Lagos particularly.
It's amazing.
That's
It's
something
amazing.
that you're really pushing now, isn't it?
Oh yes. We're pushing Afrobeat. We're known all over the world now globally for our music. We're pushing Nollywood, which is our movie industry. We're pushing our fashion industry as well. So we're almost at the verge where we're consuming what we're producing locally right now. Our next best phase is to sell it to the world. We need to sell our fashion to the world. We need to sell our fabric to the world. We're already selling our music to the world. And our movie, it's competing globally right now.
In terms of domestic or African tourism, you've always done pretty well, haven't you? I mean, there have been people coming from inside the continent.
Well, for trade, commercial trade,
right.
yes. Not really for tourism. Not really for tourism. We've had interstate trade between the West African coastal countries. I know for Nigerians go a lot to South Africa. I think South Africa got that move before we thought about it. So we have people going from Nigeria to South Africa at all times, rather than coming to Europe or the Americas. But we've never really had an influx of people into Nigeria or into Lagos for tourism purposes. It's mainly about trade, it's about business, it's about conferences. But I think our next focus is that bit of the world which we have not really looked at and which we should be looking at. Sometimes I say we can compare Lagos, Nigeria to Cancun, Mexico. And all the indices are the same. The only thing is that Mexico has managed to market Cancun away from actual Mexico. And when they speak globally and they speak of the insecurities in Nigeria, I look at the movies from out of Mexico and I say, we're doing much better than they are. Apologies to the Mexican people. We're doing much better than they are. But we have not focused on capturing Lagos as that spot that people can actually go to for your conferences, for leisure, for beach life, for the music, the local cuisine. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Okay, so watch this space. We will see Nigeria.
Yes.
Coming to a cinema near you quite soon. Chetan, we were talking there about internal African travel. Kenyan Airlines is huge, isn't it? I mean, in terms of relatively for the continent. What's the perspective for you about how things are at the moment?
Okay, thank you. So I'll start with the mission statement of Kenya Airways, which is to propel Africa's prosperity by connecting people, culture, and market. With the robust demand, what we have seen, so I'll just give a high-level overview. We have seen that, example, the tourism has increased overall. And if we look at from Europe perspective, example, Heathrow, we have seen that we've ramped up our frequency of operating from daily flights last year we operated 10 to 11 flights. And then towards the last quarter in 2023, right through to March this year, we have in fact doubled our capacity. So we operated double daily flights to Nairobi, and 60% of the passengers are connecting beyond, and 40% is point to point. We made changes to Amsterdam, so we were operating this year 4 to 5 flights. We ramped up the capacity, operated daily. Charles de Gaulle, we also increased our frequency from daily to 9 flights during peak season. Coming back to the Middle East, well, Asia and Asia Pacific. For Bangkok, we relaunched Bangkok, and we're doing 5 flights a week, and there's a potential of increasing to daily. JFK, USA, fantastic. So we've seen a huge market, according to the Kenya Tourist Board data. For 2023, we've seen that USA is #1 contributor to Kenya, and we've actually maximized by increasing our flight from daily to 9 flights. We operate in USA in June, and then in July and August this year, we ramped up to 10 flights, and this winter we'll be operating 9 flights, and following same next year, so the demand is there. With regards to the changes, of course, I would like to what Dave mentioned, so Middle East, I think let me just highlight on that. So Middle East, we've got 3 flights, Mombasa to Dubai, which is actually complementing 11 flights we've got from Nairobi to Dubai. And we are seeing the demand for that is, of course, intra-Africa. Nobody wants to go from Europe all the way down to Nairobi and then to Dubai, but there is a lot of trade example, so we are seeing that. And the changes we made, what really helped was Kenya Airways, for the first time in 2024, for the first 6 months, we made a profit after tax, and it's a profit we've made first time in a decade. So the last profit we made was 2013. So that is a fantastic news. With regards to one of the challenge, maybe I don't know whether I should tackle these.
No, please do. No, yeah, absolutely.
So with regards to visa regulation and partly obstacles, I would like to share with all of you that Kenya government abolished visas for Kenya. So Kenya is a visa-free country, and it's replaced with electronic travel authorization. It's called ITA. But the fees are less than what you would pay ordinarily on visa fees. And that is a fantastic news, which I would like to share with all of you. I think in terms of connectivity, your question. So connectivity, partly it's challenging for the aviation industry to get the leverages of the aircrafts. Capacity has been constrained, and to some airports, it's literally impossible to increase capacity. So example, London Heathrow, we cannot get slots. There is a lot of demand. So in that sense, it is a bit challenging for us. So, the last bit, overall Africa, where we are seeing a lot of demand, we're seeing Zanzibar, we're seeing demand on Kilimanjaro, we're seeing demand for Southern Africa. And there again, we have capitalized. For Johannesburg example, we're operating 4 flights a day. And then on Cape Town, we're operating daily flight, but we're putting a wide body aircraft, a 787. So we are capitalizing in all these. The outlook, I think, for Kenya and for Kenya Airways year to date is positive, and future for Kenya is also very positive outlook. That's it. Thank you.
Olivier, so when you hear news like that at least one of the airlines in Africa is doing well, in fact, I know the big ones do well, there are issues but which we're always going to have about intra-connectivity within the African continent, right? That does affect everyone. But tell me, from your perspective, when you hear news like that, does that increase your confidence in investment?
It does. Obviously, Africa continent is on the ramp up right now and starting to align. And what you just said about visa, you still have some countries where you need a visa, you need a yellow fever passport, and you need insurance. I was traveling last week and I had to subscribe insurance to enter the country. Those are barriers and add up on tourism. But we're getting there, and I have to say that the infrastructure are getting better and better regarding airlines and regarding access to airport and transportation and transfers. So definitely moving. You know, you have some other countries where it's kind of stagnant, but African continent is moving. Not fast-paced, but moving, interestingly moving, getting there. Asia is booming in terms of infrastructure, and Asia is helping Africa as well to grow. I'm thinking about the Chinese. So interesting dynamic, but the less friction and barriers you have to enter the countries or to interconnect the countries, the better. People are used now to efficiency. Yeah? And any add-on in terms of cost and hurdle and admin hurdle, I mean, most of the travelers now are used to check in online, QR code. You don't even speak to anyone to go to your seat, okay? And you don't want to speak to anyone. Whereas if all those obstacles are eliminated, it could be a game changer.
And in terms of the decisions that the Lux Collective make about future projects, how much are you basing those on current data and what you're hearing, the buzz, if you like? How's the thinking go when it comes to that?
Listen, the thinking goes by itself. I have 3 strong projects in Kenya for developing hotels over there, and this came for the last 6 months, and because of many reasons, but including what you just said, the dynamic, the connectivity, and the continent is doing extremely well when you have so many connections, east, west, Middle East, and Europe. It's very, very interesting, and you want to be before the wave and before competition opens their eyes. So, no, I mean, I'm very bullish on some part of Africa for sure.
Yeah,
very bullish.
Well, let's just do a bit of connection here, because Nigeria. What would be the pros and the cons for you of going into Nigeria?
So, I liked what you said about image and safetiness, and you need to spread the message about what you just said. I'm not sure it's in the mind of everybody. I know very well Cancun and Mexico, as you mentioned. I never felt so safe in Mexico City. I even spent vacation a week with my wife 2 years ago, and I used to go to Cancun a lot. They did an amazing job to brand the destination. I'm thinking some other countries, for example, Ras El Khaimah comes to my mind in Middle East. They did a branding exercise. They did put Ras El Khaimah on the map. They did a huge branding exercise to promote the destination as a brand. And you'll get there, but it's the first step you need to do to spread the message about safetiness, about access, about infrastructure, and I know about the music, about the food, about the fun, about the white sand beach and everything. But I think the mass tourism is concerned about easy access and safetiness and all the barriers I mentioned. So you'll get there, but it's I think you start the process to promote the destination as a tourism destination.
I mean, how much is the mass tourism paradigm model of interest to you, or would you prefer it to go down the more cultural, boutique-y, I don't know, what kind of routes are you thinking?
Well, a much bigger reach. Right now, I don't think we're there at all. Like you spoke about the visa issues. We also complain about the visa issues because we're subnational, being a state within the country, and being the state that was to sell tourism, basically, because we're on the coast. Not the whole of Nigeria is on the coast. So we're on the coast, so we know what we want to sell. And we're looking at that brand job, which is why I mentioned Cancun, Mexico. And the only way we can do it is to speak from within on how we can solve that barrier, the visa issues. Even within the African countries, we cannot move freely. So if within Africa we cannot move freely, to get it right, to get that mass movement in there, we need to work mainly on access. Reduce the controls in getting people in there so you can entice more people to come. So we had a festival that just ended a few days ago, and we had visitors coming in from, I believe, Colombia, artists coming in from Colombia, and they had the same issues around access and visa. I said to them, why can't we have a situation where once you do the visa, you apply online, the process should take place within the travel hours you're coming into that country. The visa should be ready. But we were on the verge, or the country was on the verge of deporting these artists, which is one of the things that is hindering the tourism for us. So like he says, we need to make concerted efforts as to getting it right. And I think for us as a state, we're really working on it. If we have the Agric zone, which is the northern Nigeria, and then we have the southern Nigeria, which is the zone that would want the tourists in. So our interests are not really aligning. So that's why I said we're going to work from within and push that message out. We're going to do that branding of saying, yes, you can come to Nigeria. Nigeria is not what the world makes you believe it is. There are people living in Nigeria. There are foreigners living in Nigeria. And the stories from within is not what is being told outside.
You remind me of, and some of you might remember this, that when Colombia had this image problem, if you like, about it being dangerous, the campaign was the only danger is that you'll want to stay. And it was a superb campaign, and it really worked. And Colombia is fantastic, by the way.
Yes.
So I suspect, yes, a lot of this is perception, and
Yes,
you have to,
it is perception.
you have to kind of go through that. I'm kind of interested in also, when I was talking to you about what kind of tourism we're talking about, because when it comes to you, Luxcliffe, you do resorts a lot, don't you?
Yeah. We do resort for the Lux brand, but we have some brands for urban resort or even business hotels with a socio. And but our DNA is resorts. Yeah.
Yeah. What about the? I mean, let's basically. I know we need to end quite soon, but the sustainability angle, which is very important in this conference. Let's deal with the human angle first. In terms of infrastructure, in terms of training, in terms of skills, how's that doing from your experience?
Yeah, I'll answer your questions. As I said, I was in Zanzibar last week, and I met ex-colleagues from Hilton who settled in Zanzibar. He never left. He took a one-way ticket, and he never left the country. And I was asking him, so what's your business? So he says, I have many businesses, from a pork business in Tanzania to hotels in Zanzibar to consulting. And he said, and I have a school. I said, you have a school? Yes, he said, I have 5,000 students, I have a school. And we have the support of the government, and we are training and educating the local population for hospitality. And he's an hotelier, and I smiled because it's part of our journey as well. It's part of our journey. I remember part of my portfolio at some point, I had some hotel in Bora Bora, and the first thing we had to teach to the staff over there was to wear shoes. And so educating, mentoring, growing is fully part of our business, for sure.
And using local talent at a senior level as well.
Yeah, mainly.
Yeah.
You have amazing results when you grow from within. We have, I think, only one expat as a GM in our properties in Mauritius, and other GMs are Mauritians, and it works really well because it keeps the morale, and it keeps you work on turnover when you promote from within. There is no glass ceiling per se, so it's definitely more than a trend. It's a must do.
Yeah. And then the other aspect that I want to touch on is obviously the environment. In your hotels now, how much are you thinking about along those lines? We're going to talk about ESG quite a lot later. Yeah. These are now stipulations, aren't they?
Yeah, it's fully part of our life. I mean, part of my exec team, I have a chief sustainable officer, and it's part of our day-to-day way of thinking. And the beauty of our industry is that we have now educated the clients. You remember when a few years ago you asked the clients to drop their towels in the bathtub to have the fresh towels, and they would say, oh, they save me money, and now they said, oh my God, we need to preserve the planet, and let's not replace my towel for the next 3 days. So the consumer itself, which are all of us plus the client, they have been educated quite wisely for the last few years by the big players out there, and it's a very interesting move. I remember 20 years ago, I was a young exec at Hilton, and we bought Scandic, and the CEO of Scandic told us, we have educated our client to take care of their breakfast. We give them a tray, and they go to serve themselves. And the notion of educating the client is quite interesting, because what seems to be overdoing it at the beginning becomes very wise with the end result, because now the client is fully part of the initiative of sustainability, because it's part of their lives as well. So it's not a constraint anymore. I met in Europe for Topresa, I met a startup. Those guys, they created a device which you easily plug to your shower, and it does show you how many liters you have consumed for your shower. And in full service property, not maybe high-end luxury, but in full service, if you incentivize and say, hey, if you use only 12 liters of water, which by the way, it's salted water, go through all the process, it's very expensive, you have free upgrade to the gastronomic restaurant from your. It seems a bit sketchy to start with. I'm convinced it will become a norm, and the parents will say to the kids, how many liters did you use for your shower? And it will become a norm in full service hotels, resort on the beach, and so on, in some remote destinations. So those are just small examples, but
that device is at the beta stage, I think you said.
No. I bought 4 to test them. I test 2 in Maldives, in our property, and 2 in Le Mans in Mauritius, and no pushback whatsoever so far from clients. And in fact, they have fun with it, and more particularly those who are coming with the kids, they're having fun with it. And I'm always screaming when my daughter stays half an hour in the shower, not for the water, but for the values. But it's fully part of our journey today, and it will be even more for the next generation. So I do not take this as a constraint anymore. I do not take this as a mean of saving anymore. I take this as value, and of course preserving the future of our kids. But it's fully part of development of our business. And when you receive grading or rewards, or the sustainability part is fully part of the grading of your properties.
One last point I want to make is I'm going to ask you about this too, is the small and medium enterprises, which are so important to this industry. Lux Collective is a bigger operation, I guess, isn't it? You wouldn't really call it a small to medium enterprise.
Yeah.
What's the future for them? Because they are such a big backbone of the industry. Do you think that, and then let me ask you about Nigeria, how much of that is being protected and being fostered?
Well, the tourism is very local. When we promote the destination and we promote the beachfront, they're more like locals. The staff in there is locals. While he was talking, I was taking down notes, and then it occurred to me also too that we should be looking at a hospitality institute where we can train these young ones, train the local people, train the fishermen, train their women in so many things, so that we recycle them within those properties or within those businesses that would come up, and make sure that we don't look outside of that ecosystem to do all that employment. So like we said, we're 200 million strong. We shouldn't be exporting or importing.
No.
You know what you just said? I just spoke about Ras Al Khaimah as an example. Back in 2012 or 13, when His Highness decided to put Ras Al Khaimah on the map, one of his first decisions was to bring Vatel Management School, and he opened a school over there for the locals. And it was an interesting move. And same in Saudi, when they did King Abdullah Economic City, they did open a school, a hospital, a couple of stuff and then they moved the people.
It's an eye-opener for the locals to see how much they can actually be part of that ecosystem. It's dangerous when you bring in five-star hotels and then you actually bring in the staff in there as well, and they're not part of that system. But when they see they're part of that system and they're employed, they're building capacity, they become more useful to themselves, they dream of being business owners like that as well. And it eventually happens. So I think the Institute is something that I'm taking away from this conversation.
Okay, watch this space. I'm going to leave it there because I know we're running late. But can you please thank this panel for the opening salvo? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it's my great pleasure now to hand over to Paul Hoskins, who is the MC for the rest of this conference. Paul. Thank you.
I'll be back soon.
I'll be back soon, yeah.
Thank you, Rajan, and panelists. I'm Paul Hoskins, as Rajan has already kindly announced me. I'm part of the ITIC team, the International Tourism Investment Corporation. And it's my pleasure to now move us through to the next session. And we have our investment ministerial panel. And we'll be looking at the responsibility of governments to develop a strategic plan for an investment-focused tourism agenda for the future. And to moderate this session, I'm delighted to introduce and invite Carmen Roberts to the stage. I think she's just being mic'd up at the moment, so she'll be with us in a mo. Carmen is a travel writer and television presenter with BBC, and has also been with us in Botswana last November at our investment conference there. And joining Carmen on stage, we are very delighted to welcome our panelists, the Honourable Edmund Bartlett, who's the Minister of Tourism for Jamaica. Welcome. I think we'll probably have to get you a microphone, Edmund, at some point, but somebody will bring it to you. We have Ms. Mariana Oleskiv, Chairperson of the State Agency for Tourism Development, joining us online, if I remember correctly, for Ukraine. The Honourable Rebecca Miano, Cabinet Secretary for Tourism Kenya, together with the Honourable Vera Kamutukuli, Minister of Tourism for Malawi. And finally, joining us will be Sibia Diarbira, Senior Manager, Western Europe for the International Finance Corporation, the IFC. So if you would all like to make your way to the stage. Welcome, come up, speak, how do you do? And if you spot your photograph and sit in the chair near to that, that would be great. No? Okay. Carmen, you're coming up?
Yes, I'm.
Okay, I'll leave you to take over the stage.
Difficulties. What about Ukraine? Do we have them on the link?
My understanding is they're coming on the link, but you start off.
Okay.
And
Will I be?
we'll make this available.
Thank you for bearing with us. We've had a few technical issues. We're getting all mic'd up now. Sit down. Is everyone else?
We go that way.
Have everybody with the mic.
Leave your card as well. My team, yes, not me. Yeah, I have to fly to Paris.
Just so we don't have a gap on the stage, that would be lovely. Yes. Oh yes, or we can all move up one. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul, for the introduction. Great that we're all here together now and we're all mic'd up. Wonderful. Well, I think from the previous conversation this morning, we've seen that tourism really is bouncing back, isn't it? The UNWTO says international tourism has bounced back to 96% of pre-pandemic levels, which is absolutely astonishing. And what we've heard about in recent years is the reset. We're resetting tourism. We're able to come from a better place, where we're able to have a second chance at getting tourism right in destinations. But what I want to say is what I've seen over the summer is the pendulum seems to have swung the other way in certain destinations in Europe and in some parts of Asia, like Bali, for instance, and in some parts of Japan. We've seen over-tourism. This is quite concerning in some destinations. So my first question to this esteemed panel is, what is your strategic plan and how are we going to get this right? So shall we start with you, Minister Bartlett? What is your strategic plan for investment in Jamaica?
Well, thank you very much, ITIC, for this, what is now becoming an annual investment conference in the margins of WTF.
Oh.
Obviously, my microphone.
Are we on?
Well, let me use this.
Yes.
I hope you won't get a. So I just wanted very quickly to say thanks to ITIC for this, what is now becoming an annual summit here in the margins of the WTM, and to indicate my own pleasure of seeing Dr. Talib here with us today and listening to him. To the point of what are the strategic initiatives with regards to where tourism is going, I want to begin on the global scene because I think that the recovery from COVID, which is what we're calling the PC era of recovery, has been quite disruptive. Indeed, it has been more disruptive than COVID itself in terms of supply chain disruptions in particular. And much of the productive energy of the world is still to come back to the 96% level that tourism itself is at. So what is happening is that tourism is suffering itself in growing at the rate that it should. We have issues with capacity for airlines, for example. The production of Boeing and Airbus is at a level now where we can't get planes. So what the demand that is being driven by this entrepause, so to speak, from the entrepause which we had during COVID, is not being met by the supply capacities. Then we have human capital disruptions too, where some 15 to 20% of our tourism workers did not come back, and they still haven't come back. Have gone into other areas, and the challenge is for a new labor market arrangement around tourism that will be far more responsive to the needs of our workers and to be more respective of our workers, because the hard cold facts are that tourism has not been good to its workers over the period. So the future then has to look at how do we develop investment around these needs that tourism will have. And the projection is that, yes, 1.3 billion people traveled the world last year, 2023. We're expecting 1.5 billion this year. So we would have exceeded the 1.4 billion of 2019. But the bigger projection is that within the next 10 to 15 years, 1.5 billion more tourists will be traversing planet Earth, which will bring a total to close to 3 billion tourists. Now, that's the challenge. Where are they coming from and where they be going? Are they be going back to the same places? You made the point about over-tourism. Will they be going to the same cities? Will this additional 1.5 be going to the same cities that they had been to in the past? Or Are there going to know new destinations that will emerge from with new demographics and, of course, new psychographic profiles? So investments will have to be in relation to that. People travel to fulfill their passions.
Yes.
What are these passions?
Yes.
You name it. So we have to build around these passion points, and investment have to be tapered in that area. Then we have to look at what type of policies and strategies destinations will now have to embrace in order to attract the investment. Earlier we started talking about ESG and so on, and of course, no doubt that discussion will continue. But we now have to look at how do we incentivize investment? How do we create the framework to facilitate investment? How do we make investment feel at home? In my university days, we used to say that investment goes where it's invited and stays where it is welcome. So we have to find the mechanism that will enable that invitation and for the investment to stay. And my take on the matter for the future is that our investment has to be in relation to the two key economic areas of tourism. One, the demand side. How do we build the facilities for tourism? The hotels, the airports, the airplanes, the ships for cruise and so on. That's the demand side. How do we then build on the supply side? The consumption pattern of the visitor, and how do we satisfy that? And I have a strong drive, particularly because I'm from a small island state with enormous vulnerabilities, but huge possibilities. And the potential for me to supply on the demand of tourism is equally very weak. So investment on my side for supplies is going to be what brings wealth, the real wealth, to my destination. And so we want to encourage agricultural development, investment in agriculture. 42% of the expenditure of a visitor is on food. So we must build out the gastronomy within the local destination. Secondly, we have to look at natural attractions, geophysical features, and creative output of the people from the areas. Build out those so that the destinations actually own the experiences that the visitor consumes. So in closing, our future for investment, certainly for Jamaica to begin with, and I want to suggest the world, is for us to look at how to create a set of incentives, a set of structures and system, legislative and regulatory arrangements that will be conducive to strong investment. And secondly, how do we channel investment into the supply side as well, so that the local destinations can be able to retain a larger portion of the tourism expenditure.
Thank you, Minister Bartlett. Some really, really valid points there that I'm sure our fellow panelists can expand on from their countries as well. But I'd just like to welcome Ms. Mariana Olewski, the chairperson of the State Agency for Tourism Development of Ukraine, who has joined us by Zoom link. So let's give Ms. Olewski a warm welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm keen to hear just initially about tourism in Ukraine. Obviously, it's domestic tourism at the moment. And what is your investment strategies going forward?
Good morning. Happy to be here again. Sadly online this time, but I'm sure next time we will try to make it live. It's a bit of complicated travel from and to Ukraine now, and yes, because of that, our tourism is mostly domestic. But I think that it shows the resilience of our industry, because sometimes you think the country is in war, there could be any tourism, but people do need to travel. People have a necessity to change their environment where they are, and they travel to the safer destinations. And of course, size of Ukraine is pretty big. We are the biggest country on European continent, and the western part of Ukraine is considered to be safe in Ukraine, and we don't have flights, so people cannot travel to their summer destinations at the seaside. And again, with the global warming, more and more they choose Carpathian Mountains as a place to travel. And because of this, the demand for local investment is growing. And again, for local travel, and we have a huge growth to up to 100% to the pre-war levels of taxes from the industry in those regions. And at the same time, we have huge amount of investment. And Ukraine as a state has provided a state support for investment projects with significant investments. And tourism industry is one of the eligible ones. So it's around, investment should be more than 12 million euro, creating 10 plus new jobs, up to 5 years of project implementation. And it includes construction and modernization of facilities. And in the hospitality industry, we have already 2 projects that have been launched in this program during the war. And I will tell a little bit more later in another part of the panel about projects. But in general, we also have challenges. And I think it's a challenge, except for, of course, the ongoing war in the eastern and southern part of Ukraine. Which also we have missile strikes, unfortunately, all around the country. And of course, it makes it a bit difficult for investors to plan, but still people believe in a victory and in the end of this war and keep investing. But the challenge is also another one is sustainability. So because we have one part of Ukraine that haven't been as popular before as it became now, question of sustainability, of not ruining the normal environment, ecological and cultural of the people who live there, is a challenge we need to think about. And we are now launching and trying to launch a lot of new programs for green certification, etc. And really make sure that all these investment will not influence in a bad way on the community's life.
Sustainability definitely is a key point that we will come back to, but I'm just going to go down the panel. So Rebecca Miano, can you tell me about the investments, the tourism investments that's happening in Kenya right now?
Thank you very much.
If we could just have a status update. Is that one? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be here. I was glad when the Kenya Airways marketing manager confirmed that they're having good business. I was not able to fly out of Nairobi using Kenya Airways because all the flights were full. British Airways was full. KLM was full. And because I could not confirm my travel in good time, the only airline I could find then available was Lufthansa through Frankfurt, and therefore that is good business. So in Kenya, there is recovery to pre-COVID numbers in terms of tourism, and government has put in a strategic plan first to continue increasing the tourist numbers, because for a long time, despite all the products that we have recognized that probably Kenya has been punching below its weight, and it is about time that we then just promote tourism. It is one of our enablers in the economy, creating jobs, economic empowerment, and especially to the young people. 70% of all the employees in the tourism sector in Kenya are basically below the age of 30 years. And therefore, it is a sector that can change lives and enable our young people to have a livelihood. Therefore, the government's strategy first is to develop the existing products and have new products. For a long time, Kenya as a destination has been known for safaris and the beaches, but we have a lot more that we can offer. We have agri-tourism, the best tea, big tea plantations, and showcasing your tea from the farm to the cup and to the table. Obviously, we are known as the home of champions when it comes to athletics, and therefore sports tourism can be another niche market, a rich culture with a total of over 42 distinct tribes and communities, each with a rich culture and history. We can then come up with products. And it has been established that the oldest remains of human beings were found in a place in Kenya called Turkana. And we can now position Kenya as the home of humankind and invite researchers, scientists to just immerse themselves in that, because an old Turkana boy, 1.6 million years old, the remains were found, and therefore the archaeological facts and the scientific possibilities can be found around that. Another emerging area is wellness and fitness tourism. Nairobi as a city is the only city in this world that has a World National Park that is expansive, that is also a carbon basin for the city. You do not need air conditioning in your room. You do not need to worry too much about the pollution. And while at it, you can see the most rare animals, the big five, within 10 minutes of your hotel room, and many, many more attractions that we can have: adventure, mountain climbing, hiking, and the list is endless. Government has intentionally put in place policy frameworks, legislative frameworks, and incentives for investors in the tourism sector. There is land available in our beaches at the coast, the white beaches. We are coming up with tourism special economic zones where you can have tax holidays, you can have tax exemptions, and even just government support. But finally, just working with communities. As we all know, Kenya has one of the biggest number of national parks. And in addition to some of them being managed by government, we have conservancies that have been put up and managed by communities, over 200 conservancies, where they then take advantage of conservation, and they have put up a very high-end ecotourism facilities. And those are also available in terms of public-private partnerships, and investors can then come in and invest in the conservancies in addition to the government facilities. And therefore, we are at that stage or at that juncture where it is the right time to attract investments and to attract tourism. In terms of sustainability, Kenya's electricity is upwards of 93% renewable and green, and we are also promoting green tourism. And for travelers who are interested in sustainability, who believe in sustainability, that's an attraction in itself. So thank you.
Yeah, sustainability and definitely is a theme here. Thank you. Vera Kantakule, can you tell me what's the status in Malawi in terms of tourism investment? It might be a very different picture to what's happening in Kenya.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for the invitation to come here. So in terms of investment in the tourism sector, I think for me, over and above everything that we're going to discuss here is the issue of political will for us to grow the tourism sector. And so I think as Africans, I've always argued, and I'm going to repeat it here, we are more similar than we want to admit. So the challenges that Kenya would be facing, the challenges that Zambia or Zimbabwe will be facing are the very same ones that Malawi would be facing. So we have narrow fiscal spaces, we are reeling in debt, and then we are not producing as much as we are importing and all of that. And that has been affecting our socioeconomic frameworks for a very long time. And so the government was looking at how do we get out of this mess that has been created by ourselves. And so they needed to look at sectors that would, push us to where we want to be. So as a country, we have a blueprint for development. It's called the Malawi 2063. So it's a 40-year development master plan. But under that, the government decided that we couldn't do everything. So we decided to isolate a few sectors that if we were to focus on those things, then we'll have enough money to build schools, to build hospitals, buy medication, train teachers, and do everything that we need to do. And agriculture, tourism, and mining was coming tops of that list. So we are following what the president calls the ATM strategy, agriculture, tourism, and mining, which makes tourism at the very, very center of Malawi's structural transformation. And that for me is a little bit exciting, but also puts us a little bit under pressure, as a sector. And so from the tourism perspective, we decided to say we cannot be developing our sector haphazardly. We just can't say, oh, okay, we want to grow the tourism, but we need to have a blueprint. So we developed a 20-year investment master plan. So we already have an investment master plan. It's 20 years, and it isolated over 103 projects across the country. But we isolated about 10 flagship projects that even if we were to implement 4 or 5 of them, we are going to change the landscape of the tourism sector in our country. And so we know that as a ministry, our responsibility is in twofold. Number 1, to do destination marketing. Number 2 is product development. Now, I can do destination marketing even in my sleep. I can sell my country even in my sleep, even on my deathbed. But then after I've invited the entire world to come to my country, what are they going to see? And that's where the product development comes in, and that's where the investment issue now comes in, to say, how do you develop the product? Everything that my sister from Kenya was talking about, we do have that. The big 5, the beaches. As a matter of fact, Lake Malawi has over 1,000 species of fish, the largest number of species of fish in any other water body in the world. We have over 600 species of birds, and about 100 of them are endemic to Malawi. They are only found in Malawi, and I know that there are a lot of investors or tourists that would just want to come to Malawi just to watch our birds or to just learn about our fish and all of that. But we haven't developed those products, and so that creates an opportunity for people to come and invest therein. And so we have a specific, so I like what Jamaica was saying in terms of now building the skills, the local skills, because we know that we have these natural endowments, but how do we turn them from being a liability to an asset that now you can use that as a bedrock for your economic growth? I think that's what has been lacking in Malawi, but also I think in a lot of countries around the world. And so for that, what we have done is that we have put up a policy framework, procedures, and institutions that are supporting us in terms of now attracting tourism investments in the country. And we have an institution, it's called the Malawi Investment Trade Center. It's a one-stop trade center for anything. So if an investor comes, when you want to talk about issues of land and issues of taxes and all of that, and any incentives that we have as a country, you go to one institution and you are going to be assisted within a period of 1 week. The other thing that we have done is that we already had about 40 or so countries that were coming into our country visa-free. And I want to declare here, I'm very excited about this. That makes my president a little bit progressive. He removed an additional 79 countries above the 40 ones that are coming into my country visa-free. Why did he do that? Because it is a little bit difficult for me. My sister, I was just thinking, and I'm like, I wish I had that. We don't have a lot of flights coming into our country. And I was also smiling when I learned that there are 5 flights from Dubai between Dubai and Zanzibar every single day. I don't have those direct flights. It's extremely difficult to get into my country. Beautiful as it is, it's difficult. We don't have a lot of direct flights. And that disenfranchises us from the entire market share as far as tourism is concerned. So the president said, we need to make it a little bit easier. For somebody, once they've made a decision to come to Malawi, let's make it a little bit easier. So 79 countries, off the charts, you're not paying visas when you come into our country. We want to make it a little bit easier. Now, once you come into the country, for whatever reason, that's when you're also going to see the investment opportunities, trade opportunities. And like she was saying, we have so much focused on maybe the lake or safaris for Africa. But now we are demystifying what tourism is all about. There's education tourism, there's agri-tourism. So we have one of our flagship game reserves, it's called Majete in the lower part of the country. It's very close to a massive big agriculture project where we have built tunnels and we are using that for irrigation for cane, for rice and maize and all of that. And it's 1 kilometer apart. So when somebody goes to Majete to see the big five, but they can also go and see those fields and then watch how those production is happening and everything. So we are merging and demystifying what tourism is all about and leveraging what we have to increase investments in the country. And then we have a number of policies that also we have created just so that we can encourage tourism. The other thing that we have done is the issue of land. Over and above issues of capital, labor, and all of that, then there's the issue of land. So what we have done as a government, or as a ministry specifically, we have already bought land so that on those flagship projects that I've talked about, when an investor comes, then the project is already ready. It's investor ready. And we have done feasibility studies for those projects. So when an investor comes, we are good to go in the next 3 weeks if they want. Why? It's because we know that it becomes a little bit difficult for a foreign person to come into the country to do investments on a piece of land when the land has not been acquired appropriately. So the government is taking out that hurdle from the investor to ensure that then they can have return on their investment, and also then there's ease of business. So the key issue there is, how do we make sure as a country to make it a little bit easier for people to come and do business with Malawi, especially when it comes to investments in tourism.
That's great. Wonderful to hear that so many incentives are in place already in Malawi. So I want to bring in Sibi Diabira from the IFC. Sibi, can you tell me about the macro view? You know, there's lots of investment in developing countries. You know, what is the IFC's focus going forward? Is it Africa?
No, thanks. I'm very happy to be here first, and honored to hear what all is happening also in the different markets that are all key markets for the IFC. I think maybe just in terms of, for the people who doesn't know, so IFC is the International Finance Corporation, so it's the private sector arm of the World Bank Group, and does invest into the private sector in all emerging countries and developing countries. So we have been investing in the tourism sector since 1967. That gave us quite a lot of track record and background in terms of where did we invest, what did we do, what did we good, what did we bad, and how we have to look into the whole tourism sector as a whole. And I think before talking about strategy, for us it was also very important to look at the key lesson learned. What did you learn from our different investments in the world, and especially when we talk about Africa, when we talk about Jamaica or Ukraine, those are also countries where we are highly invested in all different sectors, and obviously tourism is one of them. So we did have an approach of having also an holistic view, and I think that was mentioned earlier, of looking of what is the investment in tourism, into hotels. Mainly when IFC does invest on what we call tourism, we invest into hotels, into resorts, and both from local tourism, but also with international brand, because we strongly believe also that the international brand are bringing some also best practices that can help local investors. We saw also in the statistic that the investment that we do in the countries, 80% represent on SMEs, and 40% are also the job are also employ women. So we think that as a focus, as an internal finance institution, we looked quite a lot into the impact that the investments that we are doing. So in terms of, we were talking about strategy and looking about what we will continue to invest into tourism. We will continue to invest into hotels. Now we see also a trend of investment into platform hotels. We did one with Casada. So Casada did invest in Africa with Middle East investor, and they are also working with Accor as the group. And they invested into West Africa, South Africa, and the total projects was around 500 million. And as IFC, we did provide a long-term financing because we believe that hotel investment or tourism investment need long-term and patient financing. So as the global, let's say, international finance institution, our key goal also is to attract other capital, is to attract private capital. So I like when you mentioned also from the Malawi that you are designing, let's say, a one-stop shop for investors, because it's very important for the investors such as IFC, but others investors that are coming along us, to make sure that we can invest into, let's say, with the appropriate also all framework that is in place. And talking about also holistic view, and that was something that IFC did actually in Jamaica 2 years ago, was to invest or to also sign with the government of Jamaica on coastal road, because we need, as it was said, to bring people to those destinations, and to make sure that this happen. Institutions like IFC are also making all the efforts to look into the infrastructure, the business infrastructure. So we think that you need to have that view in terms of strategy. Our strategy has always been, very strong in terms of investing in those markets, and it will continue to do so. We look project after project, and we are also having a huge angle, of course, in terms of sustainability. We have the capacity, and we did develop in-house the capacity to certify our project in terms of edge building. We have clients that we have been working with for 40 years that now have an approach of being also zero carbon, and we are able to help them into that strategy. So for us, it's a gender, job creation, sustainability are the strategy for IFC. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. So we've seen sustainability really is key in this. Minister Bartlett, how important is sustainability in going forward? And obviously resilience is your big passion project, isn't it?
Right, so the two critical pillars on which the future is predicated is resilience, of course, and sustainability. That to be sustainable, you first have to be resilient. And resilience is critical against the background of the numerous disruptions that continue to plague tourism as we move forward. As a matter of fact, tourism is the most vulnerable of all the economic activities on planet Earth. But our resilience, our capacity to bounce back quickly and to grow fast is phenomenal, which is why tourism is now being preferred by so many countries as the driver of their economic recovery since COVID. So sustainability is understood in three key forms. One, environmental and sustainability, and that's about building what the product is, because the product for tourism is really the environment. And so to not build the environment is to not build the product, and therefore not to have tourism. So it's like a no-brainer. The second, of course, is economic sustainability. That's about the people. And the people are at the heart of tourism. There's no tourism without people. I borrow readily from Dr. Rifai, who says, and I quote, "I don't care a damn about tourism. I care about people." People is what makes tourism. And therefore, the development of the capacity of people to deliver more, to add value, to innovate, to be nimble, to be adaptive, to respond quickly and well in the face of disruptions in particular, it's vital to the future sustainability of not just the industry, but countries and the world. So the investment in human capital is at the heart of the sustainable development of our industry and economies. And thirdly, the question of how do we deal with governance? How do we make communities become alive and truly be responsive to the development activities that IFC and other wonderful finance institutions are providing? So the investment, therefore, for sustainability must be in one, climate management for the environment to ensure, for example, that the issues of Valencia that we cried about this morning are minimized in the future, that the issues that I have in Jamaica, right now we're in a tropical storm watch, and we've probably had about 15 named hurricanes and systems since the start of this season. Then to look at issues of how to deal with seismic issues. They happen, earthquakes and tsunamis and so on. And island states, such as ours, are particularly vulnerable to this. And therefore, investment must be then in building capacity to, one, foretell these difficulties. Secondly, to mitigate against them. Thirdly, to manage them when they come. Fourthly, to recover quickly. And then fifthly, thrive. So we built institutional arrangements to enable this. And in Jamaica, we established the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center with the good help of Dr. Rifai. Himself and I co-chair that entity. And we have satellite centers now in 6 countries. We started in Kenya, in Nairobi, at the Kenyatta University. And for the good news is that the Kenyatta Resilience Center will be getting an award, I think tomorrow night, for being the #1 resilience institution in the world. And I'd love to commend them and congratulate them. And we have in Amman, in Jordan, the Talib Rifai Resilience Center at the University of the Middle East. We have at Beaumont University, where Professor Buharis is. We have in Bulgaria at the Sofia University. We have, of course, in Canada at the George Brown University. And we have also now in Brazil. So we are looking at building more, and we want to do more in Africa, and we want to do more where the vulnerabilities are highest in the Indian Ocean and the Philippines. In Philippines in particular, we're looking at that. So the whole idea, therefore, is for us to build the capacity of our people to be able to manage better the future challenges that we will have. And so the world will be a better place, tourism will grow, wealth and prosperity will be ours if our human capital is at the highest level of productivity, because it is well-trained, highly professional, and properly managed.
I think that's a very valid point, to invest in the people and make sure they're educated. And this is why I think it's so exciting in Africa, because of this young population coming up through the tourism ranks. It's quite an exciting prospect. Can you explain a bit more about this in Kenya, for instance? How are you helping to empower these young people coming up through the tourism ranks?
So thank you very much. In Kenya, I think since 1975, there was established one of the best hospitality schools in Africa, Kenya Utalii College, that has been building capacity, training the young people, and ensuring that the region has the capacity that is required. And this is in partnership with some international schools based in Switzerland and other countries. But more interestingly is that now we are just about to commission a center of excellence, and that will specialize in bringing capacity for the cruise tourism. And just last week, I was in that school. It will be one of the best to serve not only Kenya, but the region. And therefore, if we are able to tap the young, innovative, and talented, energetic youth that we have in Africa, that will be a very big addition to the tourism sector. And the goodness with Africa, it's much easier to do the regional integration. We have the East Africa community, we have the COMESA, SADC, the communities in West Africa, and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And if we put synergies together, and if we promote unity and cooperation, then what one country has can be used by the other countries for capacity building. And that is, we are really proud of the progress that we have made, not only as a country, but as a region in terms of capacity building.
I think that's right. There seems to be a lot more collaboration. Would you agree, Vera, in Malawi as well? Are you able to leverage off other African countries doing well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, as you're speaking, the issue of learning across and learning within Africa, that's what is important. Because like I said, we are more similar than we want to admit. So the skills that Kenya would require within the sector would be the same ones that I would require within Malawi. So for example, ourselves, we have the Malawi Institute of Tourism, we have a whole university that has a faculty of hospitality. At the moment, it's called Mzuzu University. And they're training people at master's or degree level, and for me, that's really critical. But for me, in terms of leveraging on that, we are facing a challenge in that there is need for us to review the whole political economy of tourism management in Africa. We need to raise the profile of tourism or the hospitality sector. At the moment, we still are grappling with the fact that if a young person is telling the parents to say, I want to go and study hospitality, the parents are going to say, what? You want to go and be a waiter, something like that. So we have relegated the hospitality sector, but all of us have been served by somebody within the sector. And we complain. When we go into hotels and we have a very poor service, we are complaining. That is a lack of skills. And that's why I like my brother there when he's talking about the skills development. It's a huge component of tourism development, not only in Africa, but in the entire world. Because even when we come here, it doesn't mean that the skills development is only a problem in Africa. Even when we come here, we find poor service. Yesterday I was complaining at the reception. I said, excuse me, why wasn't my room fixed? And they told me, because you didn't say. I'm like, isn't that supposed to be automatic? You fix my room. So we have a skill issue, because at the end of the day, we're not selling beds. We're not selling breakfast. We are selling a service. And to sell a service, you need specific skills to do that. We were in Zambia for the CAF meeting for the UNWTO 2 months ago. And we witnessed the launch of a center of excellence in Zambia and the other one in Zimbabwe. We just crossed the Vic Falls. We went into Zimbabwe to do the same thing. And one of the things that came out very strongly was that even that mixologist is a skill. Mm-hmm. But we look down upon those people. And in my country, they even look down upon the girls that work within the sector. They feel like they are prostitutes. And that's why parents don't want to release their kids to go and work in the hospitality sector. And so what is happening now, it's affecting quality. It's affecting quality, it's affecting service, it's affecting the money that is coming into the sector. So we need to do something about it. But there's something that I wanted to add on regarding sustainability and the issue of community involvement. From our perspective, even when we look at conservation in our protected areas, the game parks and all of that, the first line of defense is the community. Mm. And so it is an anomaly that we must correct as African nations, that we have people that are living very close to our national parks or protected areas that will not benefit from that.
that national park. What is it that they would be looking at to say, without this national park, without that elephant in that park, my child shouldn't have gone to school, my child shouldn't have found that medication in that hospital. So they are your first line of defense, which means, therefore, there is something that must go to them, because the people that are managing those parks, they are making money. And so we need to find an ecosystem that incorporates them, because they are the first line of defense. But we don't want to look at it from that perspective. So there's a lot of poverty around these parks, and then they go into the park to cut down trees, to kill the animals, because they're saying, you're making money and we are disenfranchised here. So we need to ensure that when you're talking about resilience, sustainability, the communities are at the center of all of that. Last year's theme for UNWTO for World Tourism Day, I like it so much. It was people, planet, and prosperity. So you cannot talk about prosperity without talking about the people. You cannot talk about the people without talking about the planet. You harm one, you harm everything. So we need to ensure that whatever investments that are coming within Africa or around the world, as far as tourism is concerned, must take care of the planet and the people all the time. That's what I wanted to add on. Thank you very much.
Yes, very valid points. I just want to bring in Mariana Olewski from the Ukraine. How important at the moment, I know that there's a lot of disruption going on in your country, but how important are people and the planet in the Ukraine at the moment? Is this a priority, or has this taken a bit of a back seat?
Of course, it's a big priority, and first of all, because every day the huge destruction to all the nature is done in Ukraine. We have tons of national parks that are being destroyed by Russian missile strikes, and of course we understand that some of the areas will not be possible to have as tourism attractions because of mining and the huge problem of demining of big amounts of territories is a challenge we understand that we'll be facing as I think the whole world we are facing and we will be facing the next years. And of course, as I said at the beginning, at the same time we have a lot of tourism flows going to the region of Carpathian Mountains. We also understand that water supply, all facilities, green energy, these are not just worth, but it's something that we need to provide for these areas. And again, as we have a lot of strikes on our electricity facility, generators are being used in many places to provide electricity in hotels, in hospitality industry. It also makes a big damage and pollution to the air. And sometimes, you know, it's very difficult. We have a lot of, unfortunately, wars going on in the world. And I think it's our industry is the industry of peace. And it's important to also bring this topic on every conference, because if we all will be able to assure peace in the world, that will make our talks much, much easier. And of course, we talk about the less pollutions, less like carbon pollutions, but because of all these wars going on, and I think these pollutions are much worse. And this topic, and the wars influence, of course, tourism. All type of natural disasters, like we had COVID and other things, and our industry is the first to suffer. So I think that the topic of peace, and I'm really grateful to all the colleagues I know here being and organizers to bring this topic of peace and tourism in many, many events. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to bring in Sibi Diabira in, because peace and sustainability, also investing in people, is this something the IFC is putting weight towards? You mentioned there's, of course, a lot of investment going into hotels, but what about the education as well? How important is that?
Yeah, of course, I mean, that's, and I fully acknowledge, I think, what the Minister was just saying in terms of peace. I think I'm just out from the annual meetings in Washington, and where there is also a gathering of all the different board members and states that are also around the world. And I think there was more than 100 different type of delegation, and we had more than 60 meetings around the week. And the first word that come out of this is that how do we support more our people in terms of both education, how do we create more jobs for all these youth coming, and as a whole, as a collective work, I think from the public and the private sector, how do we do that? I think from an IFC perspective, and this has always been the case in terms of we are still investing into vocational training, we invest into universities, but more than that, we need also to work and to discuss also at the from a World Bank Group level, I think, because we are part of the World Bank Group, and the World Bank Group is working very closely with the state to look into the education framework, to look into how the primary, the secondary sector is working, and how with the later stage the IFC can come in at the university level or maybe at the vocational training level, how do we can promote the different jobs that exist and the valuable jobs that exist into the tourism industry. And more than that, I think this will also create an environment of peace for everyone. So we do believe that our job will not be complete until everybody will be, and the youth especially, will be able to work properly and have a good job to sustain their family, to sustain, and being able to live in what we call a livable planet is also first to be able to have the access to the basic thing. I mean, the access to water, access to food, access to education. Those are the basic needs that everybody needs. So when we talk about green building, of course, this is part of what we have to do, but more than that, we have to look at the overall strategy and the world that we are living in. So that's what we do here.
Thank you. I think Minister Bartlett wanted to mention a little bit more about the education side of things.
Thank you. I think, firstly, to my sister's point from Malawi, the big issue of professionalizing the tourism industry is at the heart of the essence of human capital development. And we are seen as casual workers, by and large. And the economies that are seeking to drive value added look less on us because they say that we're low-income drivers, and therefore the possibilities for serious economic growth is not with tourism, which really is not true, because they're defining us primarily in terms of the workers of the hotels in particular. And they're not seeing tourism in the broad sense that we are really a confluence of so many moving parts, all of which have strong economic outcomes at the end. And without them, the economies can't go. So they don't see that tourism is in fact an outcome of a whole myriad of economic activities. But back to the whole business of changing the labor market arrangements in tourism. The only way we could do that is by training, certifying the workers. Jamaica developed the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation, which is a pathway certification facility that actually goes into the hotels and the tourism space and find competent workers who are not certified and certify them. And we link with the American Hotel and Lodging Education Institute and the American Culinary Foundation and a number of others, and they get these designations. So what we have done is to create the possibility now, for one, certifying the workers, their competence. Secondly, to be able to classify the workers based on these skill sets and areas that they have. And thirdly, to be able to remunerate according to classification. And this enables mobility within the workspace. We then went into the high schools and we established an associate degree program for hospitality and customer service at the high school level. So we are graduating students from high schools for entry level in tourism with qualification. And so that will remove the element of casual workers' status and begin to put a level now of professionalization so that the workers within the industry can have mobility, but also portability. Because they can move from their space in Jamaica to anywhere else as professionals. Not as cooks now, but as sous chefs. Not as bartenders, but as certified hospitality service providers. And this is a whole way in which that respect that you spoke about for the tourism worker. Now the parents will begin to say, yes, you can become a tourism worker because you have the potential and possibility to be general managers and chief executive officers within that space. I wanted to say that because I think at the heart of the discussions that I started about human capital development is the business of professionalizing industry so that the workers can have a better place. In closing that loop for us in Jamaica, we deal also with the issue of housing for workers and also for health services for workers. And finally, we establish the first and perhaps only comprehensive workers' pension plan for every category of worker within the tourism industry. Not hotels alone, but if 30% of your income is derived from touristic activity, you qualify. The government of Jamaica put $1 billion Jamaican dollars to seed the fund. And by legislation, we established a fund that enables every single worker to be able to join. In 2 years, 10,000 workers are now members, and they have saved 3.5 billion Jamaican dollars. That's providing a social safety net for the workers. That, in my mind, closes the loop. You train them, you certify them, you remunerate according to classification, and then you provide social security at the end of their work.
That's a great model for a lot of these nations sitting here for us. And I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Minister Bartlett. Human capital is the real investment that we've got to start with. That's the main building blocks, is what I've taken away from today. I'm sorry we've run out of time for this panel, because we could be talking for another hour, I think. Such interesting topics and such amazing countries and where they're at different stages of their tourism journey. But a few announcements and awards, and we would like to honour Minister Bartlett for his visionary leadership and dedication in strengthening...
Really?
Yes. Strengthening global tourism resilience alongside your passionate advocacy for the flourishing tourism in Jamaica. Thank you, Minister Bartlett.
Oh, yeah. Please.
Thank you, Carmen. I think I'd also like...
Unbelievable this is. You deserve it. Really, I'm speechless. You deserve it. I'm really speechless.
Minister Bartlett, our award is very modest compared to the honour that you were given the Order of Jamaica last month by the President of Jamaica.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, and thank you
very much
for all your support.
And we're also honouring our beloved Dr. Talib Rifai for his unwavering dedication and steadfast support in advancing global tourism, focused on education, resilient investment, sustainability, and world peace. Thank you so much, Dr. Talib Rifai.
I have a special gift also for Professor Rifai. For my since I've really been in this business and some 40 years of public service. So I've done coffee tabletop, more of a pictorial of a journey. It's called The Journey to Service the Man. And I also have three books, one of which Professor Rufai did the forward to, which is Thought Leadership in Sustainability and Resilience in Tourism. And so I want to make this presentation to you.
Yeah. We've still got.
Yeah, we got the cooperation agreement. Are you going to do that? Or
So
shall I?
now
You can
I
do that.
autograph.
Do you want to do it?
I'll do it.
Live.
Yeah. I think you do it now.
But you can stand here with me if you like.
So I autograph it to my mentor. To my mentor, Dr. Khalid, bless you. This is really a little bit of my vanity over there.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Talib Rafai. And we have one final announcement of a special cooperation between the Ukraine Department, between the State Agency for Tourism Development of the Ukraine and the ITIC for their special bond and agreement going forward.
And maybe Mariana would like to say a few words.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
So thank you very much, Ibrahim, Dr. Talib Rifai, for your support, and we are looking forward for our cooperation and for this first possibility for us to talk about investment in Ukrainian hospitality. I'm sure that soon we will be able to talk more precisely, but now I think is a proper time for international investors to take a look on possibilities in investing in Ukraine. And now is probably the best time to start planning. And it's our honor to start this cooperation, and we are looking forward to welcome you in Ukraine very soon on our tourism summit, where we can sign the MOU officially and I'm sure have a very, very successful projects together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariana. Thank you, Mariana. We are looking forward for this cooperation, especially for ITIC and Ukraine government to work hand in hand together, and in order for us to facilitate and structure investment into the Ukrainian tourism industry. And we look forward, certainly by end of November, like we said, so that we will have this MOU signed between the two organizations. Thank you so much. And peace for Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I think we are breaking for networking break.
Yes, networking break. Oh.
Please forgive me, because we're breaking, and before you break, I neglected to say on the panel that on the resilience side, we were able to convince the United Nations to establish February 17th every year as Global Tourism Resilience Day. And we had 94 countries signing off on it even before I finished the presentation to the UN. And so we had our first observation in 2023. The second was last year. And the third will be February 15th to 17th in Montego Bay, Jamaica. And I'm inviting every one of you to share in the occasion. And if you can't come, we are going to be, in fact, the UN Tourism has embraced the day and will be partnering with us in this celebration in the, next year. And we're hoping to move the activities around the world, different countries, different year. I had discussion with Japan already as a possibility for 2026, and then we can move on to other countries all over the world. This is part of mainstreaming tourism and to ensuring that tourism resilience is recognized as an important part of the development for the future. We want to look at the establishment of a resilience fund as well to assist the vulnerable but weakly resourced tourism-dependent countries, particularly those that are island states that have serious problems with mega events, weather events in particular, on a regular basis, seismic events, as happened with the Philippines and other countries in the Pacific and so on. So we think that tourism, separate and apart from being the agent for peace, also has a responsibility for climate management in particular. And I believe that every tourist can contribute based on his consumption pattern on his visit to destination, leaving behind a little tip that will enable a large sum to accumulate over time to deal with resilience issues. But we'll talk more about that later on today.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us while we had that little extra session. We are running a little bit late with our program, but it's now time for the networking break, which will be in the St. James's room. No, sorry, the Westminster room, which is out of the door here and round to the left. Our student help assistants from Bournemouth University will help direct you. We have scheduled 20 minutes for this break, but if you can try and come back in within the next 10 minutes, that would be very much appreciated. And you can bring your coffee and cake with you, or your biscuits at the same time. And when we return, as soon as possible, we'll be showcasing the development plans for the Lux Collective, and we'll be having a presentation from Oliviero Cassini, who is the Chief Development Officer for Lux Collection. So that's going to be a very interesting session, so I invite you now for coffee, tea, whatever you wish to drink, and we see you back here in 10 minutes or so. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the slight delay. We were waiting for as many as possible to come back in, but there's still one or two doing some interviews. Anyway, it's now my great pleasure to introduce Oliviero Cassini, the Chief Development Officer of the Lux Collection, and he's going to showcase the development plans of Lux, the Lux Collective. Oliviero.
Hello, everyone. I hope everybody is caffeined up and ready to engage in this presentation. So it's I'm honored to be here with such an esteemed group of individuals and Dr. Rifai. So I'll be presenting the Lux Collective, our brands, where we are, where we're going, and what makes us different. So a little bit about, so this is what I'll be discussing. We have 10 minutes. I'll try to fly through the slides as quickly as possible. Where we came from, where we are currently, and where we're planning to be. Our brands, why the Lux Collective, how we're different, and what we do. So essentially, the company started in 1987. It was called Nayad Resorts. We went through a whole rebranding back in 2011. We created Lux Group and expanded through owner-operators. So we are owner and operators of our hotels. And then we split the property company and the hotel company in 2018. And the Lux Collective is the OpCo, the operating company that operates for the 4 brands. So as you can see, there's been an evolution in our properties from the Indian Ocean to Asia. We moved the headquarters to Singapore. And expanded in China in particular. And now the strategy is to refocus on Africa in particular, Middle East and Southern Europe. So at the moment we have 19 properties, almost 1,700 keys spread across mainly the Indian Ocean, but also many properties in China and coming up in Vietnam. And possibly in the Maldives. We have 4 brands, Lux, Thammasat, Salt, and Socio. This is a snapshot of the 4 brands plus the sub-brand of Lux, which we call the Lux Journeys. So Lux Resorts operates between 50 to 200 keys. We are in luxury or up-and-coming luxury destinations. Lux Journeys is a sub-brand of the Lux brand that focuses on what we call the journeys or the safari camps. They're usually boutique resorts of less than 50 keys. And we are very much, generally as a group, an experiential hotel operator. So it's all about the experiences. It's all about creating those memories that last. Thammasat is our all-inclusive 4-star beach resort brand. We have an eco-conscious lifestyle brand called Salt, which is a super exciting brand that is very successful in particular in Mauritius. And that's typically around 150 keys or less. And finally, Socio is an upper upscale premium lifestyle brand that will be launching soon in Mauritius and in Kenya. So I'll just go through some of the pictures of our properties. I'll try to go quickly as we have a lot of slides in this. So what has been interesting so far and what I've listened to in this conference is this focus on people, doing things with integrity and passion, and that really characterizes the Lux Collective and how we like to operate. We are very people-centric. We engage with our communities. We are arguably one of the most active operators in the ESG space. We've been doing ESG reporting for many years, and it's something that our stakeholders very much appreciate from us. And we are creative, right? So all our properties are different, and you will see throughout the slides that I'll be showcasing how we engage with our designers, and we have a few here present in the room, and how we like to create experiences, through F&B, through the wellness, through just small touches, whether it can be, a specific drinks or a specific curated experiences. Just going through some of the images of our properties. This is on the top right, a tree house movie projector that we create for specific requirements. Our property in the Maldives, one of our newest properties in China, which is really immersed in the nature. So every property really looks at the locality and tries to blend with the nature, blend with the environment, and blend with the people in those locations. So Lux Journeys are boutique properties, like I mentioned, less than 50 keys. What we're doing with this brand is in particular in Africa, is creating a circuit of properties, whether it's in Rwanda or Kenya or Botswana and Namibia and Victoria Falls, where we're actively pursuing some deals. The idea is to create a circuit of experiences for guests to experience different things. So if it's in Rwanda, you can see the lake, the Big Five in the Akagera Park or in the Gorilla Park. So throughout a 10-day stay, you can experience with 3 properties. Tamasa is our all-inclusive 4-star property. And then we have Salt. Salt is all about the eco-conscious traveler experiencing the locality. It's not quite about the hardware, it's more about the software, about the experiences, about engaging with the local community. So yeah, this is what I've been saying. So the Salt guest journey, there's no TV, no mini bar. It's very simple rooms, but done in a special way. So you get there and you have so many different activities that you can do that are offered. You engage with the other guests, so it's about meeting like-minded people, savoring the local cuisines. Salt is all over the media. It's been having so much attention from the media since it's the opening. Socio is our upper upscale urban brand, so we are looking at various opportunities in African cities, but also in Europe. Just more pictures of the Socio brand. And now this is the important part of the presentation, why the Lux Collective, what makes us different. So we are an award-winning operator. We like to believe we're a trendsetter in the hospitality industry. We come from the owner-operator mindset, so we've been developers and owners of properties. We understand investment returns. We have an international audience, and so on and so forth. We'll go through all these points quickly. So the Forbes Travel Guide has awarded us 5-star rating for the Lux Me Spa as well. We're very active in the food and beverage space, so we create everything is homegrown. We have 4 of the top 10 restaurants in Mauritius. In terms of performance, vis-a-vis our comp set, we are the top performers in the markets that we operate, in particular in Mauritius. And when you measure, for example, revenue per available room. Salto Palmar has been voted #1 in Mauritius on TripAdvisor by Traveler Ratings. And so as the Tamasa has been ranked #1 as all-inclusive resort brand in Mauritius. This is about the owner-operator mindset. So we look at a lot of conversion projects. So this is in particular for people that investors here or hotel owners that have hotels that are maybe underperforming that would require an uplift. So you can see on the bottom graph the returns that our owners have made since converting them with the Lux Collective, and some of the pictures of the before and after. So source markets, so about 2/3 of our guests come from UK, France, and Germany. So we have a very strong European kind of feeder market, but that's kind of evolving and growing across different markets. Sorry, you can't see the map on the right is for some reason. A big important thing about the Lux Collective is that our guests are young, are significantly younger than many of our competitors. So we tend to attract families, young couples, and that's also growing in particular in some of the properties in Mauritius. So we have quite a lengthy average length of stay is about on average over 5 days, considering the markets we're in. That is not a surprise. We drive business through tour operators, OTAs, but also direct online and offline bookings, and that's forecasted to grow even more significantly over the coming years. So we have a very international group of executives in the company. So we have French, Indian, Mauritian-based, Italian like myself, Singaporean, French, Japanese, German. We have a real international mix of a team. So we have a large distribution, in particular in feeder markets, such as, for example, here, the UK, France, Germany, but also further abound in Russia, China, Singapore, and South Africa. So sustainability is a big discussion point in this conference, and it's really something that we take very, very seriously. I just put a couple of slides on what we do on this front, and it's something that we can expand on maybe in the upcoming kind of panels will be discussed further. But these are just some of the examples of things that we do in the ESG space, where we engage with our guests in the initiatives that we present. And it's becoming more and more kind of part of the Lux experience. For example, we have a marine biologist in the Maldives that engages with our guests and teaches them. It's about also learning about the environment and how to protect it. So in terms of services, we offer traditional operator services. We like to get involved from the outset in site reviews, master planning, concept development. And then we take that throughout the whole evolution of a hotel project, whether that includes food and beverage design or spa design. We then engage with our sales and marketing team to brand the properties and activate it through our partners and third-party stakeholders, all the way up to property operations and management. So I thought I was trying to be as quick as possible. In terms of future development plans, I mentioned a few during the presentation. We are really looking at pursuing opportunities, in particular in Africa. We're looking at opportunities in Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Kenya, which is a big focus for us, Tanzania, Rwanda, and we're soon about to sign a few deals in Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. So if you have any questions or... Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Oliviero. It's great to hear about the developments of Lux, and it's exciting things ahead and in existence, of course. We're now moving to our next session, which is a discussion on investing in green construction for serviced apartments and hotels. And and the yield a good return, or is it a good return on investments? And we welcome back as our moderator Rajan Datar. Rajan, if you'd like to come onto the stage. And we also welcome Olivier Chavet, the CEO of Lux Collection, back to the stage. Mr. Ken Osei, the Principal Investment Officer of the IFC, to come onto the stage, please, behind me. He's all mic'd up. And last but by no means least, Professor Dimitris Bouhalis, Director of the International Centre for Tourism and Hospitality Research at Bournemouth University. Gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. Right. So, I think we start with this. Let's just deal with this question. Why would investing in green construction for service departments and hotels yield a good return on investment? Because in the old days, I'm not sure if that was the general attitude. That people thought it would be expensive and it would be unprofitable and all these things. But the paradigm has changed, the climate has changed, and the attitudes have changed. So I'm going to ask each of you what your view on this. We actually have a hotelier, an investment expert, and an academic here. So between the three of you, you should be able to solve this one. Let's get the hotelier's perspective. Why does it work?
It's a good topic. My very first exposure to sustainability was back in around 2000. I was working with the board of Hermes and with the CEO, Patrick Thomas. And we were working on a project in Qatar, educational city, with an iconic architect called Renzo Piano. For those who know well architecture, Renzo Piano is one of the top 3 in the history of architecture. And we flew to Qatar, and the goal was to build a hotel 100% sustainable. And I was looking at the project with big eyes, and how can you do 100% sustainable in Qatar, educational city? And the goal was every kilowatt used, the property would generate the same level. So we started to work with Renzo Piano on a modular roof, and depending on the sun and depending on the wind. And nowadays, I understand better the why behind this project. His Highness was surrounded by visionary people, and they understood very early that sustainable would be key for the next couple of decades. So just your question is why? Anyway, when you go to financing and to rank and grade a project, you have a huge part of sustainability to fill up, okay? And I would not say that your interest rate and the financing itself depend on this part, but it does, it's part of the process. So it's today, it's a norm, which is great. It became a norm, okay? And then longer term, not optimizing the technology in sustainability would be a professional mistake. Just give an example, ignoring nanotechnology for the windows of a property, where depending on the sun and you have a different level of shades, and so economy inside of air conditioning and all of this. Ignoring how far we can go in the technology today would be such a huge mistake. It would shorten the lifespan of your project anyway.
Right. Which is crucial, yeah. So that it makes sense to do it, basically what we're talking. And also, and we'll come back to this, Ken, in the sense of investment decisions now are very much predicated on making sure that all the ESG criteria are met. You'll be penalised if you don't do it.
And last point, the beauty of regulations across the world is if you can't fulfill your sustainable needs for your own project, you can compensate elsewhere, like have some solar panels in a small island remote to compensate what you can't achieve on your current project, which is nice to have otherwise.
Yeah. So, Dimitris, tell me, from your perspective, from the academic perspective, How have you seen this sea change, in a sense, going from where it was a slight burden, if you like, to today where actually it is more profitable?
I think it's quite critical to see with the energy prices how much it costs operationally. In the Mediterranean hotel, it costs about 10 euros per day for air conditioning for one room. So obviously your profit margin is being eaten by energy consumption. And unless you have actually done the design and the development sustainably, you'll spend a lot of money operating the hotels and spending a lot of money on this. But there are two issues here. One is when you're building something new versus when you're converting something that has been built 20 years ago. And that is where I think you'll find much more expensive to convert an old property where you need to do a whole range of new infrastructure. From the investment point of view, that is becoming more complicated. But also I'd like to bring the agenda around a little bit, because if you've got a sustainable hotel and a green hotel that is observing all the ECG and all the rest of it, you are then motivating a lot of the young people to work with you, because they would like to be part of the new generation, especially my students. They are really, really keen to work with operators that are ethical, they're environmentally friendly, they're doing good to their communities, they're engaging with all the different people, and they're preserving the environment in a regenerative way, not only to reduce what I'm costing to the environment and to my community, but doing it in a regenerative way that I'm supporting the communities, I'm supporting the environment to improve things. And I think that's another huge benefit, is attracting and retaining the right talent that is part of the tourism development and it's part of the contribution to society and communities.
We'll come back to some of that as well, and I think also in terms of consumers, guests have also the same similar attitudes. And
exactly.
Hold on,
go on.
I liked what Dimitrios said about the 10 euro per night in air conditioning. We are still at the edge of stone in our industry, you know that. Why do we charge the same price for someone checking in at 2 in the afternoon, checking out midday the day after, versus a guy checking in at 9 p.m., checking out at 6 a.m. in the morning? It's the same price.
Yeah.
One day our industry will start to yield cost versus yielding price.
Yeah.
Just
how close are we to that? How much energy you use, how much whatever you use, all comes into the actual end price that you pay.
Yeah, yeah. We are all top line driven, rate driven, RevPAR driven, and not cost per stay driven in our marketing and the way we operate. Today, you rent a car, most of the car rental company, if you keep your car 1 day and 2 hours, they charge you 1 day and 2 hours. In our business, we would charge 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's very annoying from a customer's point of view, I've got to say, sometimes. Okay, Ken, tell me, how have you seen things change so that we are in a situation now where it is profitable to have a green construction and running of your hotel?
So I think, first of all, we've got to change the narrative around the question itself, right? So this one aspect is around compliance. In other words, you're doing it because of ESG.
Yep.
There's a different paradigm that we have to think about, right? Which is around, there's a report which is available, produced by IFC 2023, available online, about building green. Roughly 40% of greenhouse gas emissions are actually attributable to the built environment, which is surprising.
Yeah.
Because we often think of factories as but the reason why is because the built environment includes steel, concrete, cement, which are big parts of the polluting environment. So as you think about new builds, as Professor was saying, the cost of the building, a lot of the building itself, is attributable to things that contribute to greenhouse gases. So if in the design stage of a new building, one can conceptualize the choice of building materials that are light on the climate, the choice of the design, the positioning of building, so it takes advantage of sunlight, you actually end up reducing the actual cost of the infrastructure itself. Then the other component has to do with the operations. So the use of boilers, chillers, air conditioning, all of the things that keep buildings comfortable also add to the cost of operations. So actually building green and sustainably, when you build it into the actual operating costs, the construction costs, does not necessarily add to the cost of the building, because in the long run, you're actually reducing the cost of the investment, both at the outset and during its operating life. The other aspects of, I mean, that's the E part. And the social part, the S part of ESG, is even how you actually service the hospitality project. So if you involve the community in provision of food and beverage, so you're sourcing locally, produce, etc., you may actually also benefit your cost structure rather than importing everything, distributing it. So we have a lot of projects around the world where produce is imported. And all of that's adding to the cost base. So you have to have a high cost base in order to make money. So in essence, if you think about it differently, having a product that is lower cost usually also includes climate friendly, environmentally sustainable. The last part I'd like to touch on is finance itself is changing. There's now debt you can actually get, which as IFC, we're very involved with, sustainability linked loans. So if your pricing of your project can benefit if you actually have aspects of the project that are climate and sustainable. Green bonds, I mean, so there's a new set of instruments that are actually benefiting climate smart hotels, which then make it more profitable as an investment.
Yeah, I want to come back to, go on, Dimitri.
I just want to bring two things into the discussion. There's a good friend called Carlos who is now running the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Doha. So I work in a hotel, I manage the property where he was the head chef. And what he did is he took a garden and he created all his nice, beautiful things that he was cooking with. He was basil, he was all the different things that he was cooking. And what he did every 3 o'clock every afternoon, he was taking the guests around to actually smell the ingredients and look into his garden. So what a beautiful thing. Instead of buying in plastic packs basil coming from Holland or wherever, he had created his own garden. He was using it for cooking. He was creating an experience for the customer, and all that ecologically, economically, and everything else all together. So that's one thing. The other thing that I'd like to add to the agenda is we need to increase the brief a little bit to bring accessibility as well in this. Mm-hmm. Because accessibility, again, very, very similar to what you were saying. With accessibility, you may have an initial investment of slightly more, but actually being inclusive and being able to attract people with different abilities and disabilities and engaging, and also having an operating hotel that is, doesn't have steps, doesn't have any thresholds, housekeeping can go through, cleaning robots can go through increasingly, because unless you have got that, robots cannot go through. It's return on investment so much better in the longer term.
Thank you. I mean, just in terms of, let's approach looking at a new hotel. In terms of construction, building materials, where are you getting them from? Where are you sourcing them from? Are they coming from all the way overseas? How much are you working with the local environment?
Well, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. There are some materials, depending on where you build, has to come from abroad. And then you have the so-called the Chinese impact, where you bring some materials from China, either some OSNE, some FFNE, or even some construction material. You can't go around this. I mean, you can have the best intent on earth, but if you build in some countries, in remote countries or island, for example, we have a property in Maldives. We're doing a renovation right now. I mean, it's not only coming overseas, obviously, but overseas from far. So it would not be fair to say it has to be local. No, it doesn't fly. It's the way you build, and it's the way you design. It's the way you conceptualize your project that you can keep in mind the sustainability side of the project.
And the other point which was raised was local sourcing. how much are you getting food, everything else from the local community?
A lot, much more than you think. A lot. Yes, for sure. And you help the local market and the local production, for sure. Yeah.
Yep.
And not only for some quality reason or for some ESG reason, it's as well for some cost reason. As my friend just said, the cost part is critical, and not having to ship or to use air freight for supplies is key.
Yep.
Just to add to that, I mean, most of us, you know, if you stay in a hotel, you have a fruit display.
Yeah.
Right? Well, if the fruit is from local,
Yep.
it's more likely to be fresh.
Yep.
Refrigeration costs go down. So there's some very practical aspects of local sourcing, which is not simply, I mean, yeah, if you ship your papaya halfway around the world in order to serve it, the odds are the guests are not getting the best experience, right? On the built environment, and so, I mean, we have a couple of examples. There was a hotel built, not a plug for the hotels, it's called Royal St. Chi Resorts, right? Designed by a couple of Zimbabwean architects who had done Pamushanu. And they actually went to the country and said, well, can't we get gum tree poles local? It would be quite easy just simply to import them. But then they actually went around the country and said, well, this kind of timber is available locally. So in the long run, what it did is added to the aesthetics of the building. It might not necessarily have been the cheapest if you looked at it purely in terms of concrete or whatever. But over the life cycle of the project, you can probably also design, and this may not apply to city hotels or whatever, but especially as you look at resort hotels,
Yeah.
there might be opportunities to have a lighter design that is actually using less of the traditional steel concrete in the same quantities, and that may also improve the cost of the project.
And that's an interesting point because you've got a variety of different sorts of hotels, right? So the ones that are the most amenable to this way of working, Olivier, which ones are those for you in the Lux Collective?
The one who are less what?
The ones that are most easily converted into a greener way of building and operating.
So out of Mauritius, I would say the one we're building in Vietnam right now. It's a floating hotel built with prefab rooms. We build an average of 4 rooms per 2 weeks. So let's say two rooms per week. So this one is very sustainable. You know, instead of building on the earth, we build on the GT, and the prefab are made on ships miles away from the coast. So this one is a state of the art, I would say.
Yeah,
for sure.
And technology is surely going to make this easier. Chemistry, even the way that building materials are built together. I mean, do you have any? Can you see where that's going? Any of you? Can you give me some?
I just mentioned nanotechnology. I think those who are using it the most is Apple with Apple Store and some clinic and hospitals around the world. So those are anti-cyclonic windows with some nanotechnology inside. So either with your app or with connection to the satellite, depending on the position of the sun, the tinting of your glass changes from 10% to 90%. So if you're facing west, for example, and after 5 p.m. sunsets, all of a sudden your windows are darker, so with much less need of air conditioning. So this technology is used more and more in hospitality now. It's new, was presented in Saudi to hospitality maybe 7 years ago, and it's coming. I see it more and more often. That's just an example.
There are a lot of technological solutions that will come in, and artificial intelligence is going to be very interesting in this because we will constantly monitor different places and understand what is the situation. And we'll understand when people are using facilities and when people do not use facilities. And I think what the customers will say is that can I control my room from my mobile, from an application? Can I control the temperature? Because what happens is that often people leave their condition running all day so they can have a cool room when they come back. But in fact, they don't need this. They just need to start their conditioning 20 minutes before they arrive. can I deal with the lights at different times? And a lot of the things that we really need to look at is the process, the operating process the hotels have got. How many hotels do I go where they leave, the housekeeping is doing the room, and then they leave the air conditioning running and they leave the lights running because they've been told that that will improve my experience. Equally, how many hotels do I go that the minute I get out the card, everything dies? So I cannot charge my mobile phone, I cannot charge my computer and things like that. So what's happening is that we don't have a smart operating procedures in many of the hotels.
Yeah.
And what we need to address, and that we can address tomorrow, is that. And then technology is going to come on top of that to create solutions that they're smart solutions based on what people are. I mean, lights. If you have a garden, if you've got a hotel with lots of gardens in different places, do you light all the garden all night, or do you have the light that is operating at particular times? And if I want to go out at 2 o'clock in the morning, everything's dark. If you have smart lighting, you have lights where it's needed at different times based on the needs of consumers. These are the things that we need to bring in, and these are the things that are going to be greener, but also better on the customer experience.
And just to add to that, I
Yeah.
mean, we also talk about the actual inside of the buildings, right? The use of materials, sheets, towels, you know. So as you improve the type of building, the materials, right? Recyclables, etc., you can actually reduce the unit cost of materials used inside various parts of the hotel, which again can bring down the cost of the operations. I mean, nowadays I think it's somewhat standard to have hotels where you walk in and you have to put in the key card in order to switch on the lights.
Yeah.
So that's an example of...
And people put their cards in, they get 2 cards and they
put a
leave
credit
one
card in order to keep the lights
Yeah.
going, right?
Yeah.
Well, increasingly you'll find some hotels are actually sort of creating systems to prevent that from happening. Because the principle of it is actually not just for, I mean, yes, it's good for the environment, but it's also good for the operating costs. So if you're not in the room, the hotel would like you to reduce your cost of operating, use up of electricity, water, etc. Even things like water reticulation systems, so how you water the gardens, what you do with the landscaping.
Yeah.
So these are all things that they don't diminish the actual guest experience, but they help reduce the cost, and they have a benefit in terms of environmental and sustainability.
I remember in '91, Intercontinental created the first environmental manual, and then it may be '92, and then it gave that to everybody. It was about 400 pages, and they had very simple solutions, like put a brick into the flushing system to reduce the amount of water that goes through. Very simple. What the Intercontinental did in '92, it got all the employees a global competition to provide ideas about what can they do. What the amazing ideas that they came forward, they created the manual. Then they went to all the other hotel companies and they said, here is the manual. We really want you to implement what we did. It's not only about our properties, it's all about hospitality in general. I don't think that we have learned from this. I think there are baby steps in different places, but we're still a long way to implement industry standards that they're looking into the environment in the best possible way.
I mean, the professor mentioned earlier on about how staff are motivated, younger staff are motivated by working in a greener situation. What about the customer effect? Do people actively want to come to your hotels because they know they are greener?
Well, for the MICE market, it's quite easy. You know, they want the stamp, they want the certification, and
yeah, right.
in the contract. So all those big laboratories or whatever the firms are, they want the label green when they sign a contract. So the MICE market is already there. For the FIT business, for leisure business, the new generation is much more sensitive to green and sustainable than the older generation because they've been educated with it. Yeah. And they own their future. Okay.
And you know this from interaction with them.
Yeah. No,
there's psychology into this. If you go and you say you're trying to prevent people from doing this, they'll go, no, I've paid for it, thank you very much. But if you make them part of the problem and part of the solution, they'll say, yeah, I'll do my bit. And actually, they'll go one step forward. Back on the technology thing, we're looking into, in Bournemouth University, we're doing a research project now on nudging.
Yeah.
Where nudge people to have the right behavior. One of the things is how much food do you take from a buffet? And that then goes to food waste. So it's really about looking to different things and also looking to what have you taken and what people leave behind. So if you leave behind broccoli, you may work with yourself so that you don't need so much broccoli, because people don't like broccoli, they like something else. So it's all about looking to all of those solutions to come forward with things that they do not take away from the experience. And also you can say, quite often I'm going to business conference where in hot climates where everybody is wearing their jackets and they've put their condition on 17. And we're talking about sustainability. And I said, can you take your jackets off, please? Increase that to 22, 23, which is still comfortable. And, if someone, an operator, will look into this, they'll see the saving that they'll do in this thing. Asia used to be very, very, very bad. Hong Kong and, some of the Asian countries, you're constantly freezing because they had their condition at that level that was killing you, but they're killing their business account. We need to be a little bit more clever than that.
So if we wore just shirts and shirts and shorts,
well,
like t-shirts and shorts, that'd be like.
Well, if we were losing the jacket, it would not be the end of the world. Yeah. If you're in a climate where there's 40 degrees outside and they've set their condition on 18 inside,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, food waste is a great example, right, of something that, if managed well, can really contribute to the profitability of an establishment, right? So simply having an idea of what's on the menu, what gets consumed, what doesn't get consumed, because if you don't consume it, you spend less, and the guests are not getting the benefit of it anyway, and it improves your operating margins. So that's an example of sort of the narrative around ESG is profitable.
Yep. Yep.
Because it actually contributes directly to your bottom line.
Yep. And Olivia, on the because you referred to something before, the shower barometer, or whatever you call it, meter. The carrot and the stick thing. There's a reward, isn't there, for the customer who uses the little?
It's depending on the consumption of your water. So the test we're doing in Maldives and Le Mans is if you don't go above a threshold of liter per shower, you can have an upgrade to the a la carte from your half-board allowance. You go to the a la carte restaurant with no supplement. It's just it's a testing, okay? Yeah. I received those samples like a month ago. But the thing is, in Maldives and Le Mans, we have the salted water issue. So the cost is not 10 euro per room. It's crazy. So 1 liter of water is gold. So we are working on it.
Yeah.
Educating the client.
Yeah.
A similar thing was in if you don't need housekeeping, they give you some vouchers for cocktails, and it's happening in some places where
that's right. Yeah.
They've got if you've got a resort and you're changing 40% of the resort, people are coming and going. Housekeeping is going to be under enormous pressure. So quite often they are telling you, look, on Tuesday, can we skip housekeeping from your room? And I'm going to give you a cocktail so you're kind of negotiating.
Well, the beauty is with the new generation coming in now and having more and more access to luxury, those kind of initiatives are not forbidden in luxury anymore.
Yeah.
You can do housekeeping every other day in luxury if you explain it well, without even giving a voucher, but just for the reward of contributing to sustainability.
Yep.
So the Gen Z or the Gen Y or those 30, 35 who now have the power, the horsepower to come to luxury, the whole say, yes, but not in luxury, you can't do this in luxury. No, it does happen in luxury.
It's interesting as well, because you mentioned the papaya, if you want some exotic fruit, Luxury travel used to be, oh, I can get all these exotic things in my room, and that's part of the whole thrill of being in this expensive luxury hotel. But that's changed.
Yeah.
But I also want to add, there's also the power of interest rates, right? So hotels and hospitality establishments are long-dated assets. They're built with some own money, which is equity, and then you borrow the rest. So that sustainability-linked loan, that 1% change in interest rate, which is going directly to the funders, not to the owners. If you move to assets like sustainability-linked loans, we just done a very big one with Orascom development in Egypt, right? So a large hotel developer building several properties, getting the cost of money down because they're improving the sustainability actually directly goes to the bottom line.
Goes to the bottom line. Now, there's one aspect that we should talk about, which is that fundamentally, with this current situation, with governmental regulations, with all these things, actually, it's going to be impossible to build a hotel, to run a hotel, unless you are following ESG guidelines. I mean, investors won't invest unless that's the case. Can you expand on that?
So I think, look, it's a fundamental sea change in terms of how all of us are thinking about the environment, right? It used to be something you did because it was good to do. Now it's moving into beyond compliance to a must-do, right? And it's not just for the development itself. It's also for its customers. So as you were saying, meetings, conferences, etc., procurers of those facilities will request, is your facility EDGE certified? Is it ESG compliant? And it's because they themselves want to show in their procurement that they are basically doing the right thing. So it's moving more and more to the customer and then back to the buyer of the service. And hotels and hospitality establishments have to be compliant with procurement standards. So that governments, for example, if government starts saying, listen, is a conference venue one that is ESG rated X, well, that's going to have a direct impact on the stuff.
Is certification at the level yet where we can create standardized certification measurements for this kind of thing?
It does allow measurement.
Sorry?
It does allow measurement, which is, you want to have this on Garmin on your dashboard,
Yeah.
and know where you come from and what you want to achieve. So those KPIs are key to allow you to compare year over year, Apple with Apple, and no, they're key. I'm 100% in favor.
And what about greenwashing and the accusation of greenwashing? How sensitive are you to that? I mean, from Talier's point of view, and do you get reaction from customers saying,
yeah, of course,
this kind of thing? Yeah, tell me some more about that.
Well, it's part of a lifestyle. It was trendy many years ago, and now it's part of your lifestyle. Most of our clients, they own it, and they live it in their personal life, in their own houses. And you have incentive in many countries around the world to ensure waterproofing or heating proofing from your house, and the government they subsidize those. So it's part of the lifestyle of our consumer now. So it's not hotelier educating the client for this. It's just, will I find in the hotel what I'm doing myself for my own life?
Yeah.
The consumer is so close to actually expose you immediately, because if you are doing something that you don't, they're going to go on social media.
They would go crazy on social media and just finger point your back of.
And then there's no point back, because you cannot defend it, because they'll say, here's the evidence. It's on TikTok, it's on Twitter, on Facebook, not Twitter, on X, on Facebook, on whatever, and then you're done. It's just
So we're also moving to a world where standards are emerging, right? So effectively, in the area of finance, you're going to find there's green bond taxonomy. So things that are green standards of what you can call a green building, so that you cannot greenwash. You could try and do it on your own, but sooner or later, you would be busted, because somebody will ultimately say, well, do you meet the standard of the market in classifying something green?
Yeah. We've got to wrap up very, very quickly.
I just want to share
please,
as a closing. an anecdote. Back in the 90s, I was a young GM of a palace in France, and I thought I was the wisest of all. So I decided to put in the tank of the WC a red brick. So it would go from 10 liters of water to 7 liters of water. But little I knew that the brick would create some clot and the water would become red. And we had to clean up and to change the whole plumbery of the toilet in every bedroom. But I was the king of sustainability at that time.
Well, I'm glad you just didn't give up then.
I never gave up. Yeah.
Luckily, there's standards now on what you should do and not do.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Well, as I say, we are trying to catch up time, right, Paul? So we need to just, I'm afraid to say, we need to close this one now.
Okay.
However, these gentlemen will be available, whether they like it or not, over the lunchtime period. So if anybody wants to talk to them about some of their ideas and experiences, then please do approach them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajan. Well, you're staying on stage. We can't let you go just yet.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move swiftly as we can to our next session, why global brands are betting big on Africa. And to speak with Rajan on this subject, we are very happy to welcome to the stage Hamza Faruqi, the Chief Executive Officer of Milat Global, Felicity Black-Roberts, Senior Vice President Development for Hyatt, and Warwick Haskell, the Principal Corporate Finance Representative for Nedbank. Welcome, all three.
Okay.
Sorry, I just
A bit like the last panel.
I'm
I'm going to explain something about in a sense, the relationship, professional, not personal, between these three people, because there is one, and it's an interesting model for us to talk about. But first of all, let's approach this question. Why are global brands betting big on Africa? Number one, is it true from your experience? And number two, why is it? And let me, and I should explain. We have, from here, again, the perfect combination of people here who are all talking from a different perspective to a certain extent. So we have the developer, we have the financier, and we have the actual operator. So, and the brand owner, obviously, with Hyatt, I guess they're all part of the same thing. But let's just go to that. Evidence that companies are betting big on Africa. You start, Hamza.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. There's, I think, a couple of things, and I want to take a step back. It's very important for us to take stock of where the macro of the world today sits, because we say, why are the brands or any of these businesses betting big on Africa? I think it's important to understand that, and I think there's a couple of drivers. One, I think the sort of general consumption of travel is becoming more and more relevant. Today's younger generation is spending more and more on travel, but they're looking for locations, destinations, experiences. Africa provides that. I think people want something new, they want something fresh. I think generally there is this whole drive of the global south. And as that's becoming more and more prevalent, sub-Saharan Africa is becoming relevant. And then I think you've got a very growing young population. If you see the numbers in Europe, they're declining. Yeah. And so all of those factors are creating interest. Now, does it mean everyone is running the way everyone is looking at deploying capital, as an example for AI? Is it the same rush? No, because I don't think there's that level of understanding. I think there's still a lot of trepidation, but there is definitely interest. And I think the winner is going to be the person who can curate the interest with execution capability and also get it growing. And I think certainly from a Milat standpoint, that's what we are trying to do in a very curated and a thoughtful fashion today.
Because you haven't just operated within the hospitality industry, you've worked in lots of other industries, right? Is it true in other industries that people are drifting towards Africa?
You know, yes and no. I think if you look at an example, we're a large investor in the downstream space, in the retail space, and I think we see those spaces to be very adjacent to our hospitality investment. Because why? It's about the customer, it's about people, it's about building capability. And those are the kind of things we are trying to build. But I think if you look at the downstream business, a lot of the oil majors are getting out.
Right.
But that's leaving huge amounts of void and space for new talent, for traders to come in. And I think that's something we're trying to build capability and sort of, you know, we've just recently announced the opening of Pret in South Africa. Those are all things which create capability, people, confidence, which I think play to that similar playbook on the macro standpoint, but why Africa is becoming very relevant today.
Felicity, from your perspective, obviously Hyatt are investing big or bigger in Africa. And maybe I should explain this now, that all three of you were involved in the development of the, is that true, of the Cape Town and Johannesburg hotels or not?
Yes, I mean, Hyatt is the brand and the operator that we work with in South Africa. Nedbank, we have a deep relationship with, but I think they'll speak to that on their own. But yeah, there is a touch point, I think, that sort of both of them have had in the brand and the journey and sort of our, important sort of stakeholders in the business and the ecosystem, I think, on the continent.
So Felicity, yes. What's the reason for the greater interest in Africa?
Well, I think Hamza articulated it exceptionally well in terms of the macro piece, in terms of how we see the market in Africa unfolding and the opportunity not only for tourist experiential travel, which we're seeing much more of a demand for now, and that's kind of where Hyatt itself is also moving slightly to address that demand generation. And also we see an opportunity within Africa much more for MICE business. Mm-hmm. Again, taking those groups out to experience something very different. So we kind of see two avenues for us to be able to expand. I think the other important thing to remember from a brand perspective like Hyatt is we need a network effect to make everything sing. And that gets quite complicated because I think on one of the presentations earlier, we saw that one of the key demand markets for Africa is the UK. So not only do we need to be looking at what we're doing in Africa, but we also need to be matching that with a strategy to grow our brand in the markets that are going to provide the incoming tourists or business travellers. So everything's kind of connected. And a lot of what we do is how are we creating that network effect that's for the benefit of the whole.
And explain to us what exactly is the presence of Hyatt in Africa at the moment?
So we have 15 hotels across 8 countries, which if you think about Africa, that's like
not much.
Nothing.
No.
And I think that then comes down to an organisation like Hyatt is, there's a couple of things in this, is firstly we're not using our own balance sheet to grow. We're operating hotels on behalf of organisations like Millet. So we need to find partners who want to grow with us. And in a places where we're not so familiar, having trusted partners is incredibly important to us. And to be able to grow more than one hotel or small portfolio suddenly creates that network effect. So, we can look at our organic growth, which is a hotel here, a hotel there. But again, you've got to be very careful about where you put them in terms of, are we going to put heads into beds in these hotels and really add value as a brand? And then the other part of the equation is can we look at either growing with a partner who's going to do a portfolio over time, or indeed partner with somebody who already has a portfolio to give us that immediate network effect. So there's a couple of factors at play, and I think the other point of mentioning is historically Hyatt hasn't been franchising its brands in Africa.
Yep.
We've got our first franchises operational now in Cairo. Again, a partner who has already got 2 hotels open with us, and we would hope that they're going to open more. So we're again seeking those quality franchisee partnerships because they're sometimes much better able to get onto the ground operationally than perhaps we would be able to.
If you were doing it, right. There's lots to discuss there, which we're going to pursue. Warwick, I know Nedbank's primary market is South Africa, but you do work or you do operate within other countries in the South African region, yeah? What is changing from your perspective as, in terms of investment, in terms of finance, in terms of trust with Africa?
Yeah, it's interesting. Look, South Africa and I suppose the SADC region in particular has had slow sort of economic recovery. I think post-COVID has been a bit longer than some of our sort of competing nations in the developing world, but I think it is changing quite rapidly, and we've seen a lot of countries around that region start to develop and start to stabilize a bit. South Africa is obviously projecting a little bit of better growth, and that's obviously from our market quite an important one. But I think if you look at the overall fundamentals, particularly from a tourism perspective, South Africa is still fairly small in relation to other developing markets. There's still a lot of room for growth, and I think the sort of larger brands are definitely seeing it from a sort of growing middle class, very young populations. Touch wood, hopefully everything starts to improve from an economic perspective where there would be more disposable income. I can sort of talk to South Africa in particular. There's a few different levers that are going to start to become more prevalent and allow for disposable income to improve, much like Europe at the moment. Hopefully lowering interest rates from a consumer perspective, lowering inflation, a lot more disposable income, and it's very much because we are a young population. There's a lot more, or Gen Z, I think, or Gen Y, as was discussed in the previous panel. There's a lot more experiential services orientation towards the spend, and that's obviously benefits tourism from a.
And that influences the decisions that you make from an investment point of view.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we obviously have to look at operators and brands in particular that we can trust and see as being sort of beneficial and have an important thesis. I think Millet and Hyatt and their partnerships, as well as from a Nedbank perspective, who we fund, it's very much a sort of trusted operator, trusted brand. Partnership works very well. And I mean, the research that comes out of both of these organizations is vast, and that helps us as a funder to get very comfortable with it. I think there's been a few ventures in the South African market that haven't been successful, unfortunately, but from a banking perspective, what we're looking for is partners like this who have got access to capital in their own rights, but also ultimately have got the ability to operate these ventures successfully, and makes a big difference in our world.
Because you opened the Hyatt was it Cape Town? During COVID?
Smack bang in the middle of COVID. I still remember running around the corridors with the mask, and I think the brand told me it's not going to happen. Come back when global supply chain happens. But I knocked on their door and I said, guys, I'm going to do sort of 2 more Hyatt houses. They said, what? We thought this is most owners do this, right? I'll give you more hotels. I'll do more. But I think that's where there was a very synergistic fit. We had a very strategic rationale, and we want to build scale. We are in this business, I think, and that's where there's a meeting of the minds, right? This is not the one trophy owner type syndrome, and you build it. It's not easy, right? Because Africa is challenging. Our friends at Nedbank are great, and as with any other lenders, there are challenges to sort of access capital in Africa. The risk premium is challenging, but I think if you have the right pieces, you sort of build the right piece, and I think you can curate that story.
I guess we should talk about the challenges because they are still there, some of these long-standing stumbling blocks. Let's bring out the usual ones that are always mentioned. Visa regulations, air connectivity, what else? Fuel costs, things, the usual things that have always hampered progress. Is it improving?
So I think I'm going to look at it very differently, right? For me, the paradigm is going to be people and skills.
Right.
I think money you can solve for, everything else you can solve for. Policy in itself, at some point in time, the politicians are also going to realize they're going to have to stop showboating and get on with it, right? Because otherwise they're also going to be out of jobs. So my view is policy and capital is going to solve for itself. People and the ability to create sustainable and real organizations is where the real metal is. That's how you're going to create scale, because these people are going to want experiential, but they're not going to want experiential with third-tier smile and sort of insincere offerings. So I think people and skills is going to be very important. I also think, as much as we say there's going to be a lot of technology, AI, and all of those things, I think people are going to want to be welcomed warmly. I think if you look at where that space is, people want that human touch, that human interaction. The reason why Airbnb today is facing the kind of challenges is because I don't just want to walk into a random apartment and not sort of know where my space is. I want people. I want that connection. So I think all of those reasons are going to drive for people to be the biggest challenge. And I think in Africa, that's what's going to be the biggest challenge, but it's also the biggest opportunity. You shouldn't forget, tourism generates 1 in 10 jobs on this earth. We forget that, right? But that's sort of where the relevance of the sector is. And, government, everyone thinks it just automatically comes. One of the brand CEOs says this very well. We are entering a golden age of travel, and I'm firmly of that view. But if we can solve for people, then I think you'll solve for everything.
I mean, I think at the moment, the sector provides, in Africa, employment for 25 million people, 5.6% of the continent's total jobs. Now, that is too small, right? That is going to grow, because that is obviously potential there for fulfilling the potential that continent has. Again, how do we see that happening? People, training. How much can that be improved? I mean, we talked about it a little bit in that first panel, but how much can that affect the way things are?
Well, I think maybe Felicity will speak a bit more to this from a brand perspective,
but in-house training.
But I think that's the advantage of the brands, right? The brands have huge amounts of insight, knowledge. I mean, we are great. We know South Africa, but when you look at what the brands have, the platforms, tools, such as Hyatt Connect, you obviously need to know how to use those right. And I think that's where there's huge amounts of value, where I think the brands can sort of really grow. And I think you need to know how to tap into that and sort of proliferate that on the right platforms.
So, yeah, what is your approach with Hyatt then when you're going into... You send task forces in, don't you? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just to step back slightly, whenever I talk to people about a hotel experience, 9 times out of 10, what they will actually cotton on to after I had a great holiday was, and somebody did X or Y or Z for me. So the importance of people to creating brand glow is really, really important. So anything that we do at Hyatt is really around people first. And we have, to Hamza's point, we have the systems, we have the best practice. But at the end of the day, you can have as much online training as you want, but you've got to make sure that the people in the hotel have engaged in that training. And in the first instance, you've got the right people actually in through the door. And I think one of the big issues for the hospitality industry globally, and we see it in Europe as well, is actually attracting people into the industry in the first place. Yeah. And actually people recognizing that hospitality is a great industry to be part of, that it has a level of professionalism and it can create a future career for people. And I think as an industry, we talk about it a lot, but we still don't really get there. And maybe there's a lack of global coordination over this. But we talk about people a lot within Hyatt because actually that's what propels the businesses forward. Yeah. Yes, when we open a hotel anywhere, we put a task force of Hyatt people in there because it's what's Hyatt's culture? What is it that the person who went to the Hyatt Regency in Birmingham in the UK attracted them to go and choose Hyatt Regency in Africa, for example? And they want to see that brand promise running through, so we need to train that. But we also need to be aware of the local culture as well, and that's where working with organisations like Millet is really very powerful.
I mean, the other aspect is, when it comes to that, is role models. Do you have local people who are in charge of your hotels rather than just working in the let's call them not menial, is the wrong word, but in cleaning or in whatever other jobs? Do you have that?
Absolutely, yeah. And we try as far as we can not to have large expat populations within our hotels. Not only is it hugely expensive, which hits the GOP, but it's important to make sure that we're growing local talent. That's absolutely critical, and not just role models from a nationality perspective, but also, and I'm very passionate about this, retaining females within the industry. We lose a lot of females in the industry when they drop out maybe to have children.
During COVID particularly, was a big dropout, wasn't there? Yeah.
Really, really tough.
Yep.
And, you know, ladies, they go off to have their families. Culturally, it might not be seen right that they then come back to work. And let's face it, we work in an industry where the hours can be punishing, you know, and not conducive to family life, for example. So it's around having HR policies that allow that flexibility to try and retain women within the industry and actually bring more senior women through.
In terms of recruitment, how's it been for you?
We're just about to open the Park Hyatt in Johannesburg. One of the first things we've done is we've said, great, sort of nice boutique hotel, but we need to have a team member facility close by, and we've been spending significant time, resources, because if I don't look after that person, then he doesn't enjoy his cup of coffee, team dining or staff dining in an environment which at least gives them the sense of why, a sense of purpose, a sense of building real empathy, then I'm not going to get that rate optimization. I'm not going to get that culture. So we've been working very hard at that, and I think a brand like Hyatt helps in that, right? Because I think people, empathy, are very important things they stand for. But you need to know how to curate those elements in the local space for your business, and I think that's what we are working on, and working very hard on that.
And what about staff accommodation in the hotels? How central is that to you?
So I think, you know, South Africa, very different to the Middle East, where you hire expats and you have to, provide them the sort of package. But, you know, at some point in time, it's going to be something very relevant, right? Africa, you can't expect staff to go miles away. Some of them don't have access to water, staff laundry, staff meals. These are very important elements, which, for us at Millat, we look at. When I walk into my hotels, I make sure I want to go and see what our associates are eating, because I cannot expect them to deliver the kind of service if they themselves are getting, tick box approach on sort of staff meals. And these are very important things. I once saw a hotel where, the team doesn't have access to milk in their coffee, because why some owner is trying to sort of binge it. That's not the culture which is going to lead to experience, quality. And I think if you understand that, if you execute that, then I think all the stakeholders are going to be happy. The customer, the brand, and even the financier who is, underwriting the deal, then he's backing a real jockey. And I think those are all very important pieces where the thread then comes together.
We talked earlier on about different types of hotels within Africa. Obviously, there is the resort type hotel, there is the boutique type hotel, there is also the conservation model, safaris, all that. Do they all, for you, have equal attraction in the future in Africa? Can they all work?
I think so. I mean, it's obviously thesis dependent and operators dependent. I mean, you've seen some of the luxury resorts, call it on safari, that have been extremely successful in their offerings and extremely successful in terms of attracting customer bases. I think from a funding perspective, we're not necessarily focused on a particular style of it. We more look at it, I suppose, in terms of the metrics itself and ultimately what's going to be the easiest way to bring customers into the beds. I think one challenge around South Africa and Africa in particular, you mentioned it earlier, is around logistics to and from certain locations. Some of them times it's prohibitive, and ultimately from our perspective, it's important that we can have a constant sort of flow of people into those resorts if they are going to be in outer-line areas, and that is always a consideration from our perspective. But it's not necessarily prohibitive either way. In some cases, it can actually be advantageous to be a little bit remote. So from our perspective, we don't necessarily concern ourselves in a particular way. I think it really comes down to how is it ultimately going to wash its face when it comes from a funding perspective, and that's where we do really have to trust in terms of how these operations are set up. I mean, maybe to take it back to one of the reasons why we like partnering with larger groupings and larger brands and sort of local operators is around the staff element to it. A lot of the operators and the Hyatt, I suppose, has done in this in terms of its own training. then there has to be a upliftment or an upskilling of people around the area and in the hotels, particularly when you get out to the sort of outlying areas. Some of those communities don't necessarily have large employment opportunities. So when looking at these, when it comes down to the metrics around sustainability, around actual people element to it, those are all factors that have to be taken into consideration when looking at it. And if you don't have the right people and you don't uplift the community, sometimes those operations are not necessarily successful. We've seen it in a lot of cases where there has been the sort of fly-in model where you fly in everybody from an international operation somewhere locally, that they haven't necessarily got the buy-in of those that are around them in a community perspective. And that can actually harm, I suppose, the bottom line from a profitability perspective. If you don't have the sort of community around you and the employees sort of motivated, it can actually start to impact the performance.
And of course, let's not forget investors. And traditionally, again, they wanted the highest amount of money for their shares. They want returns.
Yep.
Are they also taking into account a bit more the longer term here, the longer term potential?
Yeah, I think absolutely. South Africa has seen a lot of sort of foreign entrants as well as sort of local transactions where there has been a lot more focus around giving employees a participation within their ventures. So in a lot of cases in South Africa, you have staff share ownership plans that are encouraged and sort of looked on favorably from a regulator perspective to see employees actually being able to participate in an upliftment. And it's amazing. It doesn't necessarily involve large percentages of corporates, but that small amount makes people, one, very, very motivated to be at work on a daily basis. And it's incredible to see the success that some of those ventures have had in terms of actual significant value creation for very impoverished areas.
So they become stakeholders, by definition, the employees. The local community, which we touched on again earlier, you've got to have their buy-in now. You've got to have their, because I love this phrase, which I kind of made up, and I'm going to keep using it now. Locals don't want to be extras in their own movie anymore.
Yeah,
that's true.
You've got to involve them. And how much, again, are you doing that when you start a new venture?
So I think ownership is, just one matrix, right?
Yep.
The kind of investment in Africa and South Africa owners and capital providers are having to make in skills is significant. So I think probably later on in the cycle, ownership is something which is going to come about in terms of ESOP plans. So in the US, if you see one of the ways that unions and established labor is being dealt with is through these schemes. I think Africa still, because of the kind of investment needed and just skills development. So if you look in South Africa, there's a BE scorecard. One of the big things is skills development. If you're spending money on skills, that sort of is at a higher ranking than even ownership. So I think that's probably where today Africa and South Africa is, because if you don't train these people, if you don't invest in making them more employable, if you don't invest in actually getting them to understand this Kool-Aid, the secret sauce, you're not going to build that ecosystem. But I think definitely in the next 3 to 5 years as a group, as we grow more scale, employee participations and all of those schemes are going to become very relevant and are going to be things that we'll look at. But for now, it's about investing in getting these people skilled, trained up. And look, South Africa still has huge amounts of unbranded inventory. The only way you'll build that destination, that platform, the portfolio effect, the network effect, is by getting the right people in the right space and investing in them. So I think that's probably the call for the day for us.
I mean, going back to what I've heard, and I appreciate that the media, for example, can overblow these things. But, you do have these stories of where you get local farmers, for example, in a sense, resenting the arrival of a new hotel, and more in the rural areas, because they end up competing for resources. I mean, water being one of them. I mean, how do you avoid that kind of conflict? Is that something you're aware of when you bring a hotel into an African situation? Felicity, do you want to go to that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess from all of our perspectives, from an ESG perspective, that's very high up on Hyatt's agenda in all regards. So, something like that we would be very, very mindful of, and how to engage. And again, it comes down to, we talked about the relationship here between the three organisations. It comes down to those those three pillars, if you like, of the stool that makes the hotel grow and happen, it comes down to those people working together and really having a shared vision, but also shared values. And you know, it's very easy, that trips off the tongue. Oh, you know, we want to share the same values. But actually, I see that more and more in business now, that sharing values is really important. And, you know, working with Hamza, you know, we like the fact that he wants to invest in people because we see the value of that. As an organisation, our kind of statement is we care for people to be their best. So we want to work with people who also align with that. And we want to know that investors are going to be not looking necessarily in a very, very short-term view, but, you know, how do we establish businesses in these locations for the long term? This isn't a short-term perspective.
Sure. I mean, and the other aspect of this, which I'm going to raise, is leakage. The suspicion that all the money, well, lots of the money goes out of the country, doesn't stay within the country because it goes to a multinational or it goes to investors somewhere else. Again, are you mindful of that suspicion? Is this something that you come across or not?
I think, look, you know, there is, I think, a quid pro quo here. There is value which I think the brand adds. So you know, certainly from our standpoint, there is something, and I think I'll probably not use the word spin it, but place it. The local operators and brands see it as such. So it's actually not from the consumer. The local brands believe they know it all. And South Africa, unfortunately, that is a big problem because they've had a head start. They've had, you know, humorous advantages, and they believe they know it all. So they believe, yeah, but the brands just come in and take a management fee and walk away when we can just do it ourselves. Problem they have today is the need for digital, the need for loyalty, the need to invest in technology. And unfortunately, that's not there. So I may be staying in a local brand hotel in South Africa, but the longevity of my business is getting limited because my hotel is getting old, tired, I'm unable to yield a new customer segment, and unfortunately, if I don't either brand or bring in the right customer segment, my business is dead. So I think that does prevail, and you're right, it does prevail in South Africa, but that's actually from the existing unbranded players who've had this head start and who've sort of narrated the story. Look, the brands have had their own fair challenges, right? I'm not, they haven't cracked the code in most markets, but I think that's changing. There's a new culture. There's owners also have to take some responsibility. They have to be more thoughtful, right? You can't just fizz bang and say, I want more money. Yeah. So I think collaboration and having a collaborative intent is much more prevalent today.
Does that apply to the bigger hotel groups and the smaller hotels? Because SMEs are a very important part of the ecosystem, aren't they? They certainly are, by fact, in the hotel industry, in hospitality generally. So what do you think the prospects are for the smaller hotels?
You know, I think their ability to grow up the chain. I mean, if you're a small owner and your desire to grow up is there. I had one hotel when I was 27. It was with another brand. I was a trophy owner and I never did anything else. Today, this is my bread and butter because I've understood the thesis, the sort of strategy. I've made the move from a small owner to sort of sitting in the space today. This didn't come overnight. There were pains, failures, learnings, and sort of so I think definitely for those small owners there is huge scope. But you've got to understand what the thesis is, what the playbook is, and I think execute on it with the right collaborative intent.
Okay, I've just been given the crossing your throat signal, which means that I'm not going to die, but I think unless we're all dying of hunger, which I suspect we might be. So I'm going to have to end it there. I mean, there was so much more I want to talk about because also the things we talk about the big players in terms of which countries. Obviously, we had somebody from Malawi on the previous panel. We should be thinking, I presume, about the future of the other countries and how they can be pushed forward. Maybe that will be something that we can discuss a bit later on. But for the time being, Felicity, Hamza, Warwick, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So, Paul, can you inform us about lunch, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, we were going to have our lunch now, but I have to crave your indulgence for another 10 minutes because we have a special presentation scheduled with the Maldives, and we're very privileged to have the Minister for Tourism with us. And the presentation is going to be made by Mr. Ali Shinan, but we just have to readjust the scheduling of the of the pictures. So just bear with me for a few minutes, please.
It's okay.
So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to roll with the presentation from the Maldives, and it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Ali Shinan, the Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Tourism. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ministers, investors, and partners, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today to discuss the potential opportunities that awaits in the Maldives, one of the world's most desirable destinations for tourism and luxury investments. My name is Shinan. I'm the Deputy Director General at the Ministry of Tourism, Maldives. And today I'll be taking you through the unique investment opportunities in our tourism sector and explain why Maldives is the ideal place for your next venture. So before I start, allow me to share a bit about the Maldives. We are a unique nation of about 1,192 islands and is strategically located in the heart of the Indian Ocean. Within close proximity to India and Sri Lanka, the Maldives is easily accessible from all parts of the world. And this prime location not only draws millions of tourists, but also provides a compelling advantage for investors. With a population of around 515,000, the official language of Maldives is Divehi, and English is widely spoken and communicated around in the country. Our vision for sustainable tourism in Maldives rests on four main pillars. That is our visitors, the employees, our communities, and also the businesses. We try and ensure that this holistic approach is applied throughout our tourism development as we aim to build a tourism industry that's beneficial for everyone involved. Our tourism portfolio in Destination Maldives is diverse, which includes luxury resorts, high-end hotels, guest houses, and liveaboards. Looking into a breakdown of the tourist accommodation, we have around 181 resorts, more than 150 liveaboards, 15 hotels, and 800 guest houses throughout the country, totaling about 65,000 beds in the country. Here you can see some of the international hotel brands operating in the Maldives. Maldives has attracted some of the world's finest and prestigious hotel brands, including Four Seasons, Conrad, Lux, Cheval Blanc, Jumeirah, to name a few. We are also looking forward to welcoming new hotel chains in the country like Corinthia, Baccarat, Rosewood, Bulgari, to name a few. This all reinforces our status as a top choice for travelers and investors alike. From here, I'll play a short video showcasing the Maldives' growing tourism investment opportunities. With nearly $2 billion in hotel sales past 2 decades, the Maldives attracts global investors through its vibrant market and high return on investment. Please have a look.
The Maldives has firmly established itself as a premier global travel destination, earning the prestigious title of the world's leading destination for 4 consecutive years. The Maldives tourism sector promises excellent rates of return for your investment. 100% foreign ownership and concessions are offered on import duties for new resort developments. Your investment will be safe and secure, with a strong legislative framework designed to ensure protection for investors. Key benefits for investors in the Maldives include the absence of capital controls, the provision for overseas arbitration of disputes, the availability of long-term contractual agreements and land leases up to 99 years, and land rent rates that vary depending on the geographical location of the tourist establishments. To capitalize on these benefits, it's important to understand the property tenure and acquisition methods available for investors. Property tenure and acquisition methods include 1. Islands and lagoons, open bidding, public bids for islands, lagoons, or land, with costs set by the Ministry of Tourism. Cross-subsidy, leases awarded to projects that fulfill government economic or social objectives on pre-announced terms. Closed bidding, proposals submitted under specific regulations for leasing islands, plots, and lagoons for tourism. Asset and share sales, mergers and acquisitions, attractive for investors due to long-term leases up to 99 years, allowing 100% foreign ownership of leasehold rights. Operational properties, hotels and resorts. Acquisitions involve share transfers or lease transfers under the Grant of Rights regulation by the Ministry of Tourism. Sublease and operational management, negotiated terms between the operator and investor, regulated by the Ministry of Tourism. Strata title lease, leasing individual villas or rooms in operational resorts, offering a one-time investment opportunity. Invest in the Maldives tourism sector and be part of the exciting journey of growth and innovation of this unique tourism product, set in the most blissful settings imaginable. Maldives offers an unparalleled blend of natural beauty, luxurious experiences, and a robust investment climate, ensuring that your venture will not only thrive, but also contribute to the sustainable development of this extraordinary destination. Join us in shaping the future of tourism in the Maldives, where every investment is a step towards a brighter, more prosperous tomorrow.
Now let me quickly go through some exciting investment opportunities in the Maldives. The government of Maldives has opened new opportunities of integrated tourism across the nation. One of such projects is Kafue Atoll Gafur Lagoon project you can see here. This project is located 60 kilometers from north of Male City with a speedboat access that is around 1 hour ride from the main gateway, which is the Velana International Airport. And it includes 2 luxury resorts with a total of 100 rooms and 14 private islands offering ultra-luxury real estate products and ultimate privacy for investors. Moving into some specific projects currently available for investments under the cross-subsidy as well as closed bidding. I'll start with 4 lagoons in Kafue Atoll, first, which is located near the capital city. The first lagoon is a beautiful area with a small sand bank and 25 hectares of usable lagoon space. It is less than an hour from the Maldives main gateway, Velana International Airport, by speedboat. Here we have a 46-hectare lagoon with great potential. This lagoon can be reclaimed to develop a tourism facility and is also situated very close to the international airport, making it a very attractive option for investment. This is a huge lagoon of 712 hectares. This is also available for proposals. This lagoon is ideal for multiple accommodation facilities or an integrated tourism development and is accessible within an hour speedboat ride from the Velana International Airport. The final lagoon in Kafue Atoll is a 82-hectare lagoon with a similar proximity to the international airport. This lagoon also provides ample space for creative tourism projects. For more detailed information, please scan the QR code which is provided on the postcards with you. Moving to the central region, we have here a 3-hectare island in Ari Atoll covered with lush vegetations. This atoll is known for its protected marine area, which is famous for sightings of whale sharks and manta rays, making it a prime location for ecotourism as well. Ecotourism is also one of the key priorities of the government as part of the tourism diversification strategy in the country. Moving to the south of Maldives, here we have a cluster of islands. This atoll currently hosts only one resort and some guest houses on local islands, showing huge untapped potential. It is also within a seaplane range, and the domestic airports in this atoll has scheduled flights, allowing easy access from the Velana International Airport. This 8-hectare island in the same atoll, Thai Atoll, requires no further reclamation and it's ready for a sustainable development project or maybe a resort development project here. This is also in the same atoll of Thai Atoll. This island is Gali. It is a cluster of islands. You see 2 islands together here in one lagoon. Along with its surrounding lagoon, it also offers tremendous potential for resort development in this area. Heading to the north of Maldives, in Shaviani Atoll, as seen from this picture, this distinct shaped island and isolated location make it one of the most appealing investment opportunities for a high-end resort project here. This is a 63-hectare island and is about an hour ride by seaplane from Velana International Airport. Lastly, in the northernmost region, the island of Govwa Fushi in Ha Alif Atoll presents another great opportunity as well. This beautiful island with its vibrant lagoon and rich marine life is located in a booming tourism region. Currently, Hanimadi International Airport in this region is undergoing a huge expansion and is scheduled to open mid-next year. With the completion of the airport, this area will soon be more accessible internationally with direct flights. Yeah, I hope this information presented today was useful and will pave the way for our potential investors to come forward and establish themselves within the Maldives tourism industry. Before I conclude, I would also like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism to the organizers of ITIC for giving us this opportunity. Once again, for further details on these projects, the acquisition costs, please scan the QR code on the postcards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shinan. And at long last, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to quell those rumbling tummies and have some lunch. And we invite you to go through to the St. James, the Westminster Room. The Westminster Room. You've already been there for coffee, and enjoy your lunch. And if we would like to catch up a little bit of time, so let's say we come back here at 2:15. In the hope that we can get cracking just before 2:30. Thank you very much. the bowls of hot and cold food, and also the lovely puddings that they had there. We're now going to continue with our presentations left over from this morning, and we start with a presentation from Kenya Airways by Ms. Puneet Abreu. Puneet, would like to come up? A round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'm Punita Abreu, Leisure Key Account Manager for Kenya Airways. Please allow me to take you through a presentation with Kenya Airways products and updates. Kenya Airways' mission is to propel Africa's prosperity by connecting its people, cultures, and market. Our vision is to be Africa's preferred and sustainable aviation group, and our core values are safety, customer obsession, integrity, and accountability. Kenya's tourism is growing, and from the data presented, UK is amongst the top 5 countries with US on the top. 69% of the traffic is from leisure holidays and visiting friends and families visiting within Kenya itself. Earlier this year, Kenya government abolished the visas and introduced electronic travel authorizations, ETAs. This was to streamline processes and become a visa-free country. Kenya Airways hub is from JKI Airport. We operate all our flights from the airport itself, connecting Africa to the world and the world to Africa. Kenya Airways has 3 lounges at JKI Airport for our business class passengers and an Asante Rewards Elite members as well. We've recently launched an Asante Lounge for our Elite members, opened in July this year. Kenya Airways operates to 44 destinations across the world within Africa, Europe, America, Middle East, and Asia. Our fleet consists of 32 modern aircrafts, which include our flagship aircraft, the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. The product is with two cabin product, which is the Premier World with flatbed services and economy. In addition to our flights, we also offer auxiliary services offering baggage, upgrades, seat products, travel extras to enhance travel experience. Asante Rewards is our newly introduced frequent flyer program launched last year in 2023. There are 4 tier levels. Each tier offers a range of exciting benefits to make travel more rewarding for our customers. Actually, today we're actually registering a lot of customers for our frequent flyers, so please do come and see me in the refreshments hall. Keiki Holidays was relaunched again this year in July 2024 to offer a wide range of options for tailor-made packages within Kenya and beyond. Kenya Airways is a member of the SkyTeam Alliance with 19 airlines working together across the globe in 170 plus countries. We're the only African carrier a part of the alliance. Kenya Airways sustainability commitment. Kenya Airways has various projects in place for sustainability, and our goal is to fly net zero by 2050, employee engagement, customer engagement, and sustainable development within Africa. Key initiatives that we've actually embarked on this year and last year: sustainable aviation fuel. We have been awarded the Best Innovation in 2023 by SkyTeam for being the first African carrier to pioneer use of sustainable aviation fuel from Nairobi to Amsterdam. Kenya Airways focuses on 5 sustainable development goals: climate change, decent work and economy growth, responsible consumption and production, partnerships and goals, and industry innovations and infrastructure. Going green. So sustainable amenity kits were introduced in business class this year for our flights. And lastly, recently Kenyans have been awarded 4 awards at the World Travel Awards ceremony earlier this month. Africa Leading Airline for 2024, Africa Leading Airline for Business Class, Africa Leading Airline for Brand, and Africa's Leading In-Flight magazine, the Masafiri magazine that we have on board. Earlier this year in June, we were also awarded the Best Airline Staff Service in Africa by Skytrax. Thank you very much, Asante.
Okay, so next we have a video presentation by Ms. Mariana Olewski, the chairperson of the State Agency for Tourism Development in the Ukraine. You saw her earlier on, and this is a video that they made earlier. There you go.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm really happy to be here with you. Unfortunately, this time online, but I'm sure that it's just a first cooperation and a first project that we are presenting here at the conference. And there will be a lot of live meetings for all of us. And I really hope that very soon we will be able to host a conference regarding investment in hospitality industry in Ukraine. But nowadays, these days, our country is unfortunately facing a horrible aggression of Russian Federation, and we're living under the constant threat of missile attacks in our country. But at the same time, our industry managed to survive and managed to work in these horrible times. And today I wanted to tell you a little bit about how our industry looked like before the full-scale Russian invasion in 2021. Of course, it was a year of pandemic, but it's the first year when we were starting recovering from this horrible disaster the whole world faced. And the main markets we used to work that year were our neighboring countries, Poland, Moldova, but also Turkey and Germany, and Gulf countries, making a visa regime free possibilities for tourists from Gulf countries. We faced a boom of tourists from Saudi Arabia market that spent in our country around 7 to 14 days. And spent $100 million in the economy of Ukraine. In this way, we were looking for investment into the resorts in Carpathian Mountains and planning a big development in this area. Unfortunately, with the start of war, we have a huge damage to tourism infrastructure in south and east of our country. At the map, you can see the destruction of the tourism facilities that we have information about. Of course, not everything we know, because frontline is moving and not all damages are being reported. But at the same time, as you see, we have a part of Ukraine that is in the relevantly safe territories. So of course there are some of the missile strikes to that area, but mostly it's in the cities, not in the rural area, and all the tourism development is basically now in the rural Carpathian part of our country. And our country launched a big state support for investment in different industries during the pandemic. These laws were voted, and of course this support is still ongoing even during the war. Ukraine had significant two big projects already that are in the state policy considered as the significant investment. One, it was a big aqua park in the Bukovel region of Ivano-Frankivsk, and this is an ongoing, already set investment, is domestic investment, but this project, it will be the biggest aqua park in Ukraine and of the territory that now is the most visited Carpathian region. Now Ukrainians keep traveling to our western Ukraine, and we see the taxes revenue going back to the level of 2021, and I hope by the end of the year we will have even bigger, better numbers that we expect. And Ukrainian investors keep believing in hospitality industry and in investment during the war to actually this industry. So I'm very proud to present today a big announcement we all heard recently in Ukraine, and it's an announcement of a new all-seasonal mountain resort in Ukraine, Gora Mountain Resort. That a place where everyone can discover their space of strength, inspiration and harmony. And this place used to be a very famous resort during Soviet times, and now the company Oko Group, that is one of the largest investors in Ukraine, with 27 years of operation in Ukrainian market and internationally, 15,000 employees company has in Ukraine, and is rated among top 20 largest investors in Ukraine as of 2024. Here in the slide you can see more information about investor, and it's trusted and supported by international financial institutions such as European Bank, IFC, and Black Sea Trade and Development Bank. Project scale is very big, as you can see here. It's on the territory of 360 hectares and of mountain and ski infrastructure, and around 1,200 hectares of total resort area, around 800 hectares of hotel, commercial and recreational infrastructure. So here on the map you can see the location of the resort. It's situated near the foothills of mountains of Vysoky Verch, and the catchment area is around 300 kilometers to the territories of European Union states. And the closest airport is Lviv Airport, that is around 140 kilometers, and there is a direct train route from Lviv to this resort. The expert team involves internationally recognized consultants. It's ILF consulting engineers, PKF Hospitality, and other companies that include well-known consultants. And of course, what is very important, there will be around 41 ski trails. There will be 2 gondola lifts and 25,000 skiers capacity. But of course it will be an all-year resort, as Ukrainians now choose mountains, and with the global warming we also see that vacation during the summer in the mountains is now very, very popular among travelers from all around the world. So here is a little bit of map of ski trails and of course hotel infrastructure, more than 5,000 rooms, 13,000 guests capacity per day, and 25 hotels of various sizes and formats. And of course the whole area will become very attractive for investments. And as we say, it's an all-season resort, and now a lot of people who even go to ski, they come with families, with friends, and not everyone is skiing, and the season is much bigger than just winter one. So active sports, sports schools, wellness, water sports, spa, leisure, restaurants and bars, children's activities, business events, retail and other type of services, everything that needs to be in the modern resorts will be there in this Gora Mountain Resort area. Significant investment scale of 1.5 billion USD, of which 500 million is investment of Oko Group, and about 1 billion of investment is a possibility for investors from all around the world to invest in this resort. 15-year investment horizon. This is something that we all in Ukraine are being proud of. And of course, for us as a governmental institution, we see the impact on Ukraine's economy. So it's a development of new tourism attractions, new jobs. We understand the jobs in our industry is mostly for women and young people, and this is something that keeps economy of these local communities growing and expanding. And this is something that we need to think about for our future. And as we have a lot of our industries that were destroyed in the east of Ukraine, Ukraine becomes not such an industrial country anymore, but we have a huge potential for developing of hospitality industry. And this can be a key of our exports in the post-war period. Also, I will tell a little bit about few of other projects that maybe are of a smaller scale, but also can be very interesting for investors. For example, Skogur project is located in the heart of Carpathian Mountains in Ivano-Frankivsk region, and it's a smaller houses that become very popular among families that want to spend time in the nature with this possibility to have nice rest and being close to the nature. Also, Carpathia Resort in another part of Lviv region is just in the very beginning of its planning, but also can be potentially very interesting for investors who want to invest in very sustainable resort, small, connected to the nature, and for all the guests that want to connect and be in this very ecological place. Also, now we see that apartment style of hotels becomes more popular, and another project in Zakarpattia region and also in other regions in west of Ukraine called Apartel Resorts. Here we can see a few of the resorts that are already opened, but there are a couple of projects that will be opening soon in 2025, 2026 and 2027. This project offers investment of a smaller scale, but still now I think is the best time to invest in Ukraine and plan your investment, because now the first who come, the first will benefit from investing in our beautiful country. And as I was saying, if local businesses believe in such projects, if they launch them even now while we still have ongoing war, they believe in the best outcome and revenues, I'm sure that international investors should look at this possibilities now, because it's the best time to plan and invest in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. So there you go. It might sound counterintuitive, but now is a good time to invest in Ukraine, is the message. Okay, before we get to the conversation between the legend that is Peter here and the Cabinet Secretary from Kenya, I want to please welcome on stage a presentation from Malawi by the Honourable Vera Kamtukule, who, Minister of Tourism in Malawi. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation. So like I was saying this morning, I've been given 5 minutes. You don't give a person like me 5 minutes. 5 minutes is just to greet you, so I don't know. There's a reason why I'm Minister of Tourism. So we are, just general facts about Malawi, we are 20 million, we are a presidential republic and all of that. I think you can get this on our website. I don't have to bore you on this one, but we are sandwiched between Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Tanzania. No, I think not Zimbabwe, but Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia. They are the ones that, so we are on the middle there in the southern part of Africa. So we are plus or minus 20 million now. This is indicating that 18 million, that was 2022, but I think as of now, we are doing very well in terms of population, so we are 20 million at the moment. We are politically stable, we have good governance at the moment, and then you are very much guaranteed that your investment is going to be protected because of the policies and procedures that we have put in place. We speak very good English, as you can hear from your Minister of Tourism. We are an investor-friendly country. We are very, very safe country. I went to for my honeymoon in Zanzibar and Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. Apart from my country, that's another town that was very safe for me. So you also want to be in a place that is safe, both for yourself and also your investment. So that's what Malawi presents to you. And of course, there are untapped investment opportunities in the tourism sector, and I'll explain why. So why do you have to invest in Malawi? So for now, what we are doing at the moment is we are demystifying what tourism is all about. So the larger part of the people that are coming into our country are coming there for business. And normally it is somebody else that is paying. So if you work for IFC or World Bank or GIZ or KFW, your company is spending for you to be in Malawi. So we are happy with those ones, but would want to have people that have big money, people like you, listening to the sound of my voice, people that can come into the economy and spend a lot of money. And that is an investment opportunity for us. So as you can see, 68% of the people that are coming into our country are coming there for work and business, and only 22% are coming there for holidays, and then the other 9.4%, they're coming there to visit people. But also, so in 2022, we had about 1 million visitors in our country, and then in 2021 we had 923. I think for obvious reasons, we're coming from the COVID-19 pandemic. We should have surpassed now those numbers as we speak at the moment, but the problem is that the people that are coming into our country mostly are coming there for business and not necessarily for leisure and entertainment. So the Tourism Investment Master Plan, what it did, it isolated 103 projects from the northern part of the country to the southern part of the country. However, we divided these projects into 10 different nodes, and we isolated 10 projects. So those 10 projects, we have done the pre-feasibility studies, and the 4 projects from that 10 are the ones that I'm going to interest you on now. So the first one is the Salima Integrated Project. The key word there to note is the integration. What that means is that we just don't want to build a hotel. We want to build a number of facilities within a place. So for example, we want to build a resort hotel, we want to have a conference center, a sporting complex, a shopping complex, an entertainment casino, a golf course, and a residential estate. So if you have enough money, and actually this is also connected to our Golden Visa initiative, where the Minister of Finance announced, I think in the last year's budget, I think it was in March this year, where he said that as part of our structural adjustment and economic recovery, we are issuing out golden visas for people that have a certain amount of money that want to invest into our country. So you can come and build your residential home there, where you can come with your family to relax and have a holiday, but also maybe stay there permanently. We will issue you with a golden visa. But you can imagine that if you can come and build your house along that beautiful lake of ours, it's called the Lake Malawi, with fresh waters, with over 1,000 species of fish, the largest number of fish species in any other water body in the world. So that's the integration part of it. So what is interesting about this project is the fact that the land is already available. So as a Minister of Tourism, we already purchased this land. We have done all the compensation, so it's investor ready. Anytime that you want to come, you can come and invest therein. Also, additionally, as you can see the project description there, so you don't have to come and invest in all of those things. You can just say, I'm just going to come and do the golf course. And then there are other ancillary project support initiatives. So for example, we want to be flying in planes direct to Salima, because it's about 1 1 hour away from our major airport, but would want to rehabilitate the airdrome in Salima so that we can fly in planes from across the world direct into Salima, where people can just come, play golf, and then off they go. And then you can come just to do the golf course, or you can say, me, I'm going to develop the residential areas. So the project financials, as CapEx, we need about 43.2 million with the net present value of about 62 million. And the revenue for the first year is estimated at 8.2 million United States dollars with a 12.4% internal rate of return. And the payback period, according to our estimates, is 9 years. So this is the cross-section of the land. It's in Tie Maganga in Salima. So all of that land that you can see there, we already bought, and it's in our name as a Ministry of Tourism. This is the second project. It's also an integrated project in Cape Maclear. It's also along the lake. So this is a place at which, remember, the lake has over 1,000 species of fish, but at this place, there is a place called Otterport. You can go stand there, you will see 350 of those 1,000 species with your own eyes. And this is the only place in the world that offers the safest snorkeling in the world. This is Cape Maclear. So at this place, at the Golden Sands, we want to build a hotel, a luxury hotel of about 1,100 rooms, and then a 10-bed eco lodge at Mfupa Bay. And for that project, we also need 4.9 million, and then with a net present value of 12.36 million, and the revenue for the first year is estimated at 1.5 million with an internal rate of return of 18.7, and the payback period is 7 years. The third project is Likoma Island. This is another beautiful island. It looks like that. It's not Maldives, it's actually Likoma Island. So at Likoma Island, again, we're already bringing in planes from South Luangwa, Zambia side, into Likoma Island, but we want to extend that. So I have my CEO from the Airport Development Limited here. We are also working on a project of extending the runway, where we want to bring in bigger planes, because now the planes that are coming there, they have the capacity of 15 to 20. We want to bring bigger planes there. So we also want to build a hotel, a casino, a shopping complex, an aquarium. All those species of fish that I was talking about, we want to have an aquarium at which you can just go and see all these fishes, and then you will have a good time. And also people that would want to research more on fish and all of that can also do that within a confined space. So in terms of concession, we are offering a 99-year concession, and then we have several incentives as far as investments are concerned. And by the way, I want to mention that the law provides the minimum requirements for us as far as incentives are concerned. However, based on the level of investment and the size of investment and the duration of the project, we look at a project by project perspective. So it's not cast in stone in terms of what incentives we are providing as a country or as a sector. We'll look at the investment that you're bringing in and then discuss on the incentives that are available at our disposal, with the law guiding us on the minimum requirement. So for this one, we need close to, I think, 250 million United States dollars, because it has a lot of issues that we need to do. But also, I think the land at the moment does not belong to us. So we need to ensure that we do the compensations on land, and that's what is going to increase the cost thereon. The last project, there, I was telling my team that I really wanted that picture to be there, but I would have wanted the one with myself only. I don't know why my team put everyone there. That's me summiting the Sapitwa. This is our highest mountain on the land. It's about 3,002 meters above sea level. When you get to that Sapitwa, that peak, you can even see the Indian Ocean from there. It has its own weather up there. It's amazing. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. So during the tourism month, which was in September, I braved it and led a team of 70 people, and we summited that Sapitwa after 3 days. It was one of the most difficult things that I've ever done in my life, but it was amazing. That 3 days was really life-changing. Now, we know that other people are hikers, and other people who do hiking because their job demands them to do so, like myself. But we also know that other people, they like nature. They just want to see on top of the mountain, but maybe they may not be able to do so because of mobility challenges and all of that. So we really are in very much need of a cable car that we just take people from the ground all the way up to the top and then bring them down. But I think for me, that's not about, the issue is about the journey, you know, through the mountain or through the hiking. What exactly is there that would attract people? But also after you have descended, what are you seeing? Do you have a museum that would talk about the mountain and all of that? There are rumors that when you are hiking the mountain, these spirits, they cook food for you. I'm not going to say if they cooked food for me because you're not supposed to say what happens on the mountain. So we want to have a cafeteria or a restaurant that seats about 60 people, an interpretation center with displays, something like a museum that would talk to you about the mountain, its history, its heritage, and all of that, but also a 40 to 60-bed mountain inn. And at the bottom of the plane, we want to have the mountain, we want to have the cable car, like I've already mentioned, a health spa and a wellness center, and of course a 60-room eco lodge. And for that, we need about 45.9 million United States dollars, with a revenue for the first year estimated at 10.9 million, with a net present value of about 54 million United States dollars, with an internal rate of return of 10.5%. And for us, we think that we need about 11 years for us to pay back those resources. And those are just the pictures of our beautiful country. And I do thank you so much for your attention. So we're also promoting gastronomy. This is part of our local food. As a matter of fact, when I was going out, I thought that's what I'm going to find out there as our lunch. But we had British food. This is the snorkeling that happens at Cape Macleay. So thank you very much for your attention. This is what I could do in 5 minutes.
Was that a side swipe about British food? Listen, 22% tourism to Malawi so far. That surely can only improve, especially if we have a charismatic tourism minister, as Vera obviously is selling the country. So there you go. Thank you so much. Right, eventually we've got there. So can I please welcome on stage now for a one-to-one conversation Peter Greenberg from CBS News and the Honourable Rebecca Miano, Cabinet Secretary from Kenya. Please join us.
When Raj says it's going to be a one-to-one conversation, it's because you got me. I was hoping the minister would be here. I saw her this morning. We had search and rescue crews looking for her. She's somewhere in the building, I think. But until she gets here, I'm going to talk. How about that? Can you live with that? Okay. You don't have to applaud yet. I haven't said anything. When we talk about tourism investment in the largest industry in the world, you can't look at it one-dimensionally. And I listened to the presentation from Kenya Airways. I just listened to Vera's presentation. And what did they share in common? That you cannot promote destinations for investment in a one-dimensional way. It's all linked. And you have 54 countries in Africa, since we're talking about Kenya and Malawi for starters, but it applies to every country anywhere in the world. And that is, you cannot talk about hotels and investment unless you talk about airlift. You can't talk about airlift unless you have the transportation minister also talking to the tourism minister. You'd be surprised how these people don't talk. They don't talk. I'll give you an example. Portugal. How many people have been to Portugal? Did you enjoy your immigration lines? Okay. 4 hours to wait from an incoming flight. And when I mentioned to the Minister of Tourism, what are you doing about it? She says, oh, that's not my department, that's the Minister of Transportation. So I said, what does the Minister of Transportation tell you? And she said, oh, it's about the unions. So we have 16 inspection stations here at the airport, and only 2 are manned. And the unions want more money. Well, pay them. Nobody wants to wait 4 hours because they're going to tell all their friends. Not a good first impression. So we have to get different departments of the government talking to each other before you can even attract investment, right? It's not just about tax incentives, it's about common sense. It's about connecting the different areas that make the entire travel experience. So for example, Kenya did something smart. What did they do? They got rid of the visas, right? Now it's an ETA. Turkey did the same thing this year. Ask them if that really made a difference and people telling their friends they wanted to go there. It's the little things that get people to come. And the same thing about airlines. Airlift is key. Vera just talked about the fact that in everything that she asked you to invest in, what was it dependent on? An airport, a longer runway. That's the investment you need first. It's the chicken and the egg. Because what are the airlines going to tell you? We're not going to come until you have the beds, and no one's going to invest in the beds until you have an airport. You guys got to get in the same room and realize you're investing in this together. If you don't do that, nothing gets done quickly, and that payback goes from 11 years to 32 years. Second thing that happens is 54 countries in Africa, they need to talk to each other. What did Vera say about her honeymoon? She went to another country. How did she get there? Well, she got to that other country because it was next to Malawi. If you wanted to fly from Malawi to Johannesburg, chances are you got to go through London and double back. Sovereignty doesn't make sense anymore when it impacts investment and people's ability to travel freely. So the word open skies has never been more important than it is today. Never. And you need to talk to the ministers of transportation to say, you cannot look at sovereignty as a one-dimensional approach to your destination. You have an opportunity, wherever you are in the world, to be able to basically back, and let people have opportunities to not do one-dimensional travel, but multi-dimensional travel. Back when there wasn't a war going on in Gaza, back about 20 years ago, Jordan wanted to basically invite more people to Jordan. Well, guess what? Most people weren't going to Jordan. They were going to Israel. What's next to Jordan? Israel. So what did Jordan do? Because they have a peace treaty with Israel over the Allenby Bridge, their airline got smart and offered discounted fares to Jordan to visit Israel. The Israelis weren't happy about it. Well, the Israeli airline wasn't happy about it. Israeli tourism was thrilled because people went to see both countries. That's what you need to do. But you can't do that without open skies. And if you don't have open skies, half that investment conference becomes what? Immaterial. Because they can do the numbers, right? So how long is it going to be before you build the airport in any one of those great destinations that Vera talked about? That's priority number one. And then people can say, oh, now I can understand the numbers because I can see how people can get there. And if you don't do that, it never works. One other thing about the Kenya Airways presentation that I thought was interesting, they were voted the best in-flight magazine. You know what? In America now, we have no in-flight magazines anymore. Kenya is one of the last remaining in-flight magazines, so read it. I miss my in-flight magazines. But in all seriousness, if the countries stop with a sovereignty approach, then guess what? Whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Africa, whether it's Europe, whether it's Asia, whatever region you want to talk about, they'll figure it out. They figured it out in Asia, right? I can go anywhere in Asia. I mean, take a look at what just happened with United Airlines, an American carrier, right? The largest carrier now in the world. What did they just do? They just announced their largest international expansion in history. Where are they flying? Paris, Rome, London? Nope. They're flying to Mongolia. They're flying to Dakar. They're flying for the first time in 40 years, a US airline flying to Morocco. They're flying to the Philippines. They're flying to, places that are maybe not on anybody's bucket list, but in the post-pandemic world, you bet it's on their bucket list, and it's on the investors' bucket list as well. So there's a good example of where airlift happened first. I guarantee you, nobody last week was saying, I can't wait. They're also flying to Greenland, nonstop. These are all nonstop flights from the US. I bet you 3 months ago, nobody was sitting in Ulaanbaatar saying, hey, let's build 3,000 more rooms. I bet they're telling you that they are now, because now they've got the airlift to support it. So in the absence of the Minister of Kenya, the same thing applies to Kenya. Look at the map. Look where Nairobi is based. Look where it allows you to fly to. When Kenya Airways started service to the United States, are the Kenya Airways people still here? Yes? Okay. Hi guys, I saw you earlier today. When they first started flying to the United States, they were very ambitious. They basically announced their service 7 days a week. But they caught the world by surprise. That was overcapacity. Had to pull back. How many flights to New York right now? 9 a week, right? And they're filling them. But The question is, are the people selling that travel looking at Nairobi as a hub or as a final destination? And that's the investment challenge that you have, and you have to fulfill that because we don't live in a one-dimensional world anymore. That's what needs to be done. And the world is ready for that. The world is ready for experiential one-upsmanship. They learned that in the post-pandemic era. They look, social distancing means Malawi now. Think about that, right? Now, as an embarrassed American, I should tell you that most Americans are geographically ignorant. They don't know where Massachusetts is, how they're going to find Malawi. I can't change that as a journalist. You know I'm right. It's like the couple that comes back on a vacation. Where'd you go on your vacation? Aruba. Where's that? I don't know. We flew. You know these people. I know that. But I can't change that. What I can change, though, if I have the right information to work with as a journalist, is to let people know they've got options. The true definition of luxury travel is when you have options. And everybody presenting today is telling you what? You've got options. But they can't be options in a one-dimensional silo. They have to be options that are realistic in terms of being able to feed it together. So you got to get everybody in the room. And what the investors are going to tell you is what I'm going to tell you. Without that, it's a great project, but that payback period becomes double because you don't have the infrastructure to support it. And if you do have the infrastructure to support it, what do you have to do? Make sure the transportation minister talks to the tourism minister and there are no 4-hour lines to get in because everybody talks about that. Anyway, I just decided to talk because the minister of Kenya wasn't here. You got me. Thank you for letting me speak.
Hello, hello. We've got some presentations next. So we've got a presentation from Jordan Tourism by Lisette Castillo-Nunez. Lisette? Thank you. Sorry, that was a bit abrupt. It was not expected.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here representing the Jordan Tourism Board, and I am pleased to share with you all the compelling reasons as to why investing in Jordan's tourism sector is what you need to do. So we'll start with a quote from His Majesty the King Abdullah II. So investing in Jordan is in reality a much larger investment in stability, resilience, and hope for those in Jordan, but also for the region. So Jordan's GDP rose from $44.6 billion in 2019 to $51 billion in 2021. So by 2023, finance, real estate, and business services led to a growth of 22.1% of the GDP, while tourism-related sectors increased 12.5%. Sorry. Currently in Jordan, there are over 54,000 employed people in the tourism industry and over 200,000 jobs related to the same industry. So at the end of 2023, Jordan received 6.35 million visitors worldwide, and despite current challenges in the industry this year, August this year was actually the busiest month for Jordan, receiving over 654,000 overnight arrivals. So Jordan is home to over 100,000 heritage archaeological sites. 7 of those are UNESCO World Heritage Sites, with the latest addition, the village of al-Jimal, added just last September gone. And there are the 16 projects on the list, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's another addition in the near future. And this is actually 40.6% of the GDP contribution to the tourism industry. So, this statement highlights Jordan's rapid growth as a tourism destination, attracting more visitors and investors. The country's tourism sector is thriving because it offers a wide range of experiences, and the diverse mix of cultural and natural wonders makes Jordan a highly appealing destination, drawing both visitors and investment, further boosting the sector's success. So, tourism segments. So, you've got diverse natural scenery. Though a small country, Jordan offers remarkable variety of beautiful landscapes, including the lush Jordan Valley, Wadi Rum, Eastern Deserts, the Green Wadis, and the amazing oasis of Aqaba. So, this diverse natural beauty attracts a wide range of tourists and investors. I've mentioned culture as well. So, Jordan's vibrant cultural heritage is a major attraction from visitors worldwide and all over the world. So visitors can enjoy authentic cultural experiences. And last but not least, culinary experiences, probably one of my favorites in Jordan. The cuisine is a key pillar of the Jordanian experience, deeply rooted into the country's customs and hospitalities. So visitors can enjoy an excellent selection of traditional dishes like the mansaf. I don't know if any of you have tried that. So it also offers a wide variety of international dishes. So the culinary adventure not only delights the palate, but also offers a great insight into the Jordanian hospitality. Tourism sectors. So I've already mentioned culinary tourism and cultural, but Jordan is also home to numerous sites of special significance, so for both Muslim and Christian religious visitors. And there are 34 identified biblical sites, including 5 of those are actually recognized by the Vatican as a Christian pilgrimage destination. And of course, we can't forget the film tourism industry. With its diverse landscape, Jordan has provided an amazing and unforgettable backdrop to many movies, including Lawrence of Arabia, Indiana Jones, Star Wars, Dune, and many, many others. So why invest in Jordan? It has a robust infrastructure, unrivaled tourism potential, business-enabling investment ecosystem, investment incentives, and air connectivity. So Jordan offers numerous advantages, including its strategic location at the crossroads of Asia, Europe, and Africa, with facilities with trade. The country is known for its stability and security, along with a young, skillful workforce. Jordan's economy is booming with promising sectors such as tourism. In addition, its rich cultural heritage, I keep mentioning this because the culture is the most important in Jordan, enhances tourism potential, while the government's commitment to sustainable development creates new opportunities for growth. So, for more information on the supportive policies and tax incentives, this can be checked at the Ministry of Investment's website. There are several opportunities of projects within the tourism sector in Jordan. We'll start with the Dead Sea. So the Dead Sea offers excellent opportunities to invest in wellness centers and spas, taking advantages of its known therapeutic qualities. The Amman Convention Center can tap into the growing demand within business and conferences tourism, making Jordan a hub for international events and meetings in the region. Nature's Embrace camping project. So a uniquely attractive opportunity is an eco-venture that fuses the charm of nature within the sanctity of the baptism site. So this project captures the natural beauty that surrounds this historic site, offering a distinctive retreat to adventure seekers and nature enthusiasts. And in addition, the development of the Tartan International Rack Track further strengthens Jordan's appeal, targeting motor racing enthusiasts and attracting a diversity of tourism in tourism's portfolio. And again, investment in wellness, especially near the Dead Sea, as I mentioned before, responds to a growing global demand for health-focused travel. And to finalize, so Jordan's tourism sector is a powerful investment area, combining world-class attractions such as Petra, the Dead Sea, Wadi Rum, with a growing demand for ecotourism, adventure travel, and wellness experiences. The government is fully committed to supporting tourism growth, offering incentives and infrastructure development to welcome investors who share Jordan's vision. Jordan is uniquely positioned to offer sustainable, high-return opportunities in the tourism sector, and together we can create unforgettable experiences that will attract countless visitors and drive impactful growth in this vital sector. So we invite you to be part of this journey and join in building a vibrant future in Jordan's tourism industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lizette. That was great to see some different images of Jordan that I'd not seen before, and it's nice to see something more than just Petra and the Wadi Rum. So that's really whet my appetite for Jordan. Now, our next presentation is from Zimbabwe. I'm not sure if anyone from Zimbabwe is here. If not, we can move swiftly on to the founder and CEO of the Daku Group, Joliswa Daku. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon. I thought I could have a little bit of a voice compared to the Minister of Malawi. She was quite refreshing. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you very much to ITIC for the invitation. My name, as you've heard, it's Joliswa Daku. I'm from this beautiful jewel that sits in the south of Africa. I'm based in Cape Town. We're very much a group of companies that is more into the property, energy, and I happen to be a lawyer by profession, so it's not a different company. I run a legal entity as well. We're very much also involved in social infrastructure within the country as well. Our reach is very much in 5 provinces, but we've been working in the private and public sector. Today I've just come to you to share some appetizers about some of the wonderful and exciting opportunities that are lying within the country, to showcase our major change that is happening for those that are aware with regards to the changes that are happening in the country. We're trying to build infrastructure. So Daku Group happens to have acquired what used to be called Fish River Sun Resort in the Eastern Cape, Port Alfred. It's a coastal town, very much popular for tourists. As you would know, that South Africa's tourism expenditure for last year is sitting at about 97%, I think, for this quarter. So we're very much active in this space, and we're doing quite a lot of work. So this is a beautiful opportunity, which actually sits with a beautiful golf course. For those of you that are aware about the Gary Player golf course that sits here, it's a good opportunity as well that we have. This whole facility was developed in 1989 and needs redevelopment as we've acquired it. We're looking at about $30 million in terms of what needs to be reinvested in the area. It offers quite a lot because currently it's got about 83 units, with 40 of them being self-catering, and as well as also we've got conferencing within that. So we are looking at doubling that number, creating a more pleasure place, especially for your families and businesses throughout the world. For those that know Sun City, it resembles that kind of opportunity. There's also property investment opportunities within the same facility, where we're looking at investment from a property perspective for those that are quite keen to have some settlement within South Africa. Here's an opportunity. So it needs tender care, and would like to partner with you with regards to getting that 30 million redevelopment done. Another acquisition that we have is sitting in a Karoo area, which is a Cradock. which is in the middle of Karoo, going towards the north, and Port Elizabeth, which is the south on the N10. It's also a resort that is next to Zebra Park and game reserves. It's quite very popular for also requiring some tender care and enhancement. It's popular for what we call the canoe race, because it cuts across also Fish River Canal, and is very much popular for various activities, events, conferencing, as well as also major tourist attraction within that area. And what is exciting, and I want to say this because we're trying to salvage some of the old tourism spots in South Africa. So if you're in that mood, where you're looking at actually enjoying some of the wonderful and exciting opportunities that the Eastern Cape presents, those are the two. This one sits in Port Shepstone, where we're looking at an eco-friendly, a new hotel. It's right on the beach, 20 Beach, which is the south coast of KZN. And we're actually looking at also another $25 million with regards to investment, but we can chat about it. The good thing is that South Africa has got a lot of incentives currently within the tourism space, and as well as also we've got the development corporation supporting us in terms of all these three developments. We've got more with regards to the same space also in the Western Cape, where we're looking at Bree Street, and we're actually focusing, oh sorry, I didn't say it's about 100 units that are coming here. And in Bree Street, we've got another 63 that we are looking into. So we can have a conversation. Dago Group is one of the new and exciting opportunities, 100% black women owned. As you know, that South Africa is very, very strong with regards to that. Our role is to build and develop the country, but work in partnership with those that are quite interested in growing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to address an issue which has been long-standing, really, hasn't it, in the travel industry, but I think is improving. And we're talking about addressing the challenges and obstacles encountered by women in accessing financial resources to establish tourism enterprises. And to elaborate on what the discussion will be about and to introduce the panel, can I please welcome my colleague, Carmen Roberts, back on the stage.
Thank you, Rajan. Okay, so we're on to our next panel discussion, and joining me on stage, we have Mirabel Rodriguez, President of the Women Leading Tourism. We also have Jacinta Karuthi, the CEO of InTrade. Thank you. And we've just heard from the lovely Joliswa Daku, the founder and CEO of Daku Group. Welcome back to the stage. And the Honourable Lola Adijon, the former Minister of Tourism for Nigeria. Is she coming? Are we? Oh, goodness, I'm so sorry. Would you like to join us? No? Oh gosh, sorry. Sorry, all right, goodness. See, my sheet was wrong. I do apologize, Ola. Please come up. All right. CEO of West Africa Tourism Association. Sorry, Ola. My goodness. Things change so quickly these days. So, this is I'm so honored to be part of a women-only panel. I love this. I absolutely love it. But so according to statistics from the UNWTO, 54% of women are in the global tourism workforce. 70% of that is in Africa, which is great. But only 25% of those women are decision makers. And that percentage decreases even further the lower down we go, the higher up we go on the corporate ladder. So my opening question to everyone, just so we can get one sentence in and hear from everyone first off, what can we do? What's the one thing we can do now to change this imbalance? So I'll start with you, Maribel.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Taleb. How are you? It's amazing seeing you and good friends here. One of the things that I think is very important are companies. They need to have a roadmap to be able to have a plan so women have a way to go. That's my niche. I have a lot of things to say, but she only asked me one.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Carmen. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I know it's been a long morning, but it's fantastic to be here. And thank you for doing the distance, right? I believe it's going to be a very amazing conversation. Now, women not being in the top 25 as far as decisions are concerned, women have a role, a very important role. They're mummies, true or false? They get into another track and they become child bearers. So that takes their attention away to raise their families, spend their time there. And then what happens is that time flies. So if you ask me what to do, is to give women the opportunity for returnships, that they use that skill that they have garnered as a mom to come back to the workplace, and I believe they will make better decision makers. Yes, because it's a skill that you can replicate and also use across other industries. So returnships, from where I'm standing, would be a brilliant way to bring women back into that space.
Great, thank you, Jacinta. Jaliswa, what's your take on this? What's the one thing we can do now?
I think having worked in the space on women empowerment, it has always been about lobbying and advocating for conducive policies, and it has worked in my country. If you look at 52% of our population is women, so we had to make sure that we change the status quo, and that's what has led to some of us to be where we are today, to reach the highest level of the echelon, and actually opening up the supply chain within that. So currently we've advocated for 40% procurement, and it's working.
Great, thank you. And Ola Wright, what do you think?
Yeah, so is this working? Yeah. You can hear me, thank you. And I think we just need to change our mentality. I think men just need to change the mentality. I cannot tell you how many times sometimes they're like, oh, she's just a woman. You know, or you're driving, oh, it's a woman behind the, I mean, I get that a lot. You know, where even before you drive, they instantly think you cannot do a certain maneuver because you're a woman. Then I'm like, I'm going to show you how it's done. And I get behind the wheels and I do it. Then I'm like, oh, sorry, you're different. So we just need to have a mentality change. And I think also as women, we've been put down, you know, for too long that we start to believe that narrative as well. You know, I choose to be different. And I choose to always let people know that I'm different. Don't put me in that box. So a mentality change.
Yep, change the mindset. I understand we're also joined by Memenatu Pratt. Hello. Thank you for joining us. The former Minister of Tourism in Sierra Leone, thank you for joining us via Zoom link. Have you heard the previous part of the conversation? How, just a quick one sentence or two sentence answer on how we can address the imbalance of women in power in tourism, and what's the one thing we can do now? What do you think?
I think the biggest thing for us to do is to address the gender inequality and then also to address the gender gap. Because if we constantly do not try to address it and try to achieve the SDG by 2030, all other issues pertaining to women are not going to be fully acknowledged. So my take is addressing the gender gaps, having the laws, having the requisite frameworks, and then also building on government policies that can address women's empowerment. Because once you address women's empowerment through raising their voices, giving them empowerment through the laws, giving them voices in order that they can make a decision for themselves, they can be able to determine as to probably how they are going to make sure that their contribution is felt, I think we'll start to address the problem. Because my take is that we cannot divorce the two. Talking about women in tourism, women in enterprise development, women in digital skills, women in innovation, women in terms of access to loan and credit facilities. Has to do with the laws, has to do with the frameworks, and then has to do how these are supported and how countries make provision for this, how the private sector comes in, how women specialized programs are developed, how do we ensure that the socio-cultural barriers are addressed, because these are the critical issues that are affecting women. And I must also say that the poverty gap is in our own countries. So even if you take tourism development, the tourism development is a particular area, because of the level of poverty of women and because of the lack of inclusion of women, because of the lack of financial exclusion of women, it's becoming a problem. So what we need to do is to ensure that we structure the loan system, we give them access to facilities, we give them education, we give them skills training, we give them digital skills, and then also we build them into strong entrepreneurs. Let them become proprietors of hotels, let them own guest houses, let them own restaurants, and then also working within the hospitality industry, that these women are fully capacitated so that they become managers. Because a study which we did in 2019 clearly shows that there is a huge disparity gap. And when you visit these hospitality institutions, very, very few women are at the top. Most of the women are down the ladder. So I think that is my take for now.
Great. I think there's very valid points, very valid points. And all of you women here on the panel, I'm sure you've taken part in panels like this before, haven't we? We hear this same thing over and over again. Why isn't it put into action? Or when will we see it happen?
I think it would be great that instead of being all women, we have a mix between men and women and discuss about the subject. But that's good, because it's good that we have males in the room. I totally agree with my colleagues here, but we have to be practical. We need to use data, say how many women, where we want to go, and the how we are going to be able to achieve that. I like the quotas, I like the gender gap, and the reality is that we women, after COVID, after pandemic, we were the ones really moving the agenda, changing everything. But you know, when everything was sorted, we went back to our position and men came back. No, we need to stay. And for that, we need to have a plan, but we need to have reference. When a woman sees another woman, which is like, you know, you admire, you like what they do, that is very important. Not for us, but for the young generations that are coming. That is really, really important. They have to see a person that is a figure that you want to do whatever they do. And we can all be mothers and friends and colleagues. We have done a study in the association I lead, which is Women in Media. And it's very funny because when you talk about a man, it's like leadership, strong, visionary, ambitious. And when a woman has all that, it's like, oh, she's an iron woman, she's very cold. Or it's associated to empathy, she's very nice. So we're not even language-wise, we need to really do a lot of changes. We cannot wait till 122 years like the web is saying that gender gap is going to be, you know, sorted out. We don't have time for that, right?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Jacinta, what's your take on this?
My take would be, I feel the disparity comes from women wanting to be perfect. True or false? Women want to get it right to a T, right? And we have watched our counterparts as men, honestly, with 30%, he's happy. But as a woman, you will feel, I need to get to 80%, I need to have it perfect. Only then can I present myself. Because believe it or not, as women, we are damned if we do, and we are damned if we don't, isn't it? So when you get there and you feel you're not sufficient, honestly, what it takes to bring you down is just a sentence. True or false? Yeah? So we feel, and I know I can see a couple of smiles in the audience, we want it perfect. We want it down to a T, just like we take care of our homes. We want everything to be aligned. And only then can we feel we're giving our best. So, I don't know, we cannot, from where I'm standing, we will never be the same. But there is a value that a woman brings to any space, the effeminate. The effeminate, as she says, is the empathy. It's the seeing things from a different perspective. It's being able to stand here in your own skin and feel comfortable and say, you know what, take me for who I am. And that is okay. And I think that is the mentality that we need to move forward with. It is okay not to be okay. I think that's my takeaway. Yes.
And I think, Jalissa, you mentioned earlier, it's mindset, isn't it? It really is mindset on, I see many men in position that will blag it, really.
Right.
And they've got the confidence.
Yes.
They have the confidence, whereas women, I feel, lack it. Why? But I feel that African women have more confidence. Is that true? I feel that's true.
Well, I think it's by built. I mean, with regards to, we can talk about societal issues and take the whole day and realize how households are being developed and who are behind all these households and the matriarch system that runs within the African continent. But I think more than anything else, I want to come back to something that is more valuable for women in general, which was mentioned by one of the speakers, the ownership part. And in order for us to be able to get more women to build that level of confidence and leadership is actually to see women actually owning this wealth as well. And then another thing that you actually get, because I'm a hotel developer, and you'll find that we are few in South Africa or anywhere that are in that space. Most of us are in the softer skills or services industry, not necessarily in the ownership of the actual wealth within that. So we've got to encourage these things and ensure that women actually become part or own these trades so that they could actually ensure that more women participate within that environment as well. Because we have a tendency, one of our deputy presidents used to say, lift whilst you climb. Maybe I'm going to say it's South Africa, but it's general, where you actually, once you get into a position, you actually appreciate. I mean, Melinda Gates is currently promoting quite a lot of that with regards to philanthropic work, that other women should come in when you are in that position. It's an automatic system that is inculcated. But maybe another thing that from an ITIC perspective, how do we then see it from a conference perspective that as we are approaching these deals, how many women, I think my sister spoke about data, are getting into these deals and going up the ladder. That would also be valuable for us to trace the system and ensure that it is compliant.
Yes, because there are a significant portion of African women who are self-employed and entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
But the key for this is securing finance.
Yeah.
What are some of the obstacles, do you think, Ola, right? And then we'll come on to you, Mematu Pratt, because I think this is definitely something, securing finance is really key here. And why is it harder for women? Or is it harder for women?
Well, I think I'll just, also just speak from experience and from knowledge. And I'm sorry, I'm a straight shooter, so, I speak as it is.
We love straight shooters.
Thank you. Again, I mean, and the reason I said, it's a mind game earlier, it's about a mindset. How do people see you? How do people see women? How do men see you? Because how do men see you? A sex object. Someone, look, a lot of people don't like talking about that, but that is the reality, and that is a fact. So you have to, it's unfortunate that you have to work probably 10 times more to be able to prove yourself. And really, you should not be able, you should not have to prove yourself. Why do I have to prove myself? But it's the reality. You get somewhere, and this happens all the time. I cannot begin to tell you the experiences that I have had. So this is probably why sometimes people think you're the iron lady and you have to stand your ground. But it is extremely difficult. I'm telling you, I'm speaking from experience. It is extremely difficult, not even just with finances, to be able to really get where you're supposed to be. When people are thinking, oh, you need to do this before you get that. And I've had, men say to me, I'm sorry, you haven't done this for me, so I'm not going to do this. And I'm like, keep it. But now, in my experience also, how to resolve that is to make sure that you're best at everything. And I'm talking as a woman, not just a woman, as a black woman. In this world, I mean, that is another thing. Let's face the reality. So it is hard, being a woman. Trust me, it is 100 times harder being a black woman in this society. So you need to make sure that you're the best at what you do. I mean, I take pride in always saying there's not one single place or anyone that I've worked for or worked with that have been laid off. It's just impossible, because you can never fault my work. So you need to make sure that, you have the capability, as Honorable Memunatu said earlier, and so you need to develop yourself. So don't wait for anyone. Develop yourself. When you're the best, people have no choice. Even if you're the biggest CEO, people have no choice. They will always come back to you. That's my take.
Thank you. Memunatu Pratt, do you agree with this?
Well, I think I agree with most of what my other panelists are saying, because these are some of the issues which, even as women, we need to acknowledge some of this and try to work on them, as how Lola was saying. But my point now is to look at what is the role of men in all of this. And I think the narrative over decades have been that because of the socio-cultural barriers, because of the violence against women, because of the sexual gender-based violence, and even because of voting rights, we have already created a situation where we think there is a disengendered communication between us. So I think we now need to move the discussion above this and to talk about the he for she men. How many men do we have today that want to support women? Because if we have the he for she men, we try to convince as many men as possible. Because men are husbands, men are fathers, men have daughters, they have sisters. So the narrative of creating the situation that probably like some lack of insensitivity by them because of what they have been believed to be in and how they have been socialized from birth and how society has presented women. I think it's now time to move back and to see how do we change those stereotyping? How do we get men to support us? I think that's really the issue. If we have, let's say, exactly, maybe let's look at all the men in that room today that are listening to us and say we appeal to them, that we want them to be a huge champion for us. I think it makes a lot of sense. So my point I'm making is that there are issues of education, there are issues of lack of confidence, there are issues of cultural discrimination and all of that. But then also, I will want to submit that we have many more men that if we are able to convince them, I am sure they will come on our path, and they are willing to do that. So we now need to talk about fully engendered approach. Approaches wherein we can bring women and men together in a struggle and chart the way forward. I know that most of the things which we are talking about are not their creation, okay? But we can also say that some of them, because of masculinity, I mean, they can overpower women and in fact even become intimidating to women. So I think it's high time that we talk about this. Now for tourism particularly, the problem has been that this is a sector which for many, many years has not been the mainstream of development. I think if you can remember, tourism has also come in the mainstream of development in the last 20 years. And for women, it's the last decade that we really have been addressing the issue of women in tourism. And there are lots of research work that are going on. So we need to see how we can bring women to own restaurants. I know they are there, but we need the big business women, the women who can lead the branding world, and the women who can hold the 5- and 4-star hotels. But how do we get there? So I believe that we need to remove the shackles of the challenges in the loan system in the banks. We need to let people who are supporting us to know that we are confident we can actually do business. We need to have the marketing knowledge. We need to have the digital skills, but it takes time. So that is why we need special programs, crowdfunding, training women on proposal writing, getting them to be confident in speech making, getting them to be financially literate. I think these are all the fundamental things which we need to do. But I should finally say that Women are the different strata. They are the top, very few in tourism, in the middle they are there, but there are many at the bottom who, because of lack of empowerment, they are still there. But we think we can do more with women in businesses, because at that level, we can have more creatives, we can have more innovation, we can have more people in the vegetable gardening that can also be linked to hotels as well.
I think you made a very, very valid point. We can talk to the cows come home about women, we can talk as women, but without male allyship, we won't get anywhere. How?
I couldn't agree more. Actually, if we cannot do this alone, because we live in a planet with half and a half, right? We need to be totally aligned. And what she was mentioning was totally certain, but there are many things we could do. We need visibility. Thank you, we are here. We need platforms. We need events. We need to have places for networking. We need alliance. We need to have media time. We did a study, and 85% of the titles and the headlines in tourism were all about men, only 15%. Why? If we change, and it's not, and we cannot make men guilty. They have to be part of it, because it's not your fault. We shouldn't be like, the other way around, we should be working together. But the world where we live is a world done by men, which again is not their fault. It's just we are trying to fit within another shoes. You were saying, I want to be perfect. Well, for you, having a job, okay, I have out of 5, I have only 4. No, I'm not gonna go for it. A man out of 5 have 2. It's like, I'm gonna do it. Great, that's great, but it is self-confidence. And we are lacking of this self-confidence. It's why we need to have reference of the women, education, and a plan. Because if you don't have a plan, we can be together, there's a line, but at the end of the day, we won't be able to do things together. Women, we need to be more together. We need to support each other. We need to put a stair to other women to go up and help her, rather than sometimes, I want to be the only one and only, no. We need to do a lot of work with men. Please help us.
What's your take on male allyship as well in practice, Jacinta?
I don't know. I think I'm from a different school of thought. I think from where I'm standing, I find that the land is even. And I'll just go back to the level of confidence. As women, we want it to be perfect. The key is to take the first step. I will tell you from a very practical perspective, I didn't work for 10 years. I was raising my kids, okay? Now, I looked into myself just around COVID and said, okay, what will I do? I know I have an amazing skill set, but I need to repackage myself and find my way back into the workspace. So I decided to be very honest with myself. I said, you know what? I'm an amazing public speaker, and I have amazing technical competence, and I will combine that skill. And Mr. Nkube here is one of my witnesses. I just took to the stage, whether it was good, whether it was not good, I just felt I had to believe in myself. Now I found that nobody was stopping me. Actually, the doors just started opening. So sometimes it's just being honest about yourself. Who am I? Because at the end of the day, I don't think the lack of confidence is a gender thing. I think men as well go through the kind of doubt. Am I good enough? Or am I not good enough? Am I articulating my ideas clearly? So as I said, from where I'm standing with a disclaimer, I just feel it's level and it's very individualized. So you can only map your journey according to your pain points. You decide what my tomorrow will look like. True or false?
You're very sophisticated, which is great, but you are probably in another level already. For the majority of the world that we are in,
yes, I don't know. That's where I'm saying that with this journey, I think having known that I took time off to be a mom and then come back, it has inspired so many people that it's possible. And you don't have to be sophisticated, as you're saying. You just have to believe in yourself. That's where I'm coming from. And I hope in one way or the other we leave that message behind, that the playing field is level. Just step into the ring. blood, bowels, and everything, just step in.
We can sign that. But
let it be whatever it, because there's just one you. There's nobody else like you.
But there are some policies that are helping.
True, and I know, especially in the financial sector, because that's the space I'm in as well, is that the framework, the way it was curated right from the beginning, it was curated by our men folk, all right? Now, we were boxed into that. This is the way the financial space should be. If you want to access loans, it has to be securitized. You have to have a certain financial flow. Now, as women, we know we don't have that. We don't have security. We don't have these regular financial flows. But you see, the lack of that does not eliminate you from the game. It just means that you curate products that are suitable to yourself. And that is what has happened in my country. Any Kenyan here in the room? Kenyans, we create. If something is not there, we decide, you know what, this is not working for me. Let me find something that works for me. And I think one of the products that has worked for women is digital money. You're unbanked. You don't have security. You don't have title to the land. So you cannot go to the bank. What are you going to tell the bank? But you're very good at making payments on your phone. You're very consistent. So the one thing that women have is great credit history in those regular and small payments. So the financial sector within my country has seen that and has leveraged that and has curated products for women that are relevant to them. So again, I say with a disclaimer, it's a level playing field.
But the perfection is because the women were paying, and that is why the banks are doing that.
Now the narrative is changing, but that's
tell
just my perspective, Karen. Carmen.
Joliswa, what do you think? Do you think it's a level playing field from where you're standing?
I'm always going to come up, because I'm also chair of the Small Enterprise Development Agency. And I think one of the key things that we note for financing small businesses in general is the issue of looking at the right products for the different designated groups. So from a governance perspective, that leveling field must come in strong. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, I work with males every day, so I can't say anything because I am in the property space, so I have to by default. So that in the boardroom, the policies, and I'm coming back to that are being created are the ones that unlock the opportunities. For example, we look at South Africa currently, the GEM report that we looked at, 43% of women are in the construction industry, but South Africa has got limited products for that sector. So we've got to influence that change, and we're actually working with men who are responsible for creation of these products at a leadership perspective and influence that for change to happen. But I want to say something also to us as women. The associations and the relationship between the institutions of women leadership and integration of the work that we're doing, that also helps with regards to actually creating that level field. Because if you are a chairperson of a structure, how many women are you bringing on board when you are working with those men? So it's always also important that that leveling field comes across from both angles so that we can all have the slice of the pie. Thanks.
Yeah. So it's allyship, isn't it?
Yes.
It comes down to allyship. What's been your experience with male allyship, Olawright?
I think I totally agree with what Jacinta Jacinta said earlier. I think for me, where the allyship has to come in is basically changing the policies. So because if you have a policy that restricts women, how do you want to achieve anything? Because I'm of the school of thought that if you don't give me a seat on that table, I'm gonna create my own table, and I've always been that way. But there's a limit to that, so you can only work in your space. So the second you want to work, in a larger space, on the global space, then you need restrictions removed, and that means changing policies. For example, I'll give this is interesting, and I think probably a bit funny. Let's take a divorce. Say you divorce from your partner, your husband, or whatever. You find that a lot of women will have more liberty in a country like the UK or the US. But you then hear, go to Africa, oh no, 50-50, where? I mean, and yet you've worked with this, man, you've built the estate together, but then you don't have any access to that if you separate. So the policy, there's a policy supporting that. So that needs to change. So we need to get back to the policy makers and make sure that, the change that, and that is where, for me, the, being an ally comes in.
Definitely. And you say changing policy. We'll have to wrap up soon, unfortunately. But Memunatu Pratt, this is easier said than done, isn't it? Changing policies, especially at a government level.
When she talks about changing policies, at the governance level, I was just smiling. Because what I've experienced is that governments are very good at making policies, making the changes, but implementing those are challenges. You need to have the right leadership. You need to have the right framework of government's budgeting, which we call gender budgeting. We need to have the right framework of private sector development. I think those are very critical, because no matter what you do, if private sector development is not being propelled in such a manner that it can make provision when women go to the banks, they have access to loans. When women want land, they are not asked to go and bring some kind of a guarantor. And in my country, sometimes they don't even rent a house to a woman, except to a man.
Yeah.
So we have all of those things that are affecting us. But I strongly believe that the role of government in making sure that it puts its voices and monies into the changes that they want to see in women. Even limiting women in accessing political power where decisions are made. Africa, we still have a long way to go, even when we are talking about 30% or what have you. Now, even with the private sector, women are still struggling. So my conclusion will be that we need to start the lobbying, the pushing, having the champions, and then also having our voices heard in global platforms like this, and then ensuring that global development, monies, supports that are given for women in our countries, the women actually feel the benefits of those. So I think if we look at those things, I think the bigger picture is very critical into shaping the smaller picture and bringing in most change. Let me thank you all, and I hope we connect to meet sometime at another forum. And to thank Ayu and, of course, the chairman for inviting me to participate in this all-important platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. I find it quite astounding that it's 2024 and we're still discussing how women can get better access to financing and where we're not punching more above our weight. So just quickly, if we want to just have a quick final thought at the end so you can all have your final say. That was my final say. What would you like to say?
I totally agree with everyone here. Platform, visibility, we need a plan, we need to work together, and we need to work with our colleagues, the men.
Okay, great. Jacinta.
My parting shot is I have a business proposal. I have 2 million women in my country who are looking to be funded. So anybody with a certain amount of money, I have a business proposal. So please see me after this. It's very viable and they pay. And it's a phenomenal project. And I just met them before I came. So anybody looking to double your investment within a very short period of time, I'm the person to see. Thank you.
It's a sales pitch.
Exactly.
Okay, Jaliswa.
Yeah. Well, with the 26 years in business, it's all about trust. It's about building trust so that you can ensure that you build resilient and sustainable businesses in the future.
Great. All right.
Yes, I just, as I always say, respect. So do unto others as you would like them to do unto you. So when you respect people, a lot of these things that we're talking about will not be there. They will not be a topic. So respect.
Yes, thank you. And Memunatu Pratt, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. I'm always available and then to support and to participate because I do quite a lot of programs. I have an organization. I established the Women in Tourism in Sierra Leone, and of course, it's doing very well. There are many, many things that I do. So And apart from that, I'm also a consultant as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
I thought I was going to see you.
Yes, we take a picture, yeah.
I think Rajan's trying to get us off the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Maribel. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, confidence. It's okay to be okay. And you can double your money in a very short period of time. I like that one. See that woman afterwards. Okay. I am very conscious that we are running late, so we're going to shave off some time from each of the following sessions. Sorry about that. But still have plenty of time. But I am aware that we are spreading. But it is my great pleasure now to welcome onto the stage to moderate a discussion about delivering growth in the UK tourism sector. Can I please welcome, is he there? Yes, he is. Can I please welcome Christopher Rodriguez, CBE WTTC Ambassador, to the stage. Where is he? I've seen him. Where are you, Christopher? I just saw you. Oh, there you are. I beg your pardon. Okay, also, can I please introduce on stage Dimitrios Bouhalis. You saw him as he wanders on here. Takes his
Going at the end.
You met him before. Similarly, you met before Ken Osei, who is just there to my left, Principal Vice Investment Officer from the IFC, and just behind me, I believe this is Tony Mathaharu. Hello. Chairman, Integrity International Group Limited, and an old friend. I've just seen her. Ufi Ibrahim, Chief Executive Officer, Energy and Environmental Alliance. Christopher, it's all yours.
Don't give me the hard questions, whatever you do.
Well done, everyone who's hung in there. It's always encouraging to see more people in the audience than there are on the panel. Seeing if anyone's awake. When we labelled this discussion, delivering growth in the UK tourism sector, I think we'd all hoped that we'd be building on the much-trailed growth programme of the new Labour government. As it turns out, to date, this appears to be more aspiration than substance. Meanwhile, our sector is reeling from the impact of higher employer national insurance, higher minimum wages, changes in employment law, and an uncertain future for the lower business rate regime. Hopefully, the government will soon realise how significant tourism is as a source of employment, particularly for young people. The continually revolving door of tourism ministers. In the 10 years that I was chair of Visit Britain, I had 19 ministers and secretaries of state. We'll just have to go on making the case. But I wanted to say that before we got to the discussion and the panel, because we're not here to be moaning minis today, but rather to take a longer-term view and identify which UK tourism sectors look attractive for investors and how best to secure the capital needed to maintain and improve our offer, thus ensuring that tourism continues to contribute to the investment and growth objectives of the nation. Last couple of points. As a nation, we're not novices in the tourism industry. Domestic travellers already account for 340 million bed nights a year and spend an estimated 180 billion on tourism, while overseas visitors contribute a further 44 billion, with close to 300 million bed nights, 50% of which are in London and never go outside. We all know that nowadays tourism is more and more about experiences. What I find interesting is that in a recent survey that identified the top 20 destinations in the UK, 3 were natural beauty, 6 were historic buildings, and 11 were built attractions. underscoring the view that there is no limit to the opportunities for entrepreneurs with an exciting vision. Given the evolution of the accommodation sector, there is surely room for new build and renovation. The question for now is, where do we go from here? Or maybe to be more precise, where do our customers want us to go from here? Fortunately, we have an expert panel to help us answer these questions: Ufi, Ken, Tony, and the Professor. So I'd like to start by asking each of you to lay out the case, briefly in an elevator pitch, for investing in the UK tourism sector. Where would you put your money now and why? Dimitrios, you have an independent view of consumers. Would you like to start?
I think what's happening now is that you find consumers doing being polarized. On the one side, you've got the people that have got quite a lot of money, that they're actually not affected by the inflation, by a lot of the financial struggles. And then you've got the vast majority that they are now struggling with surviving the month. I've never, in the last 34 years I live in this country, I've never had so many offers that they're related to payday. And therefore, what's happening now is that you've got a whole range of people who cannot afford our services in tourism, hospitality, and leisure. And that's really, really important. First time that has ever happened. And I think that also creates opportunities for investment, because there are a lot of properties that they are now available out there. And anybody who has got a little bit of cash on that can invest, this is the right opportunity to invest on things.
Two-tier market.
Yeah.
Invest in the winning tier.
Yeah.
That's right. And in what?
Invest on things that have got to do with experience and things that have got to do with well-being and wellness. We find a lot of people are focusing now about their well-being and their wellness. One of the things that you find that they're expanding really, really fast is pet shops and anything to do with pets. You find a lot of people that they are investing, that they are spending a lot of money on pets and different things that they're not buying things, they're not purchasing things, but they are purchasing experience, or they are purchasing things to do with their well-being.
Tony, you're at the sharp end of delivering what consumers want. And you have a desire, I know, to keep building the business you've got. Where would you put your money and why?
I think the flippant answer to that would be in the public sector, because that's where all the money seems to be borrowed from private sector and spent on the public sector. But I think a more realistic answer, it relates to tourism, is where there's disruption, there's opportunity. So whilst COVID and the post-pandemic lockdowns have impacted lots of people, and the reduced working week has impacted negatively on workforce and mobility of people coming in, particularly into urban environments and cities, which has meant that it's less practical and returns on investment for offices have weakened. There are opportunities as a result of that to reinvest in those businesses, which are probably buildings which have been unloved, and repurposing them into other hospitality-related ventures, in particular hotels. So whilst disruption has been uncomfortable, whilst London as a capital city depends on many people coming for all kinds of reasons, events, work, culture, arts, to visit, as you said, the heritage facilities, particularly in and around London. And that's been an unhappy situation for those who are holding large real estate in offices that needed large amounts of capital expenditure. There are opportunities to identify relevant buildings and repurpose them as potential hotels and deliver to the market what the 21st century consumer might want, including experiential lifestyle offers in new locations, sometimes in fabulous buildings that were built for a different time, for a different purpose, but can be repurposed.
So both of you saying in the dark spots, there are light spots.
That's what entrepreneurs do. Entrepreneurs typically watch patterns of behaviour, stock market, mining, minerals, you might be an expert on that. And when they see blips in the market and they see changes in that pattern, having identified it, presumably because you've got expertise on, you know, tin or copper or zinc or hotels or travel or buildings or real estate, if you are able to identify those and see that there may be some value to be created from them, then you might then want to buy into those in a way that perhaps others would not. So typically entrepreneurs are optimistic and they're scanning the horizons for opportunity. It's selecting the right opportunity. There are obstacles, many of them, largely because there are big barriers to entry. I'm sure you'll come on to that as another question later on. But generally, and in an elevator pitch, where there's disruption, there sometimes are opportunities.
Thank you. Ken, you've lent a lot of money to a lot of people, evaluated a lot of oppositions.
Well, on this subject, I consulted my expert, my teenage daughter, who is studying hospitality and tourism management and business. And she doesn't live in the UK, so...
That's not the answer.
You'll have to take that with a bit of... But I think, I mean, on a very serious note, what she pointed out, which I think is really compelling, is that the United Kingdom, historically, is the country that has been big on sports, so cricket, football, rugby. These are all sports that the Premier League is one of the most popular leagues in the world. Music, big destination in the United Kingdom in terms of different types of music, different genres. Heritage sites, architecture, cathedrals, everything from old buildings, castles, the whole food scene. United Kingdom is a big hotbed of markets, agricultural tourism. So basically, I mean, the recommendation is to capitalize on the existing assets of the country and turn them into experiences. Create destination and tourism management companies around that. But really to just kind of unlock the existing assets and experiences. I mean, you know, concerts, people coming to the country, but creating a mechanism or means for people to access these facilities, organize them, transport them, provide accommodation around these themes. So really exploit the already existing assets. Everything from pubs, you know, pubs as an experience. I mean, whiskey, gins, these are all parts of the United Kingdom's culture and heritage. And that these are experiences that people will want to, if packaged correctly, would want to take advantage of.
I'm pleased to be able to tell you that the 8th most popular tourist destination is the Bombay Sapphire Gin Exposition. You're on the money. Thank you. Ufi, you have a lot of experience in many sectors of the industry and also have a lens now as to the kind of industry that it should be. What would you want to see?
Well, I think I'll reflect on, first of all, for those of you who don't know, we're a coalition. We represent investors. And our investors own about 40,000 hotels around the world, including many in the United Kingdom. What are we spending our money on at the moment? Well, I think I would agree with Tony, definitely looking at repurposing, because location, 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 and what better location than office buildings right in the center of town, which are, you know, now in need of loving business care. But also, with the environmental hat on, and I'm very sad that I didn't actually hear enough from all the ministers that spoke today about longer-term vision and sustainability about their destinations. With that sustainability hat on, I think it's fair to say that what investors are currently looking for, institutional capital, so pension funds, LPs, but also private equity, what we're looking for is we're looking for the opportunity to actually transition existing assets, existing built assets, so existing hotels, to become more sustainable, because there's a lot of profit to derive from that transition. Why are we doing that? Because of regulation. Regulators tell us that we have to be net zero by 2050. Well, actually, in 2050, 80% of all the buildings that will be here are already here, and they're all expected to become net zero. So one thing is to think about where to put your money in terms of developing new destinations, new buildings, new hotels. But actually, an opportunity that we often overlook is to think about how we can improve existing assets. And we have a very compelling reason, assuming we all buy the climate argument, being that COP is happening in Baku as we speak. So I think that's where I would definitely put my money, and that's where a lot of investors are putting their money, in saving and transitioning assets, because if assets don't meet the required level of energy efficiency and carbon performance, according to regulation, such as countries like the United Kingdom, if we don't meet the EPC rating, we can't operate them. If we don't meet the minimum energy efficiency standards, we won't be able to operate those buildings commercially. And that type of regulation is going to catch on. The European Union is definitely leading the charge. Who knows what will happen if, the US elections go one way or the other. But globally speaking, the International Financial Reporting Standards Organization, which represents all the capital markets around the world, the central banks, the stock markets, 130 securities commissions with whom we work very closely to set financial sustainability reporting standards. And that's what investors are looking for: auditable, verifiable data and information to make good, sound investment decisions. All of that relates to us being able to operate assets, otherwise they become stranded. And we could end up with a lot of stranded assets. According to the Carbon Risk Real Estate Monitor, which was created by the European Commission, if you put hotel buildings into that globally, on average, 99% of all hotel assets are already stranded. Theoretically, a stranded asset has very little value. So we have a long way to go, and that's where I would put my money.
Tony, what barriers exist to delivering the vision that you described, and how could people outside of the market, maybe government, either help by doing things or help by getting out of the way?
That's a really interesting question. When I looked at the topic, I looked at the meaning of growth. And there were three common elements about growth. If you take a baby, if you take a seedling, the genetics, the nature of the seed, that's one important factor. Nutrition and the environment. Those were three things that are common to the definition of growth. And growth was a quantitative thing, and it meant you could measure it, and it was smaller and grew bigger with nutrition and the right environment. So I think the answer is it can be answered in several ways, but very broadly, the genetics are good. For example, you mentioned London. 50%, around about 50% of the reasons of the top 20 reasons for coming to the UK were heritage attractions and our history and our culture. So obviously London has a lot of advantages. So let's assume that the genes are good. UK is good, it has good genes. So what else do we need? Well, we need the right environment and the right nutrition. My thoughts are that there are lots of hindrances for that. With growth, it's a structural matter. With development, it's quantitative and also qualitative. So the quality of you can talk about development, but when you just simply talk about growth, it's simply about how big it gets, the size of the market, and so on. So my thoughts are that we need to create the right environment, the right conditions, the right nutrition for the UK's good genes to be exploited. And that means that private investors have got to be able to and want to risk take to invest their own capital in order to get a return on investment and to create gross value added at the end of the investment. Other people, the debt market, conventional banks, corporate lending, others, institutional finance, they want to get a return on their investment. And they've got to be encouraged that there will be consistency and stability in the marketplace in order for them to get their returns. So those things, the conditions and the environment really are government-led things. They're not they can't be controlled by individual organizations. they could potentially be influenced by collectives. The IOD, the CBI, UK Hospitality, Company of Entrepreneurs, London Chamber, and family business organisations and collectives can influence government, and in my view should, in order to make sure that the conditions are right for both private enterprise and foreign investment to want to invest its funds in the UK economy and in UK tourism. But we can't be complacent. It's just because London and the UK have been successful, it should not mean that we can keep on taxing it and we can impose restrictions and regulation and everything will be all right. We've learned that that isn't the case. So very broadly, I think we've got to create the right environment, the right conditions. We've got to nurture it, support it. We've got to try to encourage people to be in their workplaces. We've got to encourage employers to employ more people. We've got to reduce the restrictions on employment. We've got to reduce the barriers to entry. They're hard enough already. And when there's nervousness and insecurity, the markets respond and they don't want to lend and they hold back. We don't want that.
Ask Ufi to just have a perspective on that, because you've been doing quite a lot of the lobbying and you know what works and what doesn't. And then Demetrius and Ken, I'd love you to just, I suspect, close out, because we're tight on time, by commenting on what you've observed in other places that we might learn from, things that have worked elsewhere. So Ufi, how do you actually get the consensus to land?
Well, I think the power of local is very important in the United Kingdom. So, we have over 600 members of parliament. Each one are responsible for constituencies. There are tourism, hotel, service department facilities in most of those 650 constituencies in the United Kingdom, and the power of local lobby should never be underestimated. So how you organize that as a collective, I think, is very valuable, but I do believe that sometimes representative organizations focus too much on having simply or merely having lobbyists within the parliamentary building, for example, and forget about the most important thing, which is the people that live in the constituencies actually saying to their local MPs, this really matters to our local economy, our local people depend on these jobs, our local economy depends on this income, on this revenue, on these exports, on this investment. That, I think, should never be underestimated, the power of that. And just one final comment about the United Kingdom, since that's what we're talking about, although, just to be clear, I do represent a global constituency now. But for the United Kingdom, I think it's quite sad to see that a tourism investment conference is happening here, opposite Westminster, and this room is not full of members of parliament from the United Kingdom. We have lots of representatives here who have come from other countries to the United Kingdom, and I feel almost ashamed that we haven't given them a proper welcome as the United Kingdom government. Well, I don't work for the government, but I have worked with government long enough. So I apologize for that. And I do think that next time we should make a very particular effort to actually ensure that there is more diplomacy, if nothing else, on part of the United Kingdom government. They should be here.
I have to just tip, Dimitri has to go next. I have to make one comment.
Yes.
When I was chairing Visit Britain, I went to see Ken Livingstone, who did not love Visit Britain. And he said, what do you think I think of tourists? And I said, I don't know. He then gave me an unrepeatable announcement, a comment, but it was attached to this phrase, they don't bloody vote. And it's a real reinforcement of your point. And I remember you and I talking many years ago about the fact that one of the lines we were able to use one election or two elections ago was 70 or 80 members of parliament would lose their seat if the people who are involved in tourism in their constituency voted one way or voted the wrong way. Yeah. And they were very small numbers, but very high leverage.
Well, may I just come back on that? Because I just want to illustrate a positive example, and also picking up on the Premier League. So when I was the chief executive representing the industry here in the United Kingdom, lobbying the United Kingdom government, working very closely with Christopher and other colleagues. And our most successful lobbying effort, where we had MPs actually queuing up and fighting over each other to participate, was when we did a project called the Big Hospitality Conversation. Now, that was the brainchild of the then chief executive of Premier Inn Hotels. His name was Patrick Dempsey. He was the MD there. And he had the brainchild that we should actually work proactively with the Ministry of Economy and also with the Minister of Employment to drive a proactive jobs growth program. And it was very successful. My colleague Julia is here, who worked with us, and she was in our team. And the government actually seconded staff to work in our office, which was amazing. And the reason they did that is because we partnered with Premier League football clubs. So we worked very closely with Tottenham Hotspur, which it hurts me to say because I'm an Arsenal fan. Highbury born and bred, but never mind. We worked with Chelsea, we worked with Liverpool, we worked with all the big Premier League football clubs, Newcastle. Still no? Because Tony likes cricket. And so we had an event, for example, together with Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, and the power of the Premier League Football Club to bring in young unemployed youngsters was phenomenal. We had 2,000 unemployed youngsters in Tottenham that turned up to the stadium to meet with hospitality employers to get a job in hospitality. Of course, we did a lot of promo. They brought in some players. But the reality was that we had MPs queuing up outside the stadium who hadn't even been invited, who wanted to be there to be in the photo. So we found that to be a very powerful program.
Thank you, Rufi. Think about your customer, not just what you want to say, but what they need to hear. Demetrius.
If you're thinking about growth and if you're thinking about investment, I think you need to think about people, and Tony and Ufi have already mentioned that. And it's really about the young talent. And coming out of Bournemouth University, where we're teaching other graduate students, postgraduate students, we've got so much expertise on how we can prepare the young guys for the new environment. Having said that, the neglected you find both from the public sector and the private sector, with a few exceptions like Tony and Ufi and several colleagues that we've worked with very closely. It's phenomenal. You find in medical science, in engineering, in different areas, people are coming to find out the latest research and adopt it and take the students straight into their jobs. Very few people in tourism and hospitality are doing that. And that is something that is actually restricting growth. Growth is not only about the investment in terms of money, but it's also the brains that are going to bring innovation, the innovation that are going to take things forward to bring the new talent into the industry that's going to create the innovations. You asked me about the global situation. In the UK, we don't respect tourism so much. We think that this is one of these things that is, it's not a proper industry. In other places around the world, you don't have that choice because you don't have so much other industry. So if you're an insular region, so if you're in the periphery, you really need to invest in tourism, and you know that from day one. Having said that, the COVID situation and different situations before should have alerted us to the impact of tourism that has got in the regions, and especially the minute that you go out of the big centers where you've got a lot of other activities, it's evident. Cornwall, for example, in the south, in many different places. So this an opportunity to actually, and it's an invitation to work with both the public sector and the private sector to develop the talent for the future and to create the innovations that will empower that growth. Because unless Tony has got the right managers into place and the right people, you cannot really develop, you cannot really go. And many places around, you find that they operate limited hours, or they don't operate in full capacity because they don't have enough people to actually support their growth. Not only in the UK, in other places as well, but in the UK it's a particular issue.
Ken.
Well, I think maybe sort of to close out on a positive note, right? If you look at the United Kingdom, right, let's take cricket. Started in the United Kingdom, played around the world, watched by probably 2 billion people. Question is, how will they come and watch it here? So you need to create access, visas, ease of entry for people to experience it. The same with football. If you go around the UK stadiums, you'll find fan clubs from around the world, all of whom would like to experience their home team, either in the stadium or at a pub nearby. There's a lot of food that is uniquely UK. Cumberland sausages, how do you make them? People wanting to experience where their cheese comes from. But how do you get them to the country? The other issue is around getting the price point. Also borrowing some ideas from other countries. I mean, the UAE has been phenomenal in creating access. What is Dubai? It's a place in the desert. What's Singapore? It was basically a stop somewhere between Europe and Australia, but it's been completely transformed into tourism destinations. So creating a magnet that people can get to and experience. Experience tourism is one of the biggest growth sectors within tourism. So people travel to experience new places, to experience new things. So creating basically the mechanism to allow people to access it. And that's something that government can play a major, major role in facilitating.
Brilliant. Thank you all very much indeed. I think I've delivered you on time to the next session. Do you thank the audience? Short and sharp. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank all of you for being here in the graveyard shift at the end of the day.
Not quite. There's another graveyard shift to come. Thank you so much. Can you please again thank our As it happens, we have actually been able now to not do the next panel. So we're going straight to the last panel. It's because the ministers from Jamaica and Sierra Leone couldn't be here because of other commitments. So we have, in effect, gone back to our schedule, which is a good thing in one way. It's a shame not to have that previous panel, but there you go. What we're going to do now instead is, in fact, go straight to, as I mentioned, the last panel. So can I please ask my panelists to come on to the stage? The discussion is about ESG and resilience and why they are essential. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even know about that. I was just I was told about this. Would you like to just make a short presentation?
No.
Would you like to make a short presentation?
My bag.
Yeah. From Nigeria. Again, sorry, this wasn't a panel I was chairing, so I'm not aware of what the latest was. Where is Ibrahim? Ah.
Yeah.
I could join in. We could all join in on the stage.
No, I'll take it again. I'll leave.
Leave it here.
Okay. So apologies. Do you know where Carmen is? Oh, yes. Okay, fine. Just withdraw what I've just completely said, because we got three of the people here. Carmen is coming back, and Christopher is actually going to do an introduction, are you not?
Brief one.
Yes. So I apologise to all of you. I was just slightly misinformed there. This session will go on ahead as we hoped and planned. So apologies. And Christopher, please take it away. We're talking about the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Do you want to invite the people who are going to be part of it to come up?
Yes, you can do that.
No, do you wish to?
I'll do that after you've done the...
Okay.
We're still waiting.
Right.
Oh, you got the mic.
Right, for those who are left, I was asked to say a few words about the Commonwealth, and I just wanted to share a few facts, which, like me, you may not know. 56 countries, 33 small states, the size of country that has challenges dealing with some of the issues that have to be dealt with in tourism. 25 small island developing states. Many of those places that people in the developed world would give their right arm to come to, but they need the capacity to handle them. 2.7 billion people. That's a market. It may not be a single integrated market, but it is a huge market, and many people, in my experience, in Commonwealth states, feel more positive about the Commonwealth than sometimes people in the UK do. So there's a real play to your customer. Two more killer statistics. 60% of the population of the Commonwealth is under the age of 29. And 1/3 of the world's 15 to 29-year-olds live in the Commonwealth. So if you want to know what the future looks like, the Commonwealth has many of the people who are going to deliver it. With a GDP forecast at 19.5 trillion, which is enough. And half the top 20 global emerging cities. This is a very relevant group. And it's been said, one of the ladies earlier today said that people think that we have more differences than we really do between the nations of Africa. Well, the nations of the Commonwealth have many common themes when it comes to dealing with tourism. The thing I found interesting, and I may, in the short time I had to review it, have missed the document, but I looked at all the publications of the Commonwealth on shared issues, common opportunities. There isn't one on tourism. It's not a theme. Trade is there, but as a theme, it has an opportunity to be called out. And those of us who've been in this world before will say, we have a G7, we had a G20, we had a T20, maybe we need a T56 for the Commonwealth. So that the best, and what would you deal with? A word that's come up before, collaboration. There's a real willingness out there and there's knowledge out there. Can we facilitate exchange of knowledge? Can we share best practice? Can we emphasize the power of tourism in creating jobs? We all know that, but sadly still many ministers and influential people don't. Of the 10 years that I chair Visit Britain, the one moment when I got through to the Prime Minister, there were a few of them too, when I got through to a Prime Minister, when I was asked, what's the most significant fact about tourism? And the answer was, 1/3 of the new jobs in Britain between 2009, financial crisis, and 2012 were created in tourism. It kick-started the economy back here. We can train the young and share best practice there. We can collectively support protecting the destinations. Maldives was extremely articulate about what it had to offer, but it's not without threats from the environment. We can harness the desire to travel. The domestic markets are substantial. And I think, coming back to the theme of this conference, there's an opportunity to build the infrastructure or support the building of the infrastructure, which is a precursor to real serious growth. So that was a little warm-up, few facts which were new to me, maybe not new to you, but I was very much taken by the fact that the Commonwealth, approached in the way that the Commonwealth works, which is not from people outside lecturing, but people inside supporting each other, felt like an opportunity that hadn't been called out sufficiently.
Totally agree, Christopher. Thank you
Over
for
to
the
you.
introduction. And let's introduce, thank you, let's introduce some other panelists as well. So we've got the Honourable Lola Adijon, the Minister for Tourism for Nigeria. Would you like to join us on stage, please? Thank you. And Richard Moyer from the NTL Trust, the Vice President of the LCCI. Hello, Richard. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Apologies, there was a bit of confusion there. So I think Christopher did a great job in introducing and the benefits of this panel, because I think the stats are quite interesting. You know, we've got 54 countries across 5 continents, collectively representing 2.4 billion people, which is a third of the global population, with a combined GDP of $10 trillion US. Like, that's huge potential. So my question is, why is this not a bigger driver for tourism? Perhaps we'll start with you, Minister Adijon. What do you think?
First, I was the Minister of Tourism.
Oh, apologies.
2 weeks ago, I was discharged from my duties, but the new minister asked me to come. So that's why I'm still here. So, in answer to your question, I think it's more of connectivity. It's very expensive to come to Africa. I think the cheapest country one can get to is Morocco. And then also in South Africa, there was a time that it was actually quite cheap to go to South Africa, especially for the distance. Distance of how many hours? Almost 12 hours journey. It costs about $500 at the time. But West Africa, very expensive. And I know that East Africa is also very expensive to get to. And there's the other issue of visa. It's been mentioned. And it's not just visa to each of those countries. You know, there are different grades of visas. So you have the ECOWAS region, that's the West African region. It's free to go to any West African country if you are West African. But then when it comes to Africa, Kenya is different. It's visa-free now. But to come to Nigeria as an African, for instance, we just waged a battle. That's the Ministry of Tourism with the Ministry of Interior and Immigration Services, and they reduced the visa fee from $300 to $90. That was during my time. But I don't understand why it's not free, but it's still a battle and we hope to win. Then there's some other countries that for every single person from any country, you have to get a visa. So those are some of the biggest challenges that we have. And then internally, in each country itself, there are also connectivity issues, but I know in Nigeria, they've been able to get the dry lease agreement signed, and so there are many more airplanes and, you know, airlines that can come into the country. And you know, so I'm just touching those two. There are many other issues, but also language. There's, in West Africa, you know, you have the French-speaking people and you have the English-speaking people. They don't really mix. You know, even though traditionally they have the same languages, which is Yoruba and Hausa, but they actually don't mix. The Francophones look towards France. The Anglophones, you know, countries like Nigeria, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, they look to the UK. So there are those issues, but I think that people are beginning to change. I had a meeting with the Gambian tourism minister, and he, you know, couldn't see why we couldn't collaborate. And I felt it was fine. You know, Ghana, they are brothers next door. We do a lot of things together, and so on and so forth. So It's changing. It's changing.
So yes, historically, the Commonwealth was quite strong. And I'm going to hand over to Richard Moyer now, because the potential is there, isn't it? But from a devil's advocate point of view, I cannot see countries like Australia and New Zealand and Canada letting in other people for free without a visa, despite them being part of the Commonwealth.
Now we're going off on another tangent, but let's get back to a positive message.
Okay.
In light of the introduction, I wholly endorse that, and I would be prepared to be even more positive. Commonwealth is run by a woman right now, Baroness Scotland. The incoming Commonwealth Secretary General will also be a woman, and she is currently the Foreign Minister for Ghana, who will take over next year. And the Commonwealth have always been strong on having women in charge. That's the first point. Commonwealth far more inclusive. It doesn't get much publicity. That's not a problem that I can really solve here, but I would like you to be aware of the fact that the Commonwealth has done an awful lot of very good work in precisely this tourism sector. What we haven't been able to achieve, although this was addressed in Samoa last week at the Heads of Government Conference, is an agenda whereby ministers of tourism should get together, and we would ideally like to see a Commonwealth tourism agenda, more joined up than it has ever been, which ties in with some of the points which you were just making.
Is that conversation happening?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So I'd say the glass is more half full than half empty, and it's probably filling up. Because when you add the other Commonwealth initiatives, for example, to do with the Blue Agenda, for example, for small island developing states, so we've heard the African point of view. Let me take you to the other side of the world, in the Caribbean, where clearly small island developing states prevail, and their problems are definitely at the forefront of a Commonwealth agenda, but it all boils down to money. And this really brings me to my point. How many of you would like a new passport? Not because of Brexit, of course, but one needs to think about citizenship by investment, new sources of income. We touched on this earlier, but we didn't have time to go into any depth on it. But everybody in this room who's looking to sell their jurisdiction, looking for new sources of income to develop tourism projects, should think about citizenship by investment, or indeed residency by investment, which at the moment roughly is about $50 billion worth of business for the countries that practice such a thing. Now, of course, there's a philosophical argument, oh, am I selling my birthright? Well, I don't necessarily think so. What you are doing is creating new revenue streams and better employment opportunities for young people. Well, not just young people, everybody for that matter. And then finally, I'd like to add, if we're really thinking about citizenship by investment in tourism as a whole, we need greater cooperation between Commonwealth countries. Yes, they are geographically separated, but you know, we are getting together more often, and we understand each other more than ever before, and so I'm fundamentally positive on that basis, and I hope you are too. So if you would like a passport, consider citizenship by investment, and that will help us all better work together and, more importantly, understand each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So, Christopher Rodriguez, who is leading the charge in this Commonwealth tourism driver?
I don't know. And that's not because there isn't someone leading it. It's because about a month ago, when Ibrahim and I were talking about this conference and he started to talk about the Commonwealth, I thought I'd better know more than I did, notwithstanding that I'm called Rodriguez. I am British by birth. And I had this vision of the Queen as and the King now, of a good thing. And when I chaired the British Council, I knew about CHOGM. So it's getting them to understand that there is something that can be done, and they can be part of getting it done.
Well, can I just say, because you mentioned about different cultures and languages. Well, the Commonwealth contains an awful lot of them, and even those who had nothing to do with former British colonial history have joined the Commonwealth. Why? Because they like the idea of rule of law, they like the idea of standard practices, they like also the idea of English as an international language with which to do business, and that is increasingly acceptable and popular.
So it sounds like the impetus is there. What needs to happen? How can we progress this step further?
I can answer if you...
Oh, sorry.
I don't want to hog all the answers, but I have practiced what I preach, if you like. So Commonwealth is undermarketed, underrepresented. Britain's lost its role when it came to Brexit. We're now rediscovering the Commonwealth, which fundamentally I think is a good thing for us. And it's not the British Commonwealth, it is the Commonwealth other than a top-down model whereby, you know, you do as I do, not as I say kind of thing. So I think that's why the Commonwealth is a good news story and is underreported, sadly, but needs to be, its praises need to be sung.
Just to add to that, I mean, the Commonwealth is widespread. So you've got New Zealand, you've got Australia, then you have Canada on the other side. And then you have the small countries, Samoa and Vanuatu that is disappearing. And then you have Africa. How many countries in Africa? Connectivity amongst those countries is almost impossible. You have to go either via Europe or via the States or via, and it's expensive and it doesn't allow trade to grow. Trade amongst the countries in the Commonwealth. I mean, right now the UK is, I think they have an agreement with Rwanda, who recently joined the Commonwealth, and sending immigrants there. That's not trade.
Can I interject? I can give you, I've done my research.
Okay, so what...
Inter-Commonwealth trade is actually increasing, and the report was launched just before CHOGM, and under the current Secretary General, she is very proud to announce, because it's better to announce good news than bad, and in this case, she only had good news, to demonstrate very clearly, despite the problems that you're right to highlight, that things are improving and inter-Commonwealth trade is certainly on the up, not just because of COVID, but also because of increased interconnectivity. So this isn't a fiction or me just talking up a good news story. You go and look on the website and you'll see trade has vastly improved. And you know, from this country's point of view, we need to improve our interconnectivity with the Commonwealth because of the European Union, we got lazy, let's say, because we only traded with our neighbors. Now we've got the chance to widen our catchment area and widen our commerce as a result. So I disagree. Inter-Commonwealth trade has definitely improved.
What do you think, Christopher Rodriguez? Do you think the potential for the Commonwealth, could it rival the EU? Our relationship with the EU that was previously?
It could be much bigger than it is now, which is, in a sense, all that matters, because we're trying to kick into open goals, not kick to where the goalposts have been removed. I wanted to make a comment on perspective. When I first started in the tourism industry about 40 years ago, God help me, I was asked to go and speak to the Northern Ireland Tourist Board in the middle of the Troubles, when Belfast and other cities were being blown up. And I thought, when I met the head of the Northern Ireland Tourist Board, that I had met one of the most courageous and resilient people I'd ever met. Because with things going bang around your head, you really didn't ever see that the Titanic would become a fantastic attraction, that one of the great weekend breaks is to go to Northern Ireland. It's a wonderful place. They have made wonderful things of it. But 40 years ago, you wouldn't have believed that. So all I'm saying is, I think when you talk about the Commonwealth, I'd like to believe we're playing the long game. This is about what happens way after I'm 6 feet under. 50 years from now, you look back and you will have had a choice. You get to the fork in the road where you go, it's not really there yet, we're not ready. Or you go, it's going to happen. That number of people growing their wealth, even if it's from a slow base, we know that tourism is the statement the world makes when it gets freedom. These and that's the long-term opportunity, and that's why I think we should,
You're right.
our voice has to be there.
So it's not
mine.
inconceivable, for example, that Zimbabwe could rejoin the Commonwealth, which could be seen as good news. Just in time for the next CHOGM, which for those interested will be held in Antigua in 2026, so hopefully you'll come along. It's a lot easier to get to than flying to not Vanuatu to Samoa, which I did. I'm still recovering. But anyhow.
So what needs to happen? What needs to happen to progress this further? From an African perspective, what would you like to see happen? What needs to happen?
For me, I still think that the number one issue is connectivity, air connectivity. There are no direct flights from Canada, for instance, to West Africa. There are no direct flights from Australia to Africa.
Or anywhere.
Maybe to South Africa. I don't even know if there are direct flights to Kenya. You know, those are some of the hubs. So then there are no direct flights from the Caribbean, I think. But there, you know, there's talks about having cruise ships from the Caribbean to the whole of West Africa as a hub, and then from there, because of heritage, you know, the slave trade and all that, people want to come back to Africa through the Atlantic coast to other parts of Africa. So that, as you rightly said, you know, in a couple of years, it will change. And with those kind of changes, I think that there will be more growth in trade and investment from, you know, either way, both at the Caribbean level and also at the African level. But I don't see it happen now. I don't even see where this trade is coming from. I'm sorry to say.
But I saw Richard. I saw Richard Moyer. You were shaking your head before.
I can say there'll soon be flights between Ghana and Barbados. There have been some between Nigeria and Antigua. So that's, although embryonic, it's coming to pass. No doubt about it.
I understand exactly your point about pan-Commonwealth interconnectivity. It takes a long time. It's longer even than getting to Scotland by train. But the observation I'd make is, if you look at the history of tourism growing country by country, it's like a stone being dropped in a pond, and the circles move out. And what you're describing is the outer circle, the interconnectivity that has an Australian say, I must go to Africa this summer. But intra-national and inter-regional is just as valid tourism for the economic benefits, the employment. So with respect, I think putting the cherry on the icing on the cake may take a while, but we can start making the cake.
But I think you're definitely right. I think the air connectivity will come. I think perhaps the visa issue might be a bigger.
No, visas.
Are you going to disagree with me as well?
No, everyone's following the same regulations. So, for example, the Caribbean passports were offering visa-free access to Schengen zone. Well, of course, with the introduction of the ETIAS, visa-free is gone. You have to apply online like you do in America for the ESTA, etc., and like you will do in the UK very soon. So visa-free as a way of doing citizenship by investment, that pillar has gone. But
yes, it's coming back, isn't it?
Citizenship by investment isn't that good. And what about, when I was going to Samoa the other day, you had to get a visa to go in transit through New Zealand. I didn't want to stay in New Zealand.
Oh,
I
my
just wanted
goodness.
to change planes, but this is a new wheeze, 17 Kiwi dollars just to change planes. Now, Heathrow copied the same idea. So when you come through Heathrow to change planes, stay on the air side, you've got to pay for that privilege. Well, that
seems madness.
Seems a bit of a easy money earner to me. And where's the added value? Well, that's a different debate. But all that to say, you know, visas are here to stay, and also is the data collection which goes with them. And that's probably something that one needs to address, the GDPR and the AI rules as they relate to data collection. Because where's all this going? What's it going to be used for? I don't know yet.
So I think we all agree that there is great potential with the Commonwealth, that the lever needs to be pushed full throttle. I guess the question, to round off this panel discussion, can we just hear from everyone on what they think, when you think you'll see some action, and what is the driving force that needs to happen? What is the main thing, I guess, from an African perspective? Let's start with you, Adi John. What do you think?
Okay, I'll talk about Nigeria and some of the plans the president has. The president believes tourism should be the #1 revenue generator for the country. And therefore, what he's done is that, you know, he's initiated building of the road across the about nine states in the Atlantic coast to open up the economy from there. And it also connects the Francophone countries on both sides, that's Cameroon and Benin. So you can drive and, you know, do business. So, and he also believes that from Lagos, which is right at the coast, all the way to Sokoto to the north of Nigeria, there's also another road being built. So he believes that there is the opportunity both for community-based tourism, domestic tourism, as well as inbound. You know, inbound is not, I think for him, it's not so important. It's more of domestic and community-based tourism that he believes that it's sustainable, and I also agree with that. But for the rest of Africa itself, there are huge opportunities. I think the only country I haven't been to in Africa is Central Africa, but I've been to almost every country in Africa. And the culture is the same. The languages are a lot of the same, and so on and so forth. So the the Malawi lady, when she said that, you know, there are lots of similarities, it is true in terms of the culture and the way we think, and we just need to work on that. And, you know, Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle. So Richard Moyer.
Right. Oh, here you go.
Publicity?
I can give you the latest figures.
Oh dear, good.
This is
good,
from the
good.
Commonwealth Trade Review, the latest one, which was launched just 2 weeks ago, and it concerns. It's up to date as far as 2022, which is all they could give. So in 2022, the Commonwealth's combined GDP reached $14 trillion for the first time, with projections estimating it could rise to $20 trillion by 2029. So, according to the Secretary General, she said the Commonwealth also saw a strong post-COVID rebound in international trade, while its trade advantage, and this is a key for the Commonwealth trade advantage, has been resilient. Intra-Commonwealth trade hit a record-breaking $854 billion in 2022 and is expected to surpass $1 trillion by 2026. So that's intra-Commonwealth, between Commonwealth countries, $854 billion in 2022 and $1 trillion expected to reach by 2026. So there you go. That's quite a lot of money when you think about it, and it means there's more trust, more development going on between Commonwealth countries than outside of it. And it's the kith and kin historical legacy initiatives or historical legacy which explains it all, not just languages. Of course, there's French members as well. They trade too and very welcome. So don't underestimate the Commonwealth is all I can say.
Watch
What we
this
need to
space.
look at, as is the title of this conference, investment. And one way, which I would urge you all to look at, is, of course, residency and citizenship by investment. I was impressed to learn that Malawi are going this route. Others in the Caribbean, there's 5 of them, who've been doing this since the first one was St. Kitts and Nevis, 1984. And then you've got the other 4, St. Lucia, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada, and Dominica, who also do citizenship by investment. And they have some of the most stringent due diligence in the world. So contrary to what these doomsayers have been saying, oh, you can't trust anyone who's bought a passport through citizenship by investment, they're obviously dodgy tax evaders and so on. Well, it's not strictly the case. They undergo far more due diligence than many others who apply for passports in other jurisdictions. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. That's impressive stats, 20 trillion by 2024 in terms of GDP. Let's watch this space. Christopher Rodriguez, how would you like to sum up? What do you think needs to happen?
I think this has to be a pincer movement. On the one side, you have the countries, and forgive me, I'm not as knowledgeable as you are, so if I misspeak, correct me. But you have your 50-plus countries, and you will be able, people who know more than I do, will be able to categorize those as ones in which tourism, domestic maybe, that's fine, is already regarded as being important to those who are sitting on the fence, to those who don't want to know. My last lesson, learning from 30-odd years of dealing with government, is you get very tired and make very little progress with the people who don't want to know, until they look over their shoulder and see what someone else is doing in the exam and go, I want one of them. On the other hand, the people who are already committed can be great assets in helping to move it forward. You just need a small party. The other thing is, I think the tourism message needs to get to Baroness Scotland. And I think, so that there's a push from the other end, at least no resistance, but preferably a supportive environment in which consensus can be built, because this isn't any...
The next Secretary General will come from Ghana, as I said.
Perfect. And then the middle bit is, unless I'm wrong, and Taleb and I have been talking about this since a Spanish airport meeting some long years ago, the employment statistic, the employment multiplier of tourism is the one thing that no self-respecting leader of a country can ignore, because they've all got lots of young people looking for jobs. And if they don't get them jobs, they're going to have a problem. So we have both the vision, the pincer movement, and a very simple fact, crystallized by David Cameron to me. Now I know why I have to think about tourism, because it's going to be jobs. And the very last point is when I was appointed to be chair of Visit Britain, which was 2006, I went in to see the Secretary of State, who was a lovely person, sadly no longer with us. And she said, how do you judge success in tourism? And I said, being indiscreet, heads in beds, bums in seats, and feet through the turnstiles. And she said, that was wonderful. No one's ever said that before. Not the way I said it, given those metrics. And of course, those were industry metrics. 18 months later, I realized that it was completely wrong. In the UK at that time, it was jobs, 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 tax revenues, and underdeveloped regional development. That's what mattered to the government's agenda. And the great lesson of the 10 years that I had involved with Visit Britain was trying to persuade the industry to talk to what the government thought was important, not to what we thought was important, and to get the benefits for what we thought was important by getting the government to feel comfortable about what they thought was important. And the example, a great example, was President Calderon in Mexico, who was a true believer in tourism, got all of his ministers in and said, right, Each of you has a role to play. Skewer goes sideways through. We have an aligned policy. So when one of the Mexican states was talking about building a road, it was because the road was built to a tourism destination because the hotel in, and it worked. He didn't stay in power for long enough afterwards from the tourism perspective. But that was the man who got the breakthrough and for whom the T20 first was created.
So that's great. I think in wrapping up, some really excellent points here. And it's quite an exciting space, if you ask me. And if 20 trillion GDP by 2029, as you say, think of the jobs. And I think this is really an exciting space. We've already seen the Blue Agenda coming online. So if we can see more initiatives like this in tourism, this will be very, very exciting.
I haven't told you all of it.
Well, thank you. Watch this space. We could go on for hours, but we are running out of time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for holding the fort at the start.
Thank you. It's all happening. Thank you so much, Carmen and panel. I'm glad that was reinstituted.
Yeah, by all means.
Open it up.
Are we okay for microphones? Is my microphone working?
Let's come around this way. I might take a hand off here when I'm...
Yeah, come on.
No, don't move that.
You need that?
I'm fine.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Thank you. Take care, Christopher. Okay, right. We are now going to discuss how resilience and ESG are now essential prerequisites for investment in tourism destinations. In a sense, that has been what we've been addressing all day. And beneath the terminology, resilience, ESG, what we're talking about is sustainability, environmental awareness, inclusivity, making sure that the whole community is part of tourism. And all that these prerequisites are governmental recognition of that. So I want to discuss the ramifications and opportunities that emerge from this with my very distinguished panel. Can I please first welcome onto the stage the Honourable Dr. Abulfas Garayev, who is the former Minister of Culture and Tourism from Azerbaijan. Welcome.
Thank you.
And just to explain, Dr. Garayev has held several ministerial positions in culture and tourism over the last 3 decades. And you're a member of the UNWTO, now UN Tourism Executive Council, and a Vice Chair of the National Commission of Azerbaijan for UNESCO. Yep. Also happens to be Azerbaijani, as we know, and that is where COP29 is going to be.
Yes, I'm going to.
And we're going to address that as well, coming up. Also, can I bring on stage now, please, Anne Lotter, the Executive Director of GTTP. Now, GTTP is a charity, welcome Anne, is a charity which invests in young people by providing free quality skills training worldwide for 16 to 19-year-olds. So helping to support a route into work for them and providing us with the next generation of tourism specialists, we hope. Yep, all from all around the world. I think you support 700,000 young people?
Yeah, nearly 700,000 in 17 countries annually go through our training program. And we were just saying earlier about, the generation of jobs, but on the other hand, it's the need for people to go in those jobs and how we're going to link those two things together. So.
And this will come up again. This will be a big feature of our conversation. Can I please welcome back Ola Wright, CEO of the West African Tourism Association. There she is. Now, Ola has over 30 years of experience in business ownership, management, consulting, and admin. And she's worked with governments in Africa and the Caribbean. So she knows what it's like from both sides of the fence, if you like, in terms of how you deal with regulation and how you deal with these things like ESG as you go along. And I'd like, finally, because we know that Edmund Bartlett has had to go, can I please welcome, very warm welcome, to Cuthbert Inube, who is the current Executive Chairman of the African Tourism Board. He was the Regional Vice President of the UNWTO, as it was called then. Welcome. Cuthbert. Okay, so let's just kind of reflect a second here. How has it changed so much over recent years from ESG, or the desire to, the need to be resilient and sustainable? How has it changed from being desirable to a must-have to attract investment? I'm going to start with you, Cuthbert, on that one, if you don't mind. The microphone, you're not mic'd up.
No.
Sorry.
Thank you so much, Reg, and thank you so much, Dr. Taleb. It's so good to see you. Yes, there is no tourism, there is no progressive without social responsibility. There is no tourism without acknowledging and appreciating our environment. I think I would allude with the Minister of Tourism from Malawi, who has passionately, indeed, that's where the governance comes in place. To say for us to succeed, we need all strategic partners to join hands together and move together. I was so excited. It's unfortunate that we have actually viewed Africa with a negative eye. There is so much that we need to celebrate today. The reason why we have our ministers and our partners here is to come and magnify what Africa is all about. I believe totally, I'm convicted that there is no other continent that can come closer to Africa. Also acknowledging the efforts that the ITIC have done to say Asia, Europe, come with your excess monies. There is a destination where you need to go and invest. Hence the discussion this afternoon. Africa, we are open for business. And as I'm saying that, I really appreciate what the government of Malawi, actually Peter Greenberg, indicated that when you're in the United States, you talk about, Malawi is an unknown destination. But guess what? They have done what the United States have failed to do for decades. They have done what the United Kingdom has failed to do, to say, wow, we are opening our destination and giving 79 nations a free visa. That deserves to be on the front line for the next decade in celebrating what Africa has done. So, in other words, colleagues, it's imperative that the ESGs, we cannot do without them. When we talk about sustainability within our economies and sustainability, especially within the tourism framework.
And can I just ask that the background noise, is that coming down a bit in the background? Yeah, hopefully they'll...
Felicia?
Yeah, good, thank you. And on that point, I want to... Somebody made this comment earlier on today, which is that actually, in the African way of doing things, historically and culturally, sustainability is almost part of the genetic makeup of that. That's what African society has always done. Is that...
For decades, that's true. Totally agree with you. When we talk about our cultural diversity, actually, yesterday we went to one of the shops. It's a supermarket. When we went in there, on the other side, we had bananas. And I realized that one of the bananas was turning black. And what did I do? I did not pick up that banana. I went to the other side where I got my soya milk, which I so much and passionately enjoy. That's all about Africa. Africa is a supermarket with our diversity in terms of culture, with our diversity in terms of our offerings in investment, and also in indulgence in terms of tourism. So that's our culture in making sure that these social environment, they are appreciated. And of course, we do have small rotten bananas. But why should we focus on those 1 or 2 bananas? Leave them alone. Go and pick what you feel that is the best that will assist you. In other words, we are saying as Africans in Africa proudly, there are so many opportunities that we can explore. That's why this conversation that says, come, let's tell you what Africa is all about. That's why the emphasis on our investors to say, come and grow your network, come and grow your wealth in beautiful Africa. When you look at the influx of the Chinese community, the influx of the Asian community, the influx of even the Americans coming to Africa, it is because they've realized that Africa is a niche market for growing their wealth and their investment. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Yusuf, when we look at how ESG, how sustainability, how all these issues have become, as I say, prerequisites, for a lot of businesses, that might be regarded as being an obstacle to moving forward. How do you perceive it? I mean, you obviously have been in tourism for a long time and business ownership. You know about what
the matter is that from my point of view, it must pass a certain period of time when the logo, when the slogan starts to be something accepted by everyone. And we are now observing this because maybe 10 years ago, we didn't even talk about the ESG or sustainable tourism. But I think from the other point of view that for this period of time, it's important to link these ideas to another word, responsible tourism. Responsible tourism is meaning that whenever you are planning to do something, you have to understand that you are linked to the people. People who are involved in the tourism without people is nothing. It was noted here today. So, if we are doing this tourism in favor of these people, or we are going to do it in favor of gaining the income for the private sector, there are 2 different approaches. So, when the logo and slogan starts to be something attractive for the community, then it turns to be the must matter. And in this case, the matter of education, matter of awareness is taking a great piece of the work. Today we were discussing a lot of matter, and it was really very interesting discussion today. I didn't leave the room since early morning.
Very good.
I believe that really all the interventions and thoughts were quite of the high profile and very important. But we forgot that nowadays the ESG and resilience today already started to be something accepted on the international level, on the level of the World Tourism Organization, of the United Nations and whatever. And from this point of view, I missed here maybe, we forgot about the Stockholm Declaration about the tourism and environment. We forgot about the Marrakesh process, which is leading this industry towards the environmental protection. And from this point of view, you told that in 3-4 days in Azerbaijan, in Baku, in our capital, where I used to be the minister, the COP29 will start. And imagine yourself, it's COP29. This is the matter of the environmental protection and whatever. First time ever, the topic of tourism will be included in the agenda. It means that today, the matter of resilience, the matter of the ESG, started to be something which will be discussed and approved, inshallah, as we hope, at the level of the heads of the states. It means that today tourism is the driving force to the understanding of the necessity of protection of the environment, to take care about the local communities and the people involved in that, and of course, the professional governance, where we need and require the partnership between the government and the private business. So this is the way, and I think that if we will accept these documents, by the way, only now, thanks to Taleb Rifai, we had at the time being, when he was the General Secretary, we were all concentrated on the satellite account of tourism.
Mm-hmm.
Today, first ever, United Nations made the financial statistics, how to check the sustainability, level in tourism. So this is methods now. Now we have something which will give us possibility to measure the involvement of the people in this process. So from this point of view, I think that we must concentrate on the possible investors to bring to them the awareness of that, of this importance of the following these requirements, and to entrust them that only with that and with the support of the governments, we will have sustainability, we will have resilience, which will permit them to generate the money which they will invest. So this is the way which I consider is most, preferred now, and thanks God, everyone already started to be joined in this idea.
Thank you. I mean, you're right. I mean, there's two things there, actually. First of all, that tourism is, I think, still the fastest growing industry in the world. We are talking 11-12% of the global economy. We are talking, jobs-wise, an incredible source of new jobs. And only now, when it comes to COP29, have they got a voice at the top table. It is quite incredible. It is way too late, but it's better late than never. And I think it's a very important point you make there. I think the second point is that it actually is an opportunity for so many different sectors, because tourism links so many different sectors, doesn't it? And
of course, we forgot, we are usually forgetting the another very positive side of the tourism like an industry. Again, the factor of the personality, people. What is about the peacemaking force of tourism? Better understanding, better acknowledgement with each other, better involvement in the different cultures, acceptance of them, intercultural dialogue, and whatever. So tourism now is not only this is a new industry. It is not the industry of machinery or whatever, of education, for example, juridical industry and whatever. This is the industry which occurred not very long time ago, like an industry. And it started to be accepted by the industry with the development of aviation, transportation, and whatever. Before that, it was not industry. But nowadays, this industry is dominating, as you said, more than 12% of the world GDP is going there. So it must dictate some, possibilities which they have, and the implementation for that. Today, I'm sorry to give this example. Today was the discussion about the talk between Minister of Transportation and Minister of Education, Minister of Tourism, and how they misunderstand each other. The way is very clearly seen. Thanks to recommendation of our old friend Taleb Rifai, he met with our president 10 years ago and said, my advice to you is to create the Council of Tourism where all the state ministers will be represented. He did it. I was chairing this for 3 years. And as a result, we facilitated visas, we facilitated transportation, we started construction, investment came, and so when the government is interested in the implementation of the development programs of tourism, then this is the possible way. And no Minister of Transportation will object that, because he will know that at the end of the day it will generate the money. So the government must follow up the requirements of the international processes going on in tourism industry, implementing them on their local level. This is the way.
Thank you. One very important part of ESG is the S-bit, and the S-bit is very much up your street, Anne, and we did refer to it earlier. So do you see that the new thinking, the new regulations really, are actually very good for the future of education and training for young people? In other words, it's saying this has to happen. This has to be an essential ingredient of what goes on in the future.
Yes, I think it is important. And I think if I stand in the shoes of our young people we teach at the moment, so our average age is between 16 and 19, they will say to me, we check this out before we make our decisions, where we're going to travel, where we're going to stay, why we're going to go there. So if you look at it from an industry point of view, it's really valuable to have that built into your educational system. But if you look at it from the young person's point of view, they want to see that as well. They want to know that the social side has been protected and looked after. And I think that feeds into how we look after the communities. If you're investing in a community, how are you doing that? Are you working with the local people? Are you developing their skills? Are you developing their training? Are you giving them the opportunity? And what about, as you said, the cultural side of things? Have you considered how that cultural side of that community will manifest? And education becomes a vital tool, I think, in ensuring that those young people have the tools they need to engage in the industry at a local level. And that partnership is there. You know, that public-private partnership is so important. We work with governments to deliver our education in schools, but we also work with our key stakeholders, our global businesses, because you at the global business level can say, yes, I'll take you students, I'll give you the opportunities, I'll give you the internships, the work experience, the other things that you need in order to develop and join our industry. I heard Julia Simpson only last week, the President and CEO of the World Travel and Tourism Council, say we're going to generate another 375 million jobs in this industry. Where are the people going to come from? You know, we need to be working with governments globally to embed education in school. And I'll give an example of that. We work in South Africa. Our program is in every school in South Africa at high school level. So we're engaging young people to think about the industry at a much earlier point in their career choice decision. And I speak to any general manager of a hotel in South Africa, I say to him, do you have an issue finding young people to work in your hotels? No. Maybe there's something in that. Maybe if we do educate at a younger age, we open those doors. We know this industry is a very complex ecosystem, you know, and we understand it, perhaps to some extent, greater or lesser, but a young person has no knowledge of this. And so it's up to us to give them those pathways, those career pathways, to show them. Because without those young people coming into the industry won't thrive. We need to make those links, and we have to work together cooperatively to find that solution.
The perception issue about the industry was raised earlier on. Do you think that's changing? Do you think there is a room for that to change, that people will want to enter into this industry for good reasons?
Well, I do think it's up to us as educators and communicators to really show that way, what this industry is all about. I'll give you another example. I was in India and I asked students, you know, who would like to be an engineer or doctor? All of them. I said, who would like to be an engineer in travel and tourism? Oh, is there such a thing? Yes, there is. You know, and it's about us saying to them, these are the pathways, these are the routes you can take. And there is still a huge road to travel to make that happen. But we need to be able to communicate that clearly and, you know, through our education systems and earlier in that education process. And the earlier we can capture that, the better. Because the sooner they know about the industry, the sooner they'll consider it as an opportunity. If they don't hear about it until they're at university, it's quite likely too late to capture a vast percentage of those young people. We need to start that process earlier, and we need to be really clear in what those opportunities are, because I don't think we're anywhere near that at the moment. There's still a very negative perception. I know Minister Bartlett spoke recently about offering young people working in the sector different ways of engaging with it. And very cleverly, you know, what about pensions? What about healthcare? Can you offer these people the same package as you offer somebody in the corporate sector, for example? You know, and there's maybe a little bit of thinking to be had around what that looks like. But definitely we need to work harder to engage and encourage young people.
Thank you. All right, this new emphasis on ESG, on resilience, can you see it, again, as being both a recognition of community and the importance of community involvement in future tourism projects? That is now ingrained in a way with the ESG policy, isn't it? Again, opportunities here, right?
Great, yeah. Yeah. You know, funny enough, I think at the beginning I had a different, trail of thoughts. Then I've been listening to, all the panelists, and again, I'm kind of like just, thinking a little different. Well, and I'm thinking to myself, we like to give big names. We like to, make something big and kind of like, really, making a mountain out of a molehill. If you want to know really how this is relevant and important and practiced authentically, you need to come to Africa. You need to come to, it's as simple as, you need to come to Africa, because this is what we do naturally. A lot of people talk about, all of a sudden, the community, everybody's now realizing and understanding that we need the community to get things done, and we're all, making, so much noise about sustainable tourism and all. But this is what we do on a daily basis. This is what Africa is. If you want to know how to live harmoniously with animals and treat animals' rights and let them, thrive in their natural environments, etc., this is what we do. So it's really, in the West, that they need to be educated.
Yep, fair point. Yep, yeah.
Yeah, true. So, so really, we do it normally. We know, most of our tourism as well is, culture, it's heritage, is wildlife.
Traditions of the country.
Yes, traditions, yes. Well, yeah. But then again, this, what our products are is what people have been brought up in a natural way. So a lot of people pay a lot of money to come and see wildlife. Mm-hmm. But we know, because we live with them. Do you understand? We live with them, so we know how to handle, them and recognize that, that drill or that monkey, yes, it's great and all, but it's a wild animal. So you need to know where to, draw the boundary. We know that, yes, our community, that people pay, we want to, see this and how people live in the natural environment, etc. But that is our community.
Yep.
So we practice this in an authentic way, and I think I need to use the word authentic. But it is extremely important, and I think really it goes again back to mindset. So I think people need to not think that the West has it all, but they need to come to the experts and actually get how to properly operate this and how to establish this. So you need to get yourself to Africa and come and learn. So don't think that we need to bring, go and teach them. No. Because we have it, so we need to teach, the world, because we live with this on a daily basis.
And surely the theme of this conference has been, yes, you talk about education of the West, it's investors particularly who are being educated in a sense by these new rules, by these new emphases on sustainability. They're the ones who are then going, okay, well, we will then invest money in Africa and learn in a way, which is what you're suggesting, mm-hmm. learn from their way of life, your way of life, in how to preserve and enjoy and cherish that environment and that community.
That's right.
And that is what is changing.
May I interfere?
Yes.
The matter is that I think that we are talking a little bit from different points of view. We highly respect and we usually support and we count on the local communities, which protect their heritage, they protect their traditions, and they by their nature know how to do and how to provide hospitality. But if we are talking about the tourism like an industry, industry must be guided by the educated people. People who knows how to do it, how to put it, and how to manage it. One of the points of the ESG is the governance. Governance requires the knowledge of the industry. 100% that the professionals in tourism must know all the peculiarities of the local community, of the place where they're going to develop. But at the same time, they must know a lot of things connected with the modern technologies, modern vision of the industrial development, and so on and so on. So this is the matter of the coexistence.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the professionals at the local level will be not less experienced than those who will guide them from the, from the international experience.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Yeah, and that is absolutely true. What, now, my organization, we recently launched the West Africa Ecotourism Network, WAEN, which ecotourism has a lot to do with local communities. But what we find out, and we table matters, to industry experts. Let's come together and reason together, and let's see how best to take things forward. But often, people, now you talk about investors. An investor may think, okay, yes, there's plenty of opportunities in Africa. Sorry, I talk about Africa because that's where I operate. There's a lot of opportunities in Africa, etc., but always have a mindset of we're going to take, having an umbrella approach. And this is what I always tell people. You cannot have that. You cannot do that, because how it works in the UK is how is different from how it works in Nigeria. But oftentimes, and this is where we're having issues. And so we see, global organizations investing billions of dollars in projects, but yet has, next to nothing impact. Someone called me once and said, oh, Ola, this organization have been doing this, and they've been spending this amount of money, and they've done this and done that. But what do they, we can't see anything. So there's a lot also, there's a lot of abandoned projects because you do not have the know-how. Yet you're pumping a lot of money in it, but you cannot see it through. And this is where the local community comes in. So you need to engage those people, and before you actually get onto a project, communicate with them. Let them be the lead. We talked about, community-based and community-led, tourism. A lot of people practice community-based tourism. You're going and you're doing projects, working with the community, but the community are not leading the projects. So if the community are not leading the projects, you want to give me, something. If you want to give me a gift, it's really pointless giving me something that I detest, that I will not like, or that I cannot, handle. It's pointless. It's pointless giving me a car if I can't drive. So you need to give me something that is meaningful. So community need to lead. So investors need to understand that, there's nothing like an umbrella approach. What works in the United States will not work in South Africa. So that understanding needs to be there.
And that, I'm going to mention, but that expertise that you were talking about, that you obviously need in terms from governance level,
yes,
in terms of institute, it's the way that's done as well, I think, that's important. It can't be seen as being top down, can it? It can't be seen as being imposed.
It is usually when you are preparing some project for the development of the region or the whatever, you have to count on the local community, local traditions, local culture, environment, and potential of the human resource. A lot of conditions which will make this project successful or not. But again, I'm talking about the necessity of the combination of the joint activity in this case. We had an example, for example, in 2009, we're a southern country, we're also a very warm country, but we have mountains. We never had ski resort. But we checked with the local community. They said, yes, we have a lot of snow in the winter. Maybe we'll do something. Now all locals are working there. The biggest ski resorts in the Caucasus is now there. So, I mean, this is 100% true approach. Local community must accept it, must be interested in that, in generating the working places, to give their impact to that with the help and assistance through education and the international expertise. This is the way.
Yeah.
You just wrapped it up there.
Yeah.
Perfect. Cuthbert, final point to you, because I know it's now nearly 6 o'clock and we have to call it a day at 6 o'clock. Cuthbert, your last point.
Thank you so much. Africa is part of the global community. It's not an isolated continent. Imagine a beautiful wife, a four-cornered house. Every morning she wakes up, she sweeps the house. But instead of throwing away the garbage, she just sweeps it at the corner of the house. She does that for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. At the end of 6 months, the whole house becomes something else. It is because we are shifting a challenge from one corner to another corner. Why I say Africa is part of the global community? We are actually advocating for a total ban of vehicles that are being actually shipped to Africa from Japan and from the United Kingdom, by the way. Because these are tools that have reached their lifespan. And now we don't have a dumping space for them. We dump them in Africa. For the first time in South Africa, we had snow that affected almost 24 hours. People were stranded on the road because of the snow. That is being caused by climate change. We are sitting on a time bomb where we need the inclusion and the participating of all the strategic partners within the tourism space. Tourism, I would totally agree with my honorable that it's an umbrella. It's umbrella because the lady from Ukraine, she was saying, look, I mean, the borders have closed, we don't have flights coming in, but now we are appreciating our domestic participation. That's the community-based tourism. That is happening in every corner. So what we need to do, colleagues, especially with so much passion towards Africa, we are saying our doors are wide open. If you don't appreciate what's happening in South Sudan, because of the challenges that they have, it doesn't mean that their neighbor in Rwanda, they are facing similar situations. They are striving in terms of what? In terms of tourism. We need to work together. If there was a time where all of us across the globe, we join hands, we collaborate, and we push towards the resilience and appreciating, of course, our domestic and appreciating our regional and our continental and beyond, we need one another. We are a one big family. Dr. Taleb used to actually passionately say, in tourism, we are all one. There is no one who's better than the other. So we need to work together and appreciate Africa and appreciate Europe and appreciate all of us so that we can push towards one goal, sustainability, and make sure that we grow our economies through tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuthbert. Thank you, Ulla. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Vincent. Thank you,
Thank you
Professor.
very much.
Thank you so much for the panel. And it only leaves me to say, to invite Ibrahim Ayub, who's the Group CEO of ITIC, to say
Okay,
farewell.
hold on.
Goodbye.
Doctor,
Say goodbye.
come. They want to take a picture. Come.
Yes,
Oh, picture.
if you don't mind.
No.
Oh, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, Ibrahim, all yours.
Well, it has been a very long day, and we are running behind schedule. I won't take much of your time. I just want to say a word of thanks for the closing. I wish to thank the QE2 team for the unflinching support, great time with us, and skip lunch, I think some of you, and being with us even running after 6 o'clock. You're still with us. Thank you, QE2 team, the ITIC team, and the Bournemouth team as well, who have been with us working a whole weekend and this morning. I want also to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to some pivotal stakeholders who played a significant role in our success, in this summit success. Among them are our main partners, some of our main partners, the Lux Collective. Thank their chairman, Arnaud Lagesse, the CEO, Olivier Chavy, the Chief Development Officer, Oliviero Cassini, the CEO of Kenya Airways, Alan Kila Vuka, even though his flight was delayed today, but I've heard, Hamza Farouki and his team at Milat Global and the Hyatt Johannesburg team. I would also like to acknowledge the unwavering support from various organizations, including the BBC World News, have been with us all the past few years supporting ITIC, the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the African Tourism Board, the Energy and Environment Alliance, Bournemouth University, WTTC, the West Africa Tourism Organization, World Travel Network, WTN, SCOL, and APITT. Thank you all for your unflinching support for your past few years. And Dr. Taleb Rifai, our chairman, who has been with us, the idea of setting up the ITIC conference in 2017 when he came to Mauritius, and then 2018, we forged up to now a great team. And with Paul Hoskins and the whole ITIC team, thank you all. And we will see you for the 8th ITIC Global Summit in London next year, and hopefully at the QE2 again. Thank you so much, and have a very good time, and enjoy your time in WTM. Thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye, and see you next year.